Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly put your hands together, rise from your seats as we welcome the Honorable Union Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and the Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, Srimati Anupriya Patel. Once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And on behalf of the Kidney Warrior Foundation, I take great pleasure to welcome you all to the KWF Conclave 2026. If I have to set a tone of why this conclave was curated, with all honesty, this conclave was curated based on one statement. Based on a statement, a research that says by 2040, 1 in 5 kidney disease will be the 5th leading cause for the death worldwide. And that was a wake-up call for the patient body. And then we started curating events like this to fight that one statement through prevention. And here we are this morning with our Honorable Minister, and to begin the proceedings of this event, as per the Indian traditional custom, we'd like to start with the lighting of the lamp. The lighting of the lamp is a part of many cultures, but in India, we light the lamp before the start of something good, to invoke the blessings of the Almighty upon us. And to do the honors of the lighting of the lamp, may I request you all to please join me and welcome our dignitaries on the dais. To begin with, our Honorable Union Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. May I request you to please join us on stage, ma'am, for the lighting of the lamp. I also like to call upon our guest of honor, Dr. Rita Dar, followed by Dr. D.S. Rana, followed by the founder of the Kidney Warrior Foundation, Ms. Vasundhara Raghavan, Dr. Shyam Bansal, Dr. Urmila, Dr. Vivekan Raja, and Dr. Sundar. Well, now that we have the lamp lit and the blessings of the Almighty upon us this morning, it's time we move forward. The Kidney Warrior Foundation started a few years ago. It started off with a small little Facebook page and eventually has grown to be the patient body in India. And we'd like to take a moment to pause from where the journey started and how we've moved forward.
Hello everyone, my name is Chandralekha Das and I'm a post-kidney transplant recipient from Silchar, Assam. And I've been associated with Kidney Warriors Foundation since its inception. There are many remote places in Assam and the patients here needed help. Sometimes, medicines also does not reach here properly. With the help of Kidney Warriors Foundation, we have helped many patients in Assam with protein supplement, and there are many needy patients who cannot afford to buy the protein supplement, which is one of the basic requirement of a dialysis patient. So Kidney Warriors Foundation has been consistently helping those patients.
They stepped in immediately, helping me and my mom to navigate my diagnosis and medical care. Beyond that early medical guidance, the foundation continues to be a pillar of my support in my life by helping to fund my education. They also continually inspire me to pursue my academic course and stay healthy.
3 साल पहले मेरे बच्चे को किडनी का इशू हुआ था, किडनी वर्किंग नहीं कर पा रही थी पूरा, तो वहाँ पे मुझे किडनी वॉरियर्स की तरफ से बहुत अच्छा पैसे का इंतज़ाम हुआ था। इसके लिए मैं उनको शुक्रगुजार करता हूँ। अभी मेरा जो बच्चा है वो अभी ठीक है और अच्छे से खाता पीता और खेलता भी।
Since there are so many emergency treatment needed, so KWF helped me since 2023. I'm suffering from cryptococcus meningitis and also from lungs infection. Then KWF helped me a lot.
हेलो, मेरा नाम वेद प्रकाश है और मैं लंबे समय से डायलिसिस पेशेंट हूँ। द किडनी वॉरियर फाउंडेशन से मुझे बहुत तरह की हेल्प मिली है, फाइनेंशियल हेल्प और प्लस प्रोटीन पाउडर वगैरह। वो समय समय पर मेरी हेल्प करते रहें। और किडनी वॉरियर्स फाउंडेशन एक बहुत अच्छा फाउंडेशन है जो किडनी पेशेंट के लिए बहुत ही लाभदायक है।
In 2018, I came across Kidney Warriors Foundation, and I noticed that there was a vibrant community which was helping each other out of CKD patients. They were sort of sharing lived experiences, they were sharing their honest experiences, they were giving hope to each other, they were recommending doctors, lots of things, and helping each other out. I not only became an active member, I also became a volunteer. And over the years, I have myself faced serious health conditions and complications, including 2 transplants. But one thing which has remained constant is that I know I'm not alone, that they can lean on the community for strength, for clarity, for support. And that is what makes all the difference.
Thank you KWF a lot. Thank you Vasu, thank you everybody, thank you Vishal, the rest of the members of KWF, Nina, everybody. Whenever Cedar was in need, members, Vasu, everybody have tried helping her little. They have done fundraising also for her.
Well, the KWF Kidney Warrior Foundation is a community-based platform where it helps not only the patients going through the CKD journeys, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, but also help the transplant community to get their doubts clear. We have a lot of doctors, qualified doctors associated with this organization, and we have a state-level coordinators. We do a lot of various activities to create awareness about the CKD, and definitely this platform is helping our community.
My husband had undergone 2 renal transplants, and I must say the first 3-4 years on the journey of chronic kidney disease was extremely overwhelming because I did not know how to handle the disease. I did not know how to run a family with the disease. And that's when I came across the Kidney Warrior Foundation and I joined the foundation, and ever since it's been life-changing for me. When I joined the foundation, I met so many people just like me trying to live life with chronic kidney disease. And we have a separate group for caregivers, and the group holds space for mental health for caregivers on chronic kidney disease. And it's been a great support system for caregivers.
It's been 13 years of my transplant, and if I think about the recovery period post my transplant, I was 17 years old, I was in school, so I had to take a break from school. Obviously in 2013 Kidney Warriors Foundation was not there, but now I see it so well helping people in the recovery of their transplant and dialysis period. It's almost like this close-knit community that finally gets what each of us are going through. Recovery is a very important phase of a kidney transplant. Is when you are rebuilding your new life, this new birth that you have got, and organizations like Kidney Warriors Foundation are like a blessing in such a situation for people.
As a member of this group, I have learned a lot. The various discussions which they are doing in this group is so beneficial that it is so consoling that everything, all the problems have a solution. That is why I could also learn a lot from this group, because a lot of inputs are there in this group whenever a problem is posted. The next point which I have benefited from this group is the diet management. Shifting from early CKD to a dialysis group. In a dialysis group or in a dialysis patient, the diet has to be given much more importance because a lot of loss occurs in it. After each dialysis session, lot of protein is lost, electrolyte imbalance is caused, and so much nutrition is also wasted. All these losses, we have to be careful and we have to be aware of what a proper dialysis diet is. So that also I have learned, I've benefited by being a member of this group.
I'm a 2-time kidney transplant recipient. Being a vegetarian, I had a lot of issues during my dialysis getting proteins. I was on proteins supplements. Since protein is very expensive, Kidney Warriors were very helpful in providing me free supplements. People don't understand that we lose a lot of proteins during dialysis and leads to severe muscle breakdown and bone density was very weak. So I was on it for almost 3 years. On dialysis, I was supported by the protein supplement and the 2 authentic protein supplements.
Hi, my name is Brijesh Gadia and I handle accounts at Kidney Warriors Foundation. Kidney Warriors Foundation has been providing financial assistance to patients in the form of PPP. Through this program, we provide underprivileged patients with 1200 rupees for 6 months, which can be renewed in due course. This program has been going on since last 5 to 6 years and hundreds of patients have been benefited through this program.
In 1996, Vasundhara Raghavan's world shifted forever when her 15-year-old son faced end-stage kidney disease. Amidst her own battle with breast cancer and crushing medical debt, she gave him the ultimate gift, her own kidney. But the path was not linear. A sudden rejection forced her son back to dialysis. Haunted by the guilt of early misguided medical advice to wait for puberty, Vasundhara didn't retreat. Instead, she turned her pain into a lighthouse, launching a Facebook group to provide the unconditional acceptance and emotional counseling she once desperately needed. This was the spark that became the Kidney Warriors Foundation on December 20th, 2017.
The act of organ donation to me means hope and rebirth to my son. Organ donation changed my life. I found a new purpose in my life.
In just 9 years, the Kidney Warriors Foundation has evolved from a small support group into a powerful national movement. By mentoring thousands, KWF empowers patients to overcome the fear of the diagnosis and remain active, relevant members of society. Our impact extends far beyond education. We save lives through grassroots screening camps for those often overlooked, including cab drivers and low-income families. Crucially, the foundation serves as a vital lifeline for people from underprivileged backgrounds by navigating the complexities of the transplant process and offering extended, specialized guidance necessary to manage their new lives post-surgery. We are building the next generation of warriors. In Madurai and Thane, school children have become health detectives, researching kidney function and learning to cook healthy meals to prevent disease before it starts. We've moved from diet workshops to publishing nutritional secrets in 8 languages, ensuring that managing CKD starts at the dinner table.
Kidney Warriors Foundation, we all know about the healthcare industry, doctors, nurses doing research, but a patient body coming forward to look at research as an option, and this is something that is very, very good indeed.
My highlight of being the part of this team was a collaborative, participatory approach right from the start. Doctors, patients, caregivers, donors, all of us in the community, we came together, formulated the problem, asked the questions, and moved on to data analysis and reporting.
From establishing a scientific research committee in 2024 to facilitating adoptions and employment, our journey is about more than medicine. It's about the sublime joy of living. We are Kidney Warriors. We have found our voice, and we are just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is us, a foundation that's driven and run by patients, caregivers, doctors, and nutrition specialists. And to take us one step ahead, may I take the privilege to welcome our founder from the Kidney Warrior Foundation, Ms. Vasundhara Raghavan, to share a few words with us.
Firstly, thank you all for coming here today, and a very hearty welcome to Honorable Minister of State, Srimati Anupriya Patel, who has actually been learning a lot about our group and our work. So I will go straight into how we started advocacy in 2018. When we first wrote to the government asking for a better dialysis program, because we felt that people were getting infected. So the dialysis programs were improved with single-use dialyzers in many states. But this is not happening throughout the country. So it would be a good initiative by the government to insist on a single-use dialyzer for all the states of India. When we did a letter in 2024, it was a position statement signed by Indian Society of Nephrology, along with us, Kidney Warriors Foundation, and many groups, patient groups. We wrote about what we need. What we need is a proper screening program, which also involves urine analysis and also creatinine testing. And we also requested that all corporates and all trusts who are doing screening should include screening for kidney, because most of them avoid that. They just do the basic tests, and they are not covering the kidney disease, the people who are at risk with kidney disease. So we did a small screening where we did with taxi drivers, and we found them there were quite a few people at risk, and we realized we took them to the doctor and got them consulted. So all corporate free dialysis program, all trusts doing not the free dialysis program, all corporates doing free screening, and all trusts who do screening programs must see that the person who is at risk is finally consulting a doctor. So that becomes a very important thing. For kids also, we felt screening in schools for any urinary infection and identifying any disorders early. That would help us in preventing kidney disease. So large number of initiatives can be done. We have given this in our position statement. So if you can just review that, it will be good. Firstly, we would also like to acknowledge the government participation through the PM National Dialysis Program. And also recently, the government has given 15 lakhs for kidney transplants. These are very good initiatives, but there are a few more that we would like to present to the government, and we hope that some of our patients will talk about that to you. So thank you very much for being here, and we do hope to get a full attention to the prevention programs and with proper fund allocations. And lastly, I have to say that we need to have all the public health hospitals be secured with enough resources, both human resources and financial resources, that they can continue to help the people, the underprivileged people who are still going to them for their treatments. I had written one small story in my letter to the Prime Minister in 2018 saying that a man traveling from Kalyan by local train to work in the city of Bombay and earning 50,000 rupees is feeling very happy till the day he realizes that he's got a kidney disease and he needs to start dialysis. He's got a family of 4. He's a family of 4 with 2 elders. They have education to worry about, and also the medical expenses and rent and other living expenses. If 2018, 50,000 was a big was an issue, today even 2 lakhs is not enough to manage the disease as people enter into that. So these are the issues that we have felt that needs to be addressed from the foundation point of view, because I have to represent the patients. I can only talk about the prevention because that is a large ramification for the whole society. And if we do not attend to that fast, we may all be at risk. Thank you very much, madam, for giving us time and for being here with us today. I feel so as if you're part of our family. And today actually is not only commemorating the 50 years of nephrology, it's the 50 years of, it is the association of the government, the nephrologist, the patient, the corporates who are supporting us with medicines. So it's a true patient advocacy which starts today. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Miss Vasundhara Raghavan for you all. Thank you so much, Ma. And it's now an honor for me to welcome the Honorable Union Minister of State for Health and Family, Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Madam, may I request you to please join us on stage and to share a few words with us.
A very good morning. Mrs. Vasundhara Raghavan, founder, Kidney Donor Foundation. What is this? Kidney Donor? No. Kidney Warrior.
Kidney Warriors Foundation.
I'm sorry. Kidney Warrior Foundation. Professor Dr. D.S. Rana, Chairman Board of Trustees at Sir Gangaram Hospital. Dr. Urmila Anand, Amrita Hospital, Vice Chairman Scientific Committee, and Dr. Shyam Bansal from the Indian Society of Nephrology and the Secretary of Nephrology from Medanta Hospital. I don't know if I'm getting the names right, but all the distinguished members of the medical fraternity who are here today, and all our representatives, members, office bearers of the Kidney Warriors Foundation, industry leaders, all the other eminent guests, and every single person who's part of this foundation. It is a great honor for me to be here today at the Kidney Warrior Foundation Conclave 2026, especially as we commemorate 50 years of nephrology, 50 years of kidney care in India. Nephrology over the past 50 years in India has evolved from being a very specialized, urban-centric, very niche and very limited discipline into a major healthcare priority today. And we realize that the chronic kidney diseases are becoming like a silent pandemic. And India has identified CKD as one of the 9th biggest cause of mortalities. So kidney health is a very serious issue which demands attention and which deserves to be a health priority. In our country, we're also witnessing a sharp rise in diabetes and hypertension. And these are the two major risk factors for kidney diseases. There was a time when these conditions, diabetes and hypertension, they were considered to be the ailments of a limited group of people, but today the situation has completely changed. I work very closely with the community, so I see that almost every family has somebody who's suffering from either diabetes or hypertension. So today it is affecting millions of lives. And as we see more and more of diabetes and hypertension, it somewhere signals that the risk for CKDs is also going up. And the way our food habits are changing today, there is increased intake of salt, sugar, fat, processed foods. We're not eating what's locally or seasonally available. There is a change in our dietary patterns altogether, and also our lifestyles have changed. So it's more of sedentary. People are becoming obese. So these lifestyle diseases are increasing, obesity to diabetes, hypertension, and all that further worsens our kidney health. And environment and climate related factors also in a way contribute a lot to this burden. We have seen that now climate change is a big issue. It is being globally debated. So there are extreme temperatures and there's dehydration, there's rising air pollution. We are living in Delhi. So especially in winters, we see that pollution levels go very high. And our country today has many cities, many areas where the pollution is rising significantly. So those factors are also placing an additional stress, especially on the vulnerable groups. And vulnerable groups are those who work outside, so the outdoor laborers or the lower income groups. So all these factors play a major role. And what's most worrying, because I was just paying attention to the the presentation that was going on, and lots of kidney warriors, they were sharing their experiences. So I happened to notice that there's a lot of young population also. And this is a serious concern for us, that the younger population is getting affected with CKD. Overall, there is a rise of kidney diseases, and taking care of kidney is very important. And Government of India has prioritized strengthening prevention, as you would see that our National Health Policy 2017, that has also made a major shift from curative health to wellness, which means comprehensive health, which means prevention in the first place, and then promotion, and then curative health, then rehabilitation, palliative care, everything. But prevention and promotion of well-being is very important. So when it comes to kidney health also, government is strengthening efforts towards prevention. We also want to promote healthier lifestyles. And beyond this, of course, early diagnosis, screening, early detection is very important. And the last step is ensuring equitable access to dialysis services as well as transplant care. So we are trying to take care of all these important pillars, and I take this opportunity to highlight some of the initiatives, schemes or programs that we have undertaken to achieve these objectives. The first, because I mentioned that prevention has got an important role to play. So the first is the Eat Right India initiative. We have one of our organizations, the Food Safety Food Safety Standards of India. FSSAI is undertaking this program, the Eat Right India campaign, under which we are encouraging our citizens to eat safe, to eat nutritious, to eat balanced, to eat seasonal, which means reducing the intake of salt, sugar, fat in our daily intake of food, and thus encouraging them to stay away from the lifestyle ailments which are diabetes or hypertension and heart diseases, and in a way that contributes to reducing the risk of kidney diseases. So Eat Right India is one initiative, and we have a program called the National Program for the Prevention of Lifestyle Diseases, Prevention of the Non-Communicable Diseases. Under this program, we have started the population-based screening for all individuals aged 30 and above at the primary care facility, which is called the Ayushman Arogya Mandir. So any individual who's aged 30 or above, he has to undertake that screening for diabetes and hypertension, and this also includes 3 types of common cancers. And when we screen for diabetes and hypertension, there is also an indication whether the person may advance towards kidney diseases. And Vasundhara ji mentioned about one of our flagship initiative, which is the Pradhan Mantri Dialysis Program. Now that is a effort of the government to provide free of cost dialysis service to our kidney patients at the district hospitals. So those who are BPL patient, they get it free of cost, and the other non-BPL patients, they get it at subsidized rates. So, and these services are being operated today under the PPP mode. And I'm very happy to quote the figures that we have started these Pradhan Mantri dialysis programs across 36 states and union territories in 751 districts. There are more than 1,770 dialysis centers where more than 12,800 dialysis machines have been installed. And you would be amazed that we started this initiative in the year 2016. And in just a span of 10 years, we have been able to extend assistance to as many as 31 lakh patients who have undergone more than 4 crore dialysis sessions. So that's the initiative of Government of India. And we also started the Pradhan Mantri National Dialysis Portal. This portal is integrated with the Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So the Abha ID, the unique digital health ID that we are giving today under Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission to each and every citizen of India, that is being linked with this portal, integrated with this portal. So that allows one nation, one service, this idea to move ahead. How? Because the patient who registers on this portal for availing the dialysis services, that person can register on the portal and then avail dialysis service at any of these 770 centers that have been established across the country under this program. So that is how we are providing one nation, one service to our citizens who need this kidney care. And our flagship initiative, Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. We have several health benefit packages under this, and there is also a package specifically designed for our kidney patients to help them financially. We have our earlier schemes, the Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi RAN scheme. Under that scheme also, government provides financial support to kidney patients and for transplant and even post-transplant for the immunosuppressant therapy. It's also important that we at the same time promote organ donation, and one of our organizations, the National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, NOTO, has been doing commendable work in this direction. So NOTO has been making efforts to increase the rate of organ donations. They have set up a dedicated website. There is a 24/7 call center. There is a toll-free helpline. So through these platforms, they are providing teleconsultations and the right kind of relevant information and encouraging and coordinating organ donation. And besides this, we also have several IEC activities. We observe the Kidney Day and Organ Donation Day and lots of other kinds of IEC activities, walkathons, marathons, seminar, workshop, everything government is doing. NOTO is undertaking these activities so that there is greater awareness in the general public on the donation of organs and why it is required and how it is such a noble deed that it can save precious lives of individuals. So that is also being undertaken. So in all, I would say that kidney health is not just a medical issue. It's a very big national concern, and hence government alone cannot take care of this huge agenda, and collaborations, partnerships, and sustained commitment from all the different stakeholders can go a long way in promoting good kidney health for our citizens. And here, all the medical professionals and all the civil society organizations, industry leaders, everybody, I would like to say that we all have our own part to play. I would call upon the medical professionals to promote early screening and diagnosis. People don't really know that they are heading towards kidney diseases. You can promote the standardized treatment protocols and educate the patients. And I think Kidney Warrior Foundation is doing a great job. You are educating the patients in the right way and offering them moral and emotional support which they need in those vulnerable moments of life. The civil society organizations and professional bodies, you can also do a great job by expanding your activities among the underserved areas, among people who are less aware, and telling them about how they can make changes in their lifestyle so that they can protect them against the risk of developing CKDs. And industry leaders, of course, they can develop some affordable diagnostic solutions and invest more in research and innovation. Today, we feel that innovation is at the heart of the aspiration of India to become developed, and health is one of the most important pillars of a healthy India. So more and more innovations in healthcare would help us address the unique challenges that we face in the healthcare landscape, and we will be able to build a healthier India, and only healthy citizens can contribute fully towards building a self-reliant and a developed India. So my good wishes in the end to the Kidney Warriors Foundation, all the nephrologists who are present here today, everybody who works in the field of supporting the kidney patients in some way or the other. It's a legendary effort that you're making. So my good wishes and thank you very much, the organizers, the team, Kidney Warriors Foundation, for having me here. Government is always ready to support our patients in whatever capacities we have. We are doing a lot and we intend to do much more under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Just yesterday, I mean, it's not related to kidney health, but it is certainly related to health. We witnessed our Prime Minister launch a very big initiative. The HPV vaccination for our daughters in this country has been initiated. And you all know that cervical cancer is the second most common cancer, which is taking so many lives in our country. Globally, it's a matter of concern. In India, it's been a matter of concern. And lots of debates and questioning has been happening around, right from our parliament to media to social forums, that when is the government going to introduce? So yesterday was that historic day when Prime Minister himself from Ajmer, Rajasthan, he launched this vaccine. And we are very proud that now this HPV vaccine is available at all the government health facilities, right from an Ayushman Arogya Mandir to a PHC, CHC and a sub-district and district hospital, to all our daughters who are 14 years of age. And this is a big step, a very big step in protecting the future generations of India. So this is just one addition to the sequence, the series of initiatives that Government of India has been taking under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to build a healthier, stronger and a developed India. Thank you very much for having me. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Madam, as a token of our love and respect and gratitude for your leadership and your presence here today, we'd like to hand over a small token. And to join us on the stage at this point of time, may I take the privilege to call upon Dr. D.S. Rana, Dr. Shyam Bansal, Dr. Urmila, Ladies and gentlemen, the Kidney Warrior Foundation does many things, but one thing that we are extremely proud of is the books that we've launched. We started off with nutritional secrets, and then we went on to the recipe books. But the two books that are getting launched here this morning is the patient stories and the preventive measures. The books that are getting launched are available both in English and in Hindi. And the moment has arrived where we take great pride in requesting our Honorable Minister to kindly launch the books. I think this photo op will be incomplete without our patients. Can I request Naval and Harshad to join us on stage to represent the patient body? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Kidney Warrior Foundation, I'd like to say a big thank you to our respected chief guest who's joined us this morning.
On behalf of the kidney doctor community, or also known as nephrologists, to welcome everyone here in this room. And first of all, congratulate the Kidney Warriors Foundation. We've put our hands together for a number of groups, but I would now request you specifically to really do that again for the Kidney Warriors Foundation, because they are the ones who have been the primary movers, and a number of people, starting with Vasundhara Raghavan, but many others who I would not name individually, they have been in touch with all of you on different occasions, and they have been interacting with everyone who has arrived a little bit ahead of schedule, and so you will get to see them also during the rest of the day. So please do take note of them and get their contact information. So I would say that's really very important, because more than anything, we are doing this as a kind of event. But for me, the most important outcome is going to be the networking that we will do. So let's keep that positive vibe in mind, and that vibe is shared by is shared really by all the members of the organizing committee, the scientific committee that put the program together. And I hope that the issues that have been presented in the program are the issues that resonate with you. It's important that the issues resonate with you, and that they are not put together only from the perspective of those who do the planning, because that is not then going to be a true success story of this meeting. So let's then get into the topic of this particular panel, which is to celebrate the history of nephrology in India. In terms, and I'll go in a minute to all the panelists who will share with us their experiences, their views, and path forward. So as we look backwards, we also continue to look forwards. So that's also going to be a little bit of a theme, and my request to the panelists that please keep that in mind as you talk about history. So the history of nephrology in India has been uphill for, I would say, for a long part of the last 60 to 65 years. It's been only in the last, in my assessment, 15 years or so, that the kidney disease community has achieved some recognition, and kidney disease itself has received priority. One of the biggest things that has happened, or rather two of the biggest things that have happened, one in India in 2016, when late Arun Jaitley, who unfortunately also had kidney disease, kidney failure, and has passed away since then, announced the national dialysis program in the union budget. That was something that really was a game changer in my opinion. The second one, which is more at a global stage, has happened very recently, just last year, that kidney disease was finally recognized as a public health priority in the World Health Assembly at Geneva. That's such a big breakthrough. It's very difficult for people to appreciate, because once this statement is adopted by all the member states, then it becomes the responsibility of all the member states to go back and implement that, which in principle has been agreed upon. And then last year also in the United Nations General Assembly, kidney disease was included as a priority non-communicable disease. So a lot of momentum currently, and we have to build on the momentum. It's really great that we have the minister coming to inaugurate this, and we should bring it to the minister's notice that this is something which has happened, because often these topics don't filter up to the highest level, and they sort of remain buried in some files in the bureaucracy. The last bit I would say before I actually go to the panelists who are waiting very patiently is that while the kidney disease specialty has grown quite substantially in India, as is also evident by the formation of multiple societies, sub-societies, I would say. For the longest time, since 1970, we only had the Indian Society of Nephrology and its zonal chapters. But now we have societies that focus on various sub-disciplines of nephrology, which include various types of dialysis, interventions, nutrition, critical care, and what have you. And I'm sure that more will come along as well. But I would say again, this morning, the group that we were missing for the longest time was the group of patients and public that wasn't involved that actively in how kidney care is delivered in India. So that's really a wonderful thing and a matter of great celebration for all of us. So with that, let's just go to the panel, and I would start in the order of seniority, I would say. And it's important for us to, for those who don't know, to introduce all of the panelists in some detail. So Professor Devinder Singh Rana is one of the first generations of nephrologists who trained formally in the specialty of nephrology. And I hope he will recount some of his experience as to what delivering nephrology care used to be like when he was a resident, getting up early in the morning, putting together dialyzers and what have you, and the expectations also that the patients used to have at that time. And in relation to that, since then, Professor Rana has been institution builder. He has set up the nephrology. So at that time, nephrology services were limited to a few centers in the country. And Dr. Rana is one of the first to set up a full-fledged nephrology program in Delhi. And the stable of Gangaram Hospital has since then produced a large number of nephrologists who have gone out and set up programs of their own. And currently, Dr. D.S. Rana is the chairman of the Gangaram Trust, besides being obviously an active practicing nephrologist as well. So thank you, Professor Rana, for coming and joining us this morning on a Sunday. Dr. Sundar is, he lives up to his name, Sundar. He is also maybe not as senior as Professor Rana, but not too far behind, right, in terms of seniority, and being 1.5 generation perhaps in terms of setting up nephrology services, and one of the senior most nephrologists in Bangalore. He has been in a number of hospitals and currently again practices actively, but perhaps not as actively as he was 20 years ago. And he indulges in a number of his passions and hobbies. Dr. Sundar is one of the first few to establish the discipline of peritoneal dialysis in the country. In addition to that, he remains very actively involved in society, societal activities, and he's one of the driving forces behind the activities of the Kidney Warrior Foundation also. And so therefore, thank you, Dr. Sundar, for being with us. And then, if I might pass over Dr. Ashwini and go to Dr. Shyam Bansal first. Dr. Shyam Bansal is the head of Department of Nephrology at the Medanta Hospital in Delhi, and he is the current secretary of the Indian Society of Nephrology. He is also, again, in the capacity as the secretary, but also in his independent capacity, involved in a number of initiatives to promote the practice of nephrology, education of nephrology, and so on. In particular, he runs an annual kidney transplant update, which will happen again next week. But he's always interested in engaging with youngsters. He has put together a social media team in the Indian Society of Nephrology, and getting youngsters to be more and more involved in that advancement of nephrology. Engagement of a strong patient advocacy group in the Indian Society of Nephrology is perhaps the next step, Dr. Bansal, and we hope that we'll have the representation of patients and public in also the governance of the society, not only as a distant stakeholder. So thank you for that. Last but not the least, as I said, we talk about the past, but we also focus on the future. And Dr. Ashwini Gadde here represents the future. She is one of the current generations of nephrologists, and many of us who grew up in another time perhaps are less able to quickly adopt the developments that take place now currently, technological developments, non-technological developments, and many other type of sort of changes that we see. We have to continue to learn from our younger colleagues, and on this I'm reminded of a line from the famous poet Robert Frost, who said, "As I grow older, my teachers get younger." So I think that's something which all of us should keep in mind and learn from them. And that's something which was inculcated, and I'm pretty sure Dr. Rana will second that. When we trained, both Dr. Rana and I trained as in the same institution at PGI Chandigarh. When we trained, it was really repeated and drilled upon all of us to make sure that we represent the junior most member of the team equally. We respect and represent the junior most member of the team equally, and give them the opportunity to fearlessly say what they want to say. So and I think that is the spirit in which we should conduct the proceedings of the rest of the day as well. So maybe I start with you, Professor Rana. I'd like to firstly just reflect in general, whatever you think is from your vantage point, where the nephrology has come, how things were earlier. And I think this happens in these kind of meetings, is that everyone is asked to name one single thing that they think as the single biggest advance that has happened in the last 50 years. And maybe as Dr. Rana makes his comments, you will also think about that. So over to you, Professor Rana.
Thank you, Vivek. And I must congratulate Mr. Raghavan for establishing this foundation involving kidney patients. This foundation is going a long way as far as prevention of kidney disease is concerned, and as far as mutual help for patients required, whether they are in dialysis or no dialysis, transplant, or even CKD or NKD stage. I started my career in nephrology exactly 50 years back when I joined PGI Chandigarh in 1974 as a MD student. My first posting was with Professor KS2, who is known as father of nephrology in this country. And I was really impressed by his personality as a teacher, as a clinician. And eventually, after passing MD from that place, I took up the nephrology. But I remember my days in PGI Chandigarh. And seeing back now, I feel that the whole the concept of nephrology was very young specialty, and training for DM nephrology or post-graduate nephrology was existing in very few places. But if I see back then, even knowledge, the wake of clinical nephrology was very, very primitive. And as far as therapies are concerned, like dialysis and transplantation, this was also very primitive and a very initial phase. And there was totally learning phase of. If I go a little back to my undergraduate years from 1968 to 72 at medical college Simla, then I can just tell you that once we saw some patient of kidney failure in the end stage kidney failure, then it was very tragic or very that at that time we never had any treatment. Professor will just pass on the bed, and every day sometimes you feel that he's still living, continue to give only 10%, 20% dextrose, and waiting for death in the hospital is a patient relative. Do not take the patient to home. That was the situation in 70s also in the country, when dialysis and etc. they have started becoming available in the rest of the world actually. And dialysis was also very primitive, as what Jha just told that at time dialysis used to go for 12 hours. We used to make, some of you must be knowing what is dialysis, what is artificial kidney. Don't have photo here, but we used to make dialyzers ourselves. I used to get up in the morning at 3 o'clock and prepare that because we had to attend class at 7 o'clock. So, and make dialysis fluid. This is only for the people those who have undergone dialysis. That was sort of, and there was nothing available in the country as far as everything was imported, And this was the prerogative only few people. It is not a, I would say, if you put a 0 point something like that, there are people could afford in this country. And that also, only people those who were lucky to go for transplantation, they will be only provided this opportunity at PJ Chandigarh or AMD Delhi. I joined after passing MD from PJ Chandigarh. I became first postgraduate student in nephrology at All Institute of Medical Sciences, from where I graduated. I passed my nephrology in 1980 and joined the hospital in 1981 to establish nephrology, dialysis, and transplantation service in non-government sector. But I think that a lot have slowly, there are younger people, and what I've seen, I'm very much satisfied now that we have got a lot of training center in the country, and almost more than 300 postgraduate students of nephrologists are being produced every year. And in the years to come, they will be able to provide comprehensive care in all aspects of treatment. But as far as I'm concerned, I will just sum up that from the primitive knowledge of nephrology, in primitive state, dialysis and transplantation, we are fast moving now after 50 years or 60 years now in this country towards precision medicine, toward personalized medicine, and above all, to prevention. I strongly feel that in the last centuries, we made a lot of progress in understanding how the disease happens, why does it happen, and learned all about the mechanism. But once the end stage organ fails, whether it's kidney, heart, lung, whatever, then the treatment is today also very dismal, very disappointing. The most important thing I think that we have go to prevention. And once we know about the mechanism of disease or say pathophysiology of the diseases, it is very easy to make policies for prevention, and all doctors, all patients they should participate in prevention. That is the only way. As far as kidney disease is concerned, there are so many kidney diseases, but I think we are right now talking of CKD. Our aim should be that very few people should reach unfortunately CKD 5. And today we know that it is possible. And all of us, we can play an important, a vital role in providing this precision and personalized medicine treatment to the patient. That is what Vivek I would like to sum up. Thank you much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Rana. So if I can, Professor Rana said, because the message is very important, 3 things I'll take out from everything. There's progress in therapeutics. We understand the disease better, and we now have a number of drugs which can slow down the progression of the disease. But I think the most important point that Professor Rana made is that we need to make sure that these preventive measures are actually reaching the people who can benefit the most from them. So that is the message perhaps we might want to impress upon the minister when she is with us. And one of the gaps here, although the government of India has announced the Ayushman Bharat scheme, that outpatient care is not covered by the Ayushman Bharat scheme. That's a big gap. And prevention happens at home. It doesn't happen in hospital. So if you get kidney failure, or if you get, and then your dialysis will be covered, but unfortunately prevention is not covered. So that's something which Professor Rana has brought up wonderfully well. So now passing on to you, Dr. Sundar, and I'd like to change the question a little bit. So now, and you and I, when we were growing up, the number of people who would come to a large hospital to get treatment for kidney failure was relatively small, because most people in rural areas and small towns, they just died at home, right, without having access to treatment. So what do you think is the situation now? Are people able to access treatment more? What has changed, and what needs to change further in future? But other comments also that you might want to make.
Thank you, Vivek. Before I proceed, I would, as Ranaji said, we must congratulate Kidney Warriors Foundation for starting a patient group which was never there. And all the time, most of the time now I spend time building the trust, because trust is gone. Trust is the essence of cure. And all the time the media is saying doctors are doing this, doctors. The patient has lost trust in the doctor. Doctors have also lost trust in the patient, because now in the medical colleges, I was told, my son told me that we are told to consider every patient as a potential litigant. We have got Himali and Prashant there, lawyers sitting there. We are told that every patient is a potential. That's not a good way to go about, because we as doctors and patients, we are fighting the disease. We are not fighting against each other. This is a point which I should like to emphasize. And going back to my own training, I was trained in Christian Medical College, Vellore, and Ranaji said that he was trained by Dr. Chuk, father of nephrology. I consider Dr. P. Koshi, who is the father of even Chuk, because he started dialysis way back in 1962. So I'm proud of that. Now, coming back to your question, I'm getting old. You were asking me
access to treatment, especially patients from small towns.
Before that, I think we missed out on introducing Dr. Vivekanand Jha. He is probably the most famous international Indian nephrologist, I would say, in my opinion. In fact, I remember the first trip we went to Japan together. That was our foreign trip 35 years ago. So Dr. Jha is world famous, known all over the world. Wherever you go, if you say you are a nephrologist from India, they would ask, do you know Dr. Jha? It was there like that. Now, access to treatment, what he said is very right. When I started nephrology in 1984-85 in Bangalore, dialysis was affordable only to the mafia, the ambassador, and the gangsters. The common man couldn't afford dialysis. It was like that. And when I started dialysis, we didn't even have electrolytes. We didn't have flame photometer even to measure potassium. And the water quality was bad. In fact, dialysis was a torture, because acetate dialysis, no bicarb. All the patients would in fact be crying and they'll be shouting, ayo, ayo, they'll be shouting, because that is where dialysis was. So doing transplant was easy for them. So they would never ask it. Like now when patient comes to us for transplant, they want guarantee. What is the guarantee? Those days they never asked, because they were already dead. My surgeon would say, you're already a cadaver, I can't kill you again. So transplant was the only option. No, things have changed. I mean, technology has changed, information has changed, quality of dialysis has changed. Now we have Kamal Shah sitting, who is running the largest dialysis, and he's on dialysis for the last 30 years. You can't even make out. He looks like a handsome film actor on dialysis. 30 years. Kamal, get up. everybody should see you. So that is the quality of dialysis change. And companies like Neproplex or a lot of other companies, access to dialysis come in. But the quality is one thing which we have to look at. And as you rightly said, I think awareness is also increased now. Because I remember 84 when I joined, 82 when I joined CMC Vellore, people didn't know what was kidney failure. I would have scrotal swelling every OPD, hydrocephalus kidney swelling. Because they thought only the men had kidney, Gurda, the scrotum, and come. But when MGR had kidney failure, the whole scenario changed. Because even the yellow journals had articles saying he had kidney failure, he is going for transplant. So the patient would just, I would have to tell them, you got MGR disease. The next question they would ask, do you think I should go for peritoneal dialysis? Can I go for transplant? I think that's why I wish I'm not, we need more VIPs who have kidney failure and talk of kidney transplant. I think that is one thing. Definitely access to treatment has improved because to me, coming from Karnataka where everything was Bangalore centric, last year from Bangalore, we were sending our students to a small place called Gulbarga for training for doing AV fistula and interventional nephrology. That's a great change. That's what I look at the progress. Because, earlier anybody was posted to Gulbarga, it was punishment posting. Any IAS, IPS officer, punishment because Gulbarga was a dry place, nothing was. Now we are sending students for training to Gulbarga. I think that is one of the great advances in the society, I feel. Referral centers coming up and doing.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sundar, for bringing up so many important points. And when we actually have time to sit back and reflect, then only we realize how much progress has been made. Especially this point about vascular access. Vascular access was such a bugbear even until about 15 years ago. And now you have many nephrologists, many centers doing excellent vascular access work, even in small centers. And vascular access care has improved tremendously. The point about dialysis and transplantation. So I will recount my experience. So when I finished my medical post-graduation MD in medicine, and the time was, at that time, you chose which subspecialty will you go to. One of the reasons nephrology attracted me was the ability that in medical science, if someone develops an end-stage organ failure, at that time, it was possible to treat an individual with only end-stage kidney failure. If they had end-stage liver failure, end-stage heart failure, end-stage brain failure, you couldn't do anything about it. But in people with end-stage kidney failure, you could give them dialysis, you could give them transplantation. Admittedly, these were far from perfect, but there was possibility that you could do something about it. Cyclosporine had just come in 1989 when I started my DMN in nephrology. So the possibilities were quite quite significant at that time. And have we lived up to all the possibilities? Perhaps not, but I think we have made tremendous progress, as you said, Dr. Sundar, and treatment has become accessible to much more accessible to the common man. Your point about the VIP involvement is so right, because I think even Mr. Jetli announced this because he had kidney disease. I think that was very
dialysis change.
Exactly that. And
VP Singh and
the role of VP Singh,
quality of water.
Yeah,
Dr. Kher told me changed because of VP Singh in India.
Correct. So Mr. VP Singh, the former prime minister, he was former prime minister at that time. He developed kidney failure, and I think these stories are important because they tell you exactly how change happens. So when he was on dialysis, he used to get dialysis in Delhi in good centers, right? And during dialysis, as Dr. Sundar said, he would get chills and he would not feel well at all. And then he was the former prime minister. He used to go overseas, and in London he would whenever he would get dialyzed in London, he would be fine, totally fine. And then he was an intelligent man, of course, and he investigated further and realized that water treatment wasn't done routinely in India at that time. And so then that's when he came back, and I think he spoke to Dr. Ashok Kripalani, and the Indian Society of Nephrology organized. I think Dr. Rana, you were probably the secretary
I
of
would
the
just
society.
like to mention here that today, if I think, then, and that is word what I used when I joined Sir Gangarama in 1981, and by that time, my only theoretical knowledge that both at PG Chandigarh, All Indian Institute of Medicine, all 3-4 more centers in the country, we were dialyzing patients with tap water. We dialyzed We
softener.
dialyzed actually Mr. Late Jayaprakash Narayan PJ Chandigarh, when my colleague Dr. Vijay Kheran, myself, our teacher Dr. Kushchug and Dr. Singh were very closely involved, and how we used to fill up the buckets and put the water, So it was that. And then when I appeared in the interview at Gangaram Hospital, then I told that I will never start dialysis in this hospital without treating water. We must have at least RO water, the criminal to do dialysis. And we were the first, I don't know rest of the country, but the dialysis was started at Gangaram Hospital with RO water only. And this facility was available. And today we of course got a lot of RO available in the country or outside country. But that was the primitive stage when we started. But this was the only thing available. Of course, even BP Singh when started at Polo Hospital, only he was getting dialysis through RO water and there is separate room. So you can make, but the rest of the people were not getting. So that is the what. And I just want to specific question asked for my friend. That today dialysis has become very popular all over the world, all over the country, because of so many states are involved very closely, especially Andhra got involved that they provide dialysis to everybody. And now, of course, Pradhan Mantri dialysis Yojana, they are providing dialysis to almost everybody. And I want to tell you that I started hemodialysis unit in my remote village in Himachal Pradesh. I belong to Himachal Pradesh in as early as 2009, when practically no dialysis facility existed in medical colleges also in Himachal Pradesh. And today we have got and started with the world class RO water, and today I have got 10 dialysis machine working that this standalone dialysis when there was not even a hospital there. So things are
It's
improving.
possible. Yeah, it's possible. We have less than 10 minutes now, and we have Dr. Bansal and Dr. Ashwini also. So, Dr. Bansal, you are the secretary of the Indian Society of Nephrology. How do you think that the society has evolved over the last 70 years or 60 years of its existence? And what do you think that the society needs to do to become more patient-centered, involve patients more, and do a little bit more perhaps in research, such as registry and these kind of things?
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank New Warrior Foundation and congratulate Vashundhara ji for creating this platform for patient. And I think this is one of the first kind of meeting where the doctors and patients are sitting together and discussing all these important aspects. So we have two formal secretaries before Dr. Rana was Secretary Indian of Society Nephrology 25 years back, and Dr. Jha, and they initiated many changes at that time, and we are carrying it forward. So I would say in the last few years, what we have done. So one of the important work of the society is obviously to create awareness about the disease. uh, See how the disease evolves, how we can prevent it, how we can treat it better, and how can disseminate the right information. So for that, we have created many channels, and if you will go to the Indian Society of Nephrology stall, which is here, we have our young team which are working, young nephrologists just passed out from AIMS, PGI, or many other institutes. So we have a team, and we have a team leader, Dr. Arvind Kanchi, who has been very instrumental. So we have, because now the social media is a very powerful tool. So we have our social media team, we have our Facebook page, we have our YouTube channel, we have our Instagram page, we have our Twitter handle. So all these are there. So and there we are creating videos for the education of the patient. And I would invite everyone to be subscribed to those channels, get the right information, because nowadays we are seeing there is a lot of misinformation in social media, and a lot of people get swayed away, because then whenever there is a easy way, people tend to go towards that, and which is often the wrong way, because there is no scientific basis for that. And I'm sure all of the nephrologists among us, and I personally, we see so many people who are coming with the complication which can be actually prevented, which can be patient can be taken care of
much better way without much complication. And once you know, because still the reality is that 80% of the treatment nowadays is provided in the private hospitals. The government 80%, whether it is a dialysis facilities, whether it is a transplant, whether it is a other care of the patient, that is being done in the private hospital, and it costs a lot. So when a patient ends up in a complication, then obviously there are more expenses and more this thing. So what I think, the Indian society is working on this, and it's very important because something which comes out from doctors, because as Dr. Sundar mentioned, there's a lack of trust nowadays, which is more and more. And there's something, this patient coming to me, I'm explaining to something that you need this treatment or dialysis or transplant, and there's a bit of so this comes from the patients there from out, then some more sort of reliable than coming from the doctor's perspective. So the society is doing many things, and I hope unless the patients are associated with it, we will keep on providing the information. We are trying to get, actually, Dr. Jha mentioned about the advocacy group. So we have created an advocacy group, and we are planning to meet the maybe we can have discuss with the minister to declare NCD, because kidney disease is still not part of the NCD in India. And then if we can, because that is education is very important. Unless there is a right sort of information and education, people will not get the right treatment and right direction. So we will welcome any sort of suggestions or from the patients group. And I invite all of you to visit these stalls of Indian Society of Nephrology. We have prepared some handouts and many information channels for the patients.
Yeah, thank you. As you said correctly, that and Dr. Sundar said, one of the ways that we can build trust more is to get patients into the governance of the society and have them give the message of the society rather than them coming from the doctors themselves. So I think that will be accepted more by the patient community. So quickly, Dr. Ashwini, now what do you think as someone who is more contemporary compared to some of us? What do you think can we expect, or the patients expect, in the next 5 to 10 years, so far as Indian nephrology and patient care is concerned? And what would you think that the different stakeholders need to do to get us to that particular point?
Predominantly, as last few years, many things have changed, especially the safety in the treatment has changed a lot in terms of dialysis and transplantation. In terms of normal medical management, also the treatment has become more evidence based rather than just following the norms. So basically, we are focusing more on the primary goal of medical management is we will do no harms. So we will not write any treatment without any evidence. We will write the treatment which is only proven. There are many patients here who are more learned in nephrology than me, possibly by their experience. There are many young patients now also which are possibly getting more learned because of the availability of information on social media. So now it's our duty also to accept all those change in patients' behavior. We can't get insulted by the idea that they are asking me questions. I have to respect that question and get out to the option and answer to that. So that change is necessary in us. Second important thing is, as sir said, there are lots of information on the social media. There are alternative medications which are there on social media. But every time you do that, I think you should get back to your nephrologist, consult them whether this is a evidence based. Then only we should carry forward the medical treatments henceforth. Otherwise, these changes in the behavioral patterns of the patient, we need to adopt to it, is what I feel.
Thanks, Ashwini. So you are absolutely right there that so far as we expect change in the behavior pattern of patients, we should also we should also encourage our colleagues, doctor colleagues, to also change their behavior patterns. And there are a number of things which we can go into, which perhaps prevent or slow down the way we could perhaps provide better care to our patient partners, and make sure that we provide them with the care, as you said correctly, evidence-based care, and not care which is often given without any evidence, right? I mean, often we see long prescriptions which have molecules for which there is really very low evidence or no evidence at all altogether, and people don't realize. The other thing we might want to also be mindful of is that often it's important that we be empathetic to in the way we talk to our patients, because giving difficult information is not easy. Everyone has busy clinic and OPD, but when the patients come to us, they come with some expectations, and it's important that they go back with their questions at least answered. I have suggested to some of my colleagues that their clinics, at least someone sitting outside, once they have finished their consultation and gone out, they should fill in at least one answer to one question. Were all your questions answered? If not, then they should perhaps come back. So that's one way in which we can provide more empathetic care to our patients. The other thing we could do better is to even audit our own practices. From time to time, we don't do that. How have we done in terms of some benchmarks that we can set for ourselves, or the society can set, so that it becomes a general benchmark against which we measure ourselves. It is not an examination. It's not something that needs to be reported to someone else, but it helps us ourselves sort of reflect back on how we all have done. And in some ways also gathering some metric of patient satisfaction. So those are a few things that we can do. I think we have to learn from history. The history tells us that we need to make sure our treatment is more and more patient-centric, rather than being paternalistic as we all used to be in the past. So less that. I think the time is up, but last minute comments from any of the members.
Before, very rightly said, I became a better doctor when I became a patient myself. When I had my heart attack under ICU, see, common things like, patients complain to us after transplant of constipation, a few things which we ignore. We say we have saved your life. But to me, after the angioplasty, I told my cardiologist, I don't mind dying, but please solve my constipation first. These are things, unless you've gone through it yourself, you don't understand. So that is one aspect. I think you become a better, I'm not saying we should all become patient, but you become a better doctor once you become a patient.
No, if you wait long enough, you will become a patient. we all know that, right? Professor Rana, any comment from you? Any last minute?
I will stress that let us all work towards prevention, and let us all work together with the government to make, unfortunately, if the people reaching stage 5, be on dialysis or transplantation, then make it affordable and accessible, and let us create awareness about cadaver transplant, which are not taken in this country except in few cities, and that's all. But anyway, let us be optimistic. We are progressing well. We are not going retro. It's a forward movement only, though we're going steadily. With all respect, we are making progress.
I also feel that government is, as in taking attention in terms of funding for dialysis and peritoneal dialysis, but it may, I am not saying that should not be done, but this is not a very cost-effective way. Prevention should be the key, where we should focus more in terms of funding and strategy planning. Second thing is also important aspect is the family and the caregivers also, which are basically, they play an important role in both the families. They are the bridge in our communication also. So I feel more support groups like this also. This is many of my patients are also unaware of the support group. So I think the more dissemination of information should happen, so that they can join the other patients. That also will create sort of spreading away the actual good, reliable information, rather than just taking it from the media.
Shyam.
Yeah, so actually, when you encounter patient with kidney disease, many of them, in fact, are very afraid of the disease itself, its progression, its outcome. I would just make a point, the overall care of the kidney patients has improved a lot over last 2 or 3 decades. If you see the dialysis, like we have an example there, but there are many patients who are doing well on dialysis for more than 10 years or 15 years. There are many patients who are doing better on transplant for many years. So kidney failure is, and as the science evolves and the new evidences come, so this may even further improve. So obviously we all agree that prevention is the most important thing, and the right information. These two things are very important. But once you develop the disease, and then there are, if you get the right treatment, you go the scientific way. And this is this should come from, as I say again, from the patient to circulate the right information among their groups and societies and other places, so that patients get the right treatment, they don't get into the complication, and outcome in most of the patients, they do well with even after kidney failure.
Yep.
If they get the right treatment.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everyone. On the panel, you have made excellent point. The diversity of views is important. As we conclude, I would just like to sum up with 2 points. This panel was about the history of nephrology. We all who know the pioneers in the kidney disease field, starting from Dr. Koshi, Dr. Raghavan in Bombay, Dr. Chug, Dr. Mani, Dr. Amiresan, Dr. KV Johnny, many others, the extraordinary hardships that they have faced during that time should not be forgotten by us. And the world has moved on, and we have gotten used to a life of comfort, and we want things to come easily. But it is our responsibility to respect the legacy of those pioneers and do whatever we can to make life better for our patients, because that is what they did in their time. And the second thing, I would request all of you patient partners, you are partners in this journey, right? So please help us by being frank and fearless in how you feel, what do you want us to do, give your opinion. I would slightly differ from Dr. Bansal is that it is not your primary responsibility to dispel the myths. It is our responsibility in working with you. I don't think that it's fair for us to put the entire onus on the patient community, but we give them the information. We make sure that we are working with the patient community. And the point about caregivers made by Ashwini is an excellent one, because more than the patient, the caregivers also get burnt out, and we need to consider their point of view as well. Indeed. And Marianne is sitting on my back because she wants us to get off the stage. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for your patient listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big applause for our first panel, and thank you very much, Dr. Jha, for heading the panel. A big thank you to our panelists for beautifully taking us back to where the journey started, recalling names who set the stage and to where we are. Our next session coming up is a very important session. It's a very important stage on the journey of CKD. If you meet a layman and ask him or her, what is dialysis? I think what they would say is machines and medicines. But if you meet a patient and ask them, what is dialysis? They would say reorganizing life, discipline, survival. For those of you new to this term, I'm sure there's nobody in this room that's new to this term dialysis, but patients plan their work, their travel, their celebrations, even their energy levels based on dialysis. And this is a crucial part because most patients get lost in this stage. And our next session is just about this topic. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our moderator, and I don't think I could think of anybody more qualified to head this session. As Dr. Sundar said, probably one of the most handsome men in the room. Kamal Shah, the co-founder of NephroPlus, a long-term dialysis patient on dialysis for the last 28 years, will be the moderator for this session. And to join him on stage, may I take the privilege to call upon Dr. Pavitra and Dr. Saurabh Sharma to join us on stage. Over to you, Kamal.
Thank you so much, Marianne, and thanks to the Kidney Warriors Foundation and Vasundhara Raghavan for organizing this wonderful conclave and for organizing this topic, very important topic on dialysis. So, first of all, I just quickly introduce our two panelists, Brigadier Dr. Pavitra Manu Dogra, who's Professor and Head Department of Nephrology at the Army Hospital, RNR, New Delhi. He's an MBBS and an MD in Medicine, DM Nephrology from AIMS, Director of the Armed Forces Organ and Tissue Transplant Authority, member of the International Home Dialysis Consortium, and author of several national and international publications. And we have Dr. Saurabh Sharma, Associate Professor, Department of Nephrology and Renal Transplantation at VMMC and Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi. He's an MD and a DNB in nephrology and technical expert group for CKD and health promotion of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare at Government of India. Chair of Dialysis Working Group, International Society of Nephrology. Several other achievements, Dronacharya Award 2021 for exemplary contribution towards continuing medical education in nephrology, and several publications in national and international journals. Given the paucity of time, I request both the panelists to be a little crisp and brief in their answers, and we'll keep it mixed in Hindi and English so that more participants can benefit. So I think when somebody gets diagnosed with end-stage kidney disease, there are several options in front of them. All of us know about hemodialysis and transplantation. Some of us know about peritoneal dialysis, and very few know about conservative management. So that's one more area that all of us need to be aware that there is another option for treatment of kidney failure, which is conservative management, which is devoid of aggressive therapy नहीं होता उसमें जैसे dialysis, transplant वगैरह, लेकिन symptom management पे ध्यान दिया जाता है. तो I think as Kidney Warriors Foundation, nephrologists, patients, all of us need to be aware that there are 4 different options for treatment of kidney failure, not only hemodialysis and kidney transplant. Dr. Saurabh, start with you. Hemodialysis के बारे में थोड़ा एक संक्षिप्त में 1-2 लाइन में बता दीजिए कि hemodialysis मतलब क्या?
So first of all, I would like to say for the kidney warriors, poetry for the kidney warriors, including you, Kamil ji. So poem like तूफानों से जो टकराए वो साहिल क्या जाने, हमने दरिया को भी देखा है किनारा बदलते हुए. So huge applause for all the kidney warriors. And continuing to the question, hemodialysis. So hemodialysis we can compare with the RO machine which is there in our homes. So RO machine में क्या होता है, एक पानी जो म्यूनसिपैलिटी से आ रहा है वो जाता है और एक मेम्ब्रेन फिल्टर होता है जिसमें से होते हुए साफ पानी बाहर आता है. सिमिलरली जो हमारा इम्प्योरीफाइड जो ब्लड है वो जाएगा डायलिसिस मशीन में, डायलाइज़र में, और डायलाइज़र में 2 प्रोसेस होते हैं. एक तो अल्ट्रा फिल्ट्रेशन जिससे कि पानी बाहर निकलेगा, एक्स्ट्रा पानी, और दूसरा होता है ऑस्मोसिस जिससे कि इलेक्ट्रोलाइट इम्बैलेंस क्लियर होगा और साथ में यूरिया, क्रेटिनिन और दूसरे मॉलिक्यूल्स, हार्मफुल मॉलिक्यूल्स जो हैं वो बाहर निकल आएंगे. तो ये संक्षिप्त में डायलिसिस. और सक्सेसफुल डायलिसिस के लिए डायलिसिस से भी बढ़कर 3D फ्रेमवर्क होना जरूरी है. 3D में 1 इज़ सेल्फ डिटर्मिनेशन जो कि सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है, दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति आप सब में होना. साथ में होना चाहिए वो है डाइटरी प्लान, अच्छा डाइटरी प्लान, और डिसिप्लिन, रेगुलरिटी, डायलिसिस टाइम से कराएं. धन्यवाद.
Very 3D is a wonderful framework that Dr. Saurabh has given. Moving over to Dr. Dogra, if you could just talk a little bit about peritoneal dialysis, please.
Morning to you. Peritoneal dialysis is a form of therapy in which dialysate fluid is put inside the abdomen, and the dialysis takes itself around the intestines. So ये ज़्यादा फिजियोलॉजिकल है और इसमें हॉस्पिटल में जाने की ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती है और अच्छे रिजल्ट्स आते हैं. तो सिंपल है, पेशेंट को खुद ही करना होता है, उसको हॉस्पिटल नहीं जाने की ज़रूरत. खुद पेट में एक ट्यूब डाल देते हैं हम लोग एंड उसके थ्रू डायलिसिट फ्लूइड जाता है एंड किडनी इंटेस्टाइन्स के चारों ओर जो झिल्ली होती है या मेम्ब्रेन होती है उसी से डायलिसिस होता है.
थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर डोगरा. डॉक्टर सौरभ, आप बताएंगे कि हीमोडायलिसिस के अलग अलग टाइप्स क्या है, अलग अलग जो हो सकते हैं?
सो हीमोडायलिसिस के टाइप हम टाइम, फ्रीक्वेंसी, टेक्नोलॉजी और पेशेंट की नीड के हिसाब से डिसाइड कर सकते हैं. तो टाइम और फ्रीक्वेंसी के हिसाब से देखें तो एक तो कन्वेंशनल हीमोडायलिसिस जो कि 3 times a week 4 hours इन ईच सेशन होता है, वो है कन्वेंशनल डायलिसिस. इसके अलावा 2 तरह के और टाइप हैं. अगर हम टाइम के हिसाब से देखें तो एक होता है शॉर्ट डेली डायलिसिस, कि 2 से 3 घंटे डेली 5 बार हफ्ते में करवा के आ जाएं. एंड सेकेंड इज़ नॉक्चर्नल, डेली नॉक्चर्नल हीमोडायलिसिस, जिसमें डेली रात को 6 से 8 घंटे डायलिसिस होता है. इसके अलावा हम अगर टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से देखें तो आजकल हाई फ्लक्स डायलिसिस है और साथ में हीमोडायाफिल्ट्रेशन है, जो कि अच्छे तरीके से मिडल मॉलिक्यूल्स को भी निकाल देता है और लाइफ एक तरह से मोर्टेलिटी भी कम हो जाती है और कॉम्प्लिकेशंस के रिस्क कम हो जाते हैं। इसके अलावा अगर एक्यूट किडनी इंजरी है या फिर जब हीमोडायनामिकली पेशेंट स्टेबल नहीं है, तो दो तरीके और हैं, CRRT और SLED, दैट इज सस्टेन्ड लो एफिशिएंसी डायलिसिस एंड कंटिन्यूअस रीनल रिप्लेसमेंट थेरेपी।
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Saurabh. Dr. Dogra, if you could just elaborate a little bit more about the different types of peritoneal dialysis.
Okay. The peritoneal dialysis are basically divided into two parts. One is acute dialysis and other is a chronic dialysis. Now, acute dialysis होता है acute kidney injury में, जो कि short duration का होता है 48 hours 72 hours के लिए। उस पर एक stiff catheter यूज़ करते हैं, पर हम लोग इस फोरम में उसके बारे में बात नहीं करेंगे। हम इस फोरम में क्रॉनिक डायलिसिस के बारे में बात करेंगे। सो क्रॉनिक डायलिसिस दो पक्षों में डिवाइड किया जाता है। एक होता है CAPD, कंटिन्यूअस एम्बुलेटरी पेरिटोनियल डायलिसिस, जो कि पेशेंट को खुद अपने आप करना होता है। दिन में 2-3 बैग्स या 4 बैग्स 2-2 लीटर के 4-4 घंटे के लिए पेट में डालने पड़ते हैं एंड उससे डायलिसिस होता है और डायलिसिस बाहर निकलता है। दूसरा होता है ऑटोमेटेड पेरिटोनियल डायलिसिस। ऑटोमेटेड पेरिटोनियल डायलिसिस एक मशीन के द्वारा होता है। उसमें क्या होता है कि एक मशीन में पंप होता है, वो डायलिसिस रात को 2-2 लीटर करके हर एक 2-2 घंटे में डालता रहता है। टोटल 10 लीटर का थेरेपी होता है और अर्ली मॉर्निंग वो बंद कर देते हैं। उसके बाद पेशेंट अपना कैथेटर बंद करके अपना पूरा दिनचर्या कर सकता है। तो वो सिर्फ रात को होता है और कई बार उसमें दिन में भी फ्लूइड डालना होता है, जैसे एक्यूट एक्सीडेंट डालते हैं, वो 12 घंटे के लिए डालते हैं, लेकिन पेशेंट अपने आप सारा काम करता रहता है।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर डोगरा। डॉक्टर सौरभ, अगर आपसे पूछा जाए कि पेरिटोनियल डायलिसिस के मुकाबले हीमोडायलिसिस कैसे बेहतर हो सकता है, इफ़ यू कुड जस्ट एलैबोरेट लिटिल बिट ऑन दैट।
सो अगर हीमोडायलिसिस और पेरिटोनियल डायलिसिस को कंपेयर करें तो यूनिवर्सली हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि कौन सा बेहतर है, बट क्योंकि दोनों ही एफिकेसी में, एफिशिएंसी में बराबर हैं, चाहे वो पेरिटोनियल डायलिसिस हो चाहे हीमोडायलिसिस हो। बट हीमोडायलिसिस की कुछ कंडीशंस ऐसी होती हैं जब हीमोडायलिसिस बेहतर हो जाता है पेशेंट की नीड के हिसाब से। तो उसको मैं एक छोटे से फ्रेमवर्क के हिसाब से समझाना चाहूँगा, स्ट्रॉन्ग फ्रेमवर्क, STRONG। सो फॉर S, सुपरवाइज्ड केयर। अगर पेशेंट को सुपरवाइज्ड केयर की ज़रूरत है, घर पे वो खुद नहीं कर सकता है, तो वो HD के लायक है। दूसरा इज़ द टॉक्सिन रिमूवल, क्योंकि हीमोडायलिसिस में टॉक्सिन रिमूवल इज़ प्रिडिक्टेबल एंड इट इज़ लाइक वेरी रैपिड। सो अगर कुछ पॉइजनिंग्स या ऐसी कुछ चीज़ें हैं जब डायलिसिस की जरूरत पड़ जाती है, हाइपरकैलेमिया, सीवियर हाइपरकैलेमिया, तो उसमें हीमोडायलिसिस बेहतर हो जाता है। थर्ड इज़ फॉर R इज़ रिड्यूस्ड एब्डोमिनल डिपेंडेंस। सो अगर एब्डोमन में पहले कोई सर्जरी हो रखी है या फिर एब्डोमन में पहले TB, ट्यूबरकुलोसिस हो रखी है, या फिर हम कहीं रिकरेंट पेरिटोनाइटिस के संभावनाएं हैं, तो ऐसे केसेस में, या फिर बहुत ओबीज है, तो उसमें भी हीमोडायलिसिस बेहतर है पेरिटोनियल डायलिसिस से, ऐसा कहा जाता है। O से आता है कि ऑर्गेनाइज्ड, हीमोडायलिसिस मोर ऑर्गेनाइज्ड, बिकॉज एक लोकेशन है, एक टाइम है, वो फिक्स है, आप जाए और करा के आ जाएं, तो O। N से है नो कंटिन्यूअस ग्लूकोज इन द ब्लड। सो क्या होता है कि पेरिटोनियल डायलिसिस में ग्लूकोज जो है वो सॉल्यूशन में होता है, जिससे कि ओबेसिटी के या फिर ग्लूकोज के फ्लक्चुएशंस के इसके चांसेस बढ़ जाते हैं, डिसलिपिडीमिया के चांसेस बढ़ जाते हैं, जो कि हीमोडायलिसिस में नहीं है। एंड 4G इज ग्रेटर मिडल मोलिकुलर क्लियरेंस बाय द न्यूअर टेक्नोलॉजीज लाइक हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन एंड हाई फ्लक्स डायलिसिस, जो कि पेरिटोनियल डायलिसिस से बेहतर हो जाता है।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सौरभ। जब किसी की डायग्नोसिस होती है एंड स्टेज किडनी डिजीज की और वो डायलिसिस के लिए जाना चाहते हैं, तो डॉक्टर सौरभ ने बताया कि किस हालात में हीमोडायलिसिस वुड बी बेटर सोल्यूशन। नाउ डॉक्टर डोगरा, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा इफ यू कुड जस्ट एलैबोरेट under what circumstances would PD be more suitable for than HD?
See, choosing any form of dialysis therapy, it is suitable for the patient. We are in a present context of shared decision making. Yes. We discuss with the patient that yes, you want peritoneal dialysis, we give them pros and cons. We discuss with the patient about hemodialysis with pros and cons. But there are certain situations जिसमें कि peritoneal dialysis patient prefer करते हैं, जिससे independent lifestyle जीना है, उसको दिन में काम करना है, रात को अपने डायलिसिस लगा के सो जाता है। जिसको बाहर घूमना है, अगर एक डायलिसिस का सेशन मिस भी हो गया, उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता। पर हीमोडायलिसिस में अगर एक डायलिसिस सेशन मिस हो गया, पोटेशियम बढ़ गया, एसिडोसिस हो गया, तो जिंदगी को खतरा होता है। पीडी में क्या है, वो कंटिन्यूअस डायलिसिस है, और बच्चों में एज वेल एज जो हार्ट फेलियर पेशेंट्स हैं, उसमें तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा कारगर है। तो हमारा जो इंस्टीट्यूट है, हम लोग तो पीडी फर्स्ट पॉलिसी ट्राई करते हैं कि पेशेंट्स को पहले 2-3 साल के लिए पीडी पे डालते हैं। उतने में अगर किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट हो गया तो हो गया, नहीं तो उसके बाद फिर देखेंगे। बट द रिजल्ट्स आर ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल टू हीमोडायलिसिस, इफ नॉट बेटर।
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Dogra. डॉक्टर सौरभ, हाई फ्लक्स हीमोडायलिसिस के बारे में आजकल बहुत सुनने को मिलता है, तो इफ़ यू कुड जस्ट एलैबोरेट कि हाई फ्लक्स डायलिसिस हीमोडायलिसिस क्या है और हाउ इज इट बेटर देन लो फ्लक्स डायलिसिस?
सो अगर हम देखें किडनीज नेचुरली कैसे काम करती है, तो किडनीज नेचुरली सभी जो हार्मफुल केमिकल्स है उसको शरीर से बाहर निकाल देती है यूरिन के थ्रू। सो हार्मफुल केमिकल्स में एक तो स्मॉल सॉल्यूट्स आते हैं जो कि मेजरेबल हैं, हम डेली प्रैक्टिस में मेजर करते हैं, यूरिया, क्रेटिनिन वगैरह। करीब 58 तरीके के ऐसे मोलिक्यूल्स हैं जो अभी हमने पहचान पाए हैं जो कि इन्फ्लेमेशन को इंक्रीज़ करते हैं। साइटोकाइंस, एडिपोकाइंस और ऐसे तरीके के कई मोलिक्यूल्स हैं जो कि इन्फ्लेमेशन को इंक्रीज़ करते हैं, लॉन्ग टर्म कॉम्प्लिकेशंस को बढ़ा देते हैं, इंक्लूडिंग कार्डियोवास्कुलर मोर्टेलिटी, इंक्लूडिंग अमाइलोसिस, इंक्लूडिंग अदर न्यूरोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम्स। सो जो हाई फ्लक्स डायलाइजर्स होते हैं, वो डायलिसिस है, उसमें ऐसा डायलाइजर यूज़ होता है जिसमें कि मिडल मोलिक्यूल भी गुजर सकता है, उसमें से निकल सकता है, क्योंकि उसकी परमेबिलिटी ज़्यादा है, उसके स्पोर्स का साइज ज़्यादा है, जिससे कि मिडल मोलिक्यूल्स भी निकल जाए। तो उसके निकलने से फ़ायदा ये मिलता है कि लॉन्ग टर्म कॉम्प्लिकेशंस का रिस्क जो है वो कम हो जाता है और मोर्टेलिटी कम हो जाती है और एक लंबे टाइम तक डायलिसिस पे सर्वाइव कर सकते हैं।
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh. Dr. Dogra, there was a trial recently called the CONVINCE trial that showed a 23% survival benefit with HDF hemodiafiltration over HD. Can you just give a little more details to the patient sitting here on what is HDF and how is it better than HD?
जैसे डॉक्टर सौरभ ने बोला, HDF में जो डायलिसिस होता है उसमें उसकी क्वालिटीज डिफरेंट होती हैं। वो उसका फ़ायदा ये होता है कि उसमें एक एक्स्ट्रा पानी हम लोग के ब्लड में जाता है जिससे कि कन्वेक्शन होता है। यूजुअल डायलिसिस में डिफ्यूजन होता है और इसमें कन्वेक्शन होता है। कन्वेक्शन का मतलब है कि पानी के प्रेशर के साथ ही वो मॉलिक्यूल्स निकलते हैं और कम से कम 20 लीटर या 23 लीटर एक्स्ट्रा पानी जाता है जो कि निकाला जाता है बॉडी में से। तो उसका एडवांटेज ये है कि एक तो डेथ का रिस्क कम हो जाता है, जो एनीमिया होता है वो थोड़ा बेटर कंट्रोल में रहता है, जो एरिथ्रोपोइटिन की डोज होती है वो थोड़ी कम होती है, फॉस्फेट का कंट्रोल अच्छा होता है और जो लॉन्ग टर्म कॉम्प्लिकेशंस होती हैं जैसे एमाइलोडोसिस होता है वो कम हो जाता है। सो इसलिए हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन बेटर है काफ़ी। इसीलिए उस ट्रायल का नाम जो कन्विंस था वो बेसिकली सबको उसने कन्विंस कर दिया है कि हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन बेटर है।
Okay. Dr. Saurabh, what kind of patients are more suited to HDF?
जी, सो हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन ऐसे मरीजों को लेना चाहिए, यंग पेशेंट्स जिनको लॉन्ग टर्म डायलिसिस विंटेज ज़्यादा रहने वाला है, ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए नहीं जाना चाहते और डायलिसिस पे ही लंबे समय तक रहना चाहते हैं। जैसे मैंने पिछले क्वेश्चन के आंसर में कहा कि इससे मोर्टेलिटी का रिस्क कम होता है, लॉन्गेविटी जो है लाइफ स्पैन बढ़ता है। तो अगर यंग पेशेंट जाना चाहता है कि लंबे टाइम डायलिसिस भी रहे तो हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन इज़ बेटर। सेकंड, अगर रिकरेंट इंटरडायलिटिक हाइपोटेंशन है, बार बार बीपी कम हो रहा है डायलिसिस में, ऐसे मरीजों के लिए हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन इज़ बेटर। थर्ड, अगर कन्वेंशनल डायलिसिस पे रहते हुए सिम्टम फ्री पेशेंट नहीं रह पा रहा है, इचिंग की प्रॉब्लम बढ़ रही है, CKD, MBD, मिनरल बोन डिजीज़, उसका भी पोटेंशियल बढ़ रहा है और अदर कॉम्प्लिकेशंस क्रोनिक एनीमिया में हैं, इचिंग है और दूसरी प्रकार के सिम्टम्स जिससे डायलिसिस से क्लियर होने चाहिए नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, तो उनको हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन जरूर ट्राई करना चाहिए। इसके अलावा कार्डियोवास्कुलर कॉम्प्लिकेशंस किसी पेशेंट में हैं तो उसमें भी हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन इज़ बेटर।
Thank you. Question to both of you now is, if God forbid, खुदा न खास्ता, you were diagnosed with ESKD, which modality would you choose if you were not a candidate for kidney transplant?
It's a quite a difficult question. मैं तो अपनी फैमिली में अभी ये चल रहा है मेरे। The first I'll rather go with peritoneal dialysis for the first 2-3 years. मैं एक ऑटोमेटेड peritoneal dialysis पे रहूँगा 2-3 साल। अगर उसमें ट्रांसप्लांट हो गया तो बेहतर है, नहीं तो उसके बाद देखूंगा कि मेरे क्या रिजल्ट्स आ रहे हैं, उसके बाद मैं हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन पे जाऊँगा।
ओके। डॉक्टर सौरभ, आप?
तो मैं चाहूँगा अगर ऐसा होता है तो अगर ट्रांसप्लांट नहीं हो सकता है तो मैं डेली नॉक्टर्नल हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन पे रहना चाहूँगा कि हीमोडायफिल्ट्रेशन भी हो और डेली मैं डायलिसिस कर सकूँ, जिससे कि जो हार्मफुल मेडिकल मॉलिक्यूल्स हैं उनका भी क्लियरेंस मुझे मिले। तो ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
Great, thank you so much. So I think the takeaway message for all of us is that when anybody is diagnosed with end-stage kidney disease, they should be educated about all the 4 modalities that are possible for somebody who's diagnosed with that disease. And these days, with the advancement we heard in the previous panel, बहुत सारे ऐसे advancements आ चुके हैं जिससे डायलिसिस पेशेंट्स भी बहुत साल तक, 20, 30, 40 साल तक डायलिसिस पे रह सकते हैं। Of course, transplant is the best option. लेकिन अगर ट्रांसप्लांट फॉर वट एवर रीजन इज नॉट पॉसिबल, even on dialysis, it is possible to lead a very, very completely normal life. They can work, travel, exercise, have fun, do things that healthy individuals do. The key is to get good quality dialysis, to have a positive frame of mind. Patients को बहुत ही सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण रखना चाहिए जिंदगी के प्रति. They should be able to want to live longer. They should be able to take proactively steps, discuss with their doctor how I can lead a normal life despite being on dialysis. Thank you so much to both the panelists, and thank you to Kidney Warriors Foundation for hosting this panel.
At this moment, as a voice that represents the patient community, is a moment of immense pride for us, because for the first time in the history of our country, where the medical fraternity and the patient body came together to publish a research paper. It doesn't end there. We also presented the research paper at a national forum. And to share a few words on this paper and this groundbreaking collaboration, I take great pleasure to welcome on stage Dr. Arvind Kanchi to please present the same.
Good morning, folks. It gives me great pleasure to let you know that the patient community headed by the Kidney Warriors Foundation and Mrs. Vasundhara Raghavan approached some of us nephrologists to see whether they could get into doing some research. And quite frankly, this is something that we put up. And this was a survey of patient-reported experiences and perceptions on prescription practices in nephrology, and it's a mixed method study. And a few of us nephrologists were involved. Many patient group participants in this research. And the most important thing here is that this paper was actually presented by Mrs. Vasundhara Raghavan as a podium presentation in the Indian Society of Nephrology conference, ISNCon 2026 in Lucknow. That, I think, deserves a round of applause. Next slide. I'm going to quickly go through and say that 708 patients participated in the study. It was a mix of dialysis and chronic kidney disease patients. 79% of them was male. Now, I'm not going to go through the entire study, some salient points. And what is there in red matters. 28% only of the patients get the purpose of the medicine explained. 14% only get the side effects explained. So it's very important. It's actually a lesson for us nephrologists looking at this study, saying that we do tell the patient, what the medicine is about, why we are giving it, but we need to go further. We need to bridge that gap where we explain the purpose, why the medicine is being given, and what are the side effects, and so on. Next slide. And these are some patient voices, and very important to listen to patient voices. I don't understand why I take each tablet. Side effects scare me because no one explains it to me. I don't know when to stop it or when to continue it. And the most important is I feel awkward asking questions, and that should not be there. My strong suggestion to the patient community is you should come forward and clear your doubts with the doctor. That would be the best way that you will probably get the best treatment that you would. Next. So the study found that while core prescription details were well communicated, improving prescription practices like explaining the side effects, cost of medications, all of this could enhance adherence. Patients who hesitate to question their doctor are twice as likely to be dissatisfied and non-adherent. That's an interesting part of that study. Next slide. So clear prescriptions improve trust, safety, and adherence. Clarity in explanation will make patients compliant. Next. And now the next research plan is to look at protein in the diets, or rather the lack of it, prescribed to our patient population. Again, a round of applause to Mrs. Vasundhara Raghavan for initiating the study and presenting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arvind, for presenting that research paper. And I'd also like to take a moment to say thank you to Dr. Arvind again, because he's been a very, very important member in the Kidney Warrior Foundation, one of the individuals heading the prevention task force. and he's always had our back in every step forward. Thank you so much, Doc. Okay, while we are settling down, let's do an open house session. And to head the open house session, may I call upon Dr. Sundar to join me on stage. Dr. Manju Agrawal, Harshit, Naval, join us on the open house. Yangchen, please join us on the dais. So this is a moment where we ask the audience, anybody has any questions, you can ask the doctors or the patients seated on the dais. We have about 15 minutes for this session. So if you have a question, just raise up your hand.
There are no questions. I think Marian will ask all the questions. But I think before we, Marian, I think we should introduce Manju and all others.
Doc, can you please do the honors? You're the best person for it.
Introduce themselves. Yes, we introduce ourselves. I am Dr. Sundar and I am from Bangalore. I'm not nephrologist, I'm part of Kidney Warrior Foundation.
My name is Manju Agarwal and I'm a nephrologist and I'm here because Vasundhara ma'am called me and actually Dr. Bhaumek called me. So I work at Artemis Hospitals as the Chief of Medical Services and I head the nephrology department.
Hi, good morning everybody. I'm Harshit Bhatia. I am post-transplant, 13 years now. In fact, March 18th, I'll cover 13 years of my transplant. And I was a part of Kidney Warriors Foundation since the start. So now whenever Vasuman tells me ki kuch karna hai, contribute, I'm always ready. So pleasure to be here.
Hello everyone, my name is Naval Joshi. I had my kidney transplant back in 2015. And transplant has changed my life, changed my perspective. I'm living a healthy life because of a good transplant. I am, Harshit, I am with Kidney Warriors Foundation since 7-8 years and been trying to, help in whatever initiatives they do.
And Naval is also a new daddy, by the way.
So, hello everyone, I'm Yangchen Dolma and a post-kidney transplant patient for the past 25 years. I have completed 25 years and under the guidance of my doctor, Dr. Bhaumek here. So, I'm following up with Dr. Bhaumek at AIMS. So, this is it and I'm a part of Kidney Warrior Foundation since 6 years. Thank you so much.
Yangchen, I knew so many things about you, but I didn't know that you're a 25-year transplant patient. Yangchen is also a nurse and at the AIMS hospital, and she gives back a lot to the community through her professional service. So that's the team on the dais. So do we have any questions first? And we're not really going with any kind of format. We can just go with the flow. Our chief guest is left, so everybody can relax.
Hemali and Anil Hemali has got a question. Mike there, please, to Hemali Ajmera. Incidentally, Hemali is a transplant recipient and she has, and her husband Prashant sitting there. Then a lot of work on the legal aspects. They have something called One Nation, One Law, domicile, all these have been sorted out by Hemali. And the most important thing is any legal issue with transplant, I just have to call them. Anywhere in India, they do pro bono service. And I think hats off to them, because one thing which is most challenging as a nephrologist is not the medical aspect. I can treat anybody. The law is what is challenging, and law is what is preventing us from doing more work. So when we have lawyers like Hemali and Prashant, it makes a difference. Hemali, please go ahead.
I have a question for all the nephrologists on the dais and in the room. What we have been talking since morning is about, when we talk about transplant, it's mainly live donation, right? And as nephrologists, you consult the recipients, the donors, and you tell them. We all know the statistics of deceased donation in India, only 0.82. That means less than 1% in 1 lakh population is donating. As nephrologists, how much do we contribute towards increasing the deceased donation pool in India?
I think it's a very important question. See, as a nephrologist, for us, for me as a transplant nephrologist the last 40 years, to me, any donor is okay. With deceased donor, live donor, xenotransplant, it's okay. The problem I have is, I know I was telling somebody just many years ago, when the organ transplant law came in to certify brain death, many of my neurosurgeon colleagues were not even wanting to have coffee or tea with me till Anil's brother Arjun, who is a neurosurgeon, had transplant and the things changed. Because very few neurosurgeons actually want to support this because they feel that they failed in their duty. Or they feel that if they certify brain death, their practice will go down. And then you have the media also talking bad about organ donation. We had this problem in Kerala, saying that somebody has been certified brain dead, even though they are not brain dead, for the sake of organ donation. So we have a lot of myths. So we need more the legal and also the patient community. I think more than nephrologists, I think the public have to do it. We need VIPs to do it. Like eye donation was not there. We were getting eye, you don't know, 30 years ago from Sri Lanka till Aishwarya Rai came and said, I am an cornea donor. So like that, we need that sort of facility. I think then only it will work. I'll request Manjuri to
So, the deceased donation, the problem is that concept doesn't exist in the public's mind. So, whenever, and to my understanding, there needs to be pre-formed knowledge. According to me, a school chapter, like there is this dispute about corruption chapter in class 8th, that should be changed to organ donation. The concept of brain death does not exist. People think death is cardiac death. So that's where I think we need to start teaching school kids. So when they grow up and the parents and everyone, unless there is a preformed notion about brain death and organ donation, 2 days ago, I mean, that woman is still alive. We have a brain dead person in our ICU. The father is retaliating so badly. He's not even accepting brain death as a death. He thinks this woman will get up and walk about. So that's the biggest hassle. So all the hospitals in today's times, any potential brain dead or a real brain dead, we try to talk to the family, but we don't want a ruckus in our hospital. We don't want to be blamed for stealing organs. All right? I mean, we are not going to eat up those organs at the end of the day. We'll give it to some patient. And who gets the bad name? The hospital, the doctors. कि doctors हमारे organ चुरा रहे हैं. I'm sure at least 90% of you would agree this is what the dying patient or the family says. So somewhere education starts at a very preliminary level, and maybe kidney warriors can do it. Look, when doctors do it, it's not accepted well. Let me tell you, our vested interests come. I may not have a vested interest, but it's interpreted and extrapolated, as a vested interest. So it's a neutral body who can do it. Noto is trying somewhere, but how much can Noto do? So it has to be in the public's
on
mind.
that note, about what
as you were talking, Himali, about, my own parents, cornea I donated my mother's body for research. Anil also did the same thing. I mean, we did do that for research. So we are trying our best, but as Manjuri said, I think we need everybody, all stakeholders to be involved.
I have a question for you, Himali ma'am. So before you ended up with kidney disease, you were an adult, right? Did you know about organ donation? Please give this answer in all truth, honestly. Very briefly. So that's the problem.
Yes, but what I want to say is that yes, I knew very little, but after I had my transplant, for the last 3 years, I'm completely dedicated myself to. No, I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm just telling you that there has to be a motivation, and I'll tell you how I got that motivation, because my nephrologist talked to me about it. So that is one point I'm telling you. So that somebody has to light the spark.
I agree. I think
it has to be conveyed to normal, healthy, walking, talking people.
I think we have a specialist over here, Dr. Manju.
They will do it.
We have Rita over here. I think she's published a paper also on this.
Yes. Let me tell you, I am Dr. Rita Dar. I did PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University. I have worked with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, what Madam was talking on Priya Patel ji. I have seen, I'm national assessor also, I have seen what is happening at the grassroots level also. But talking about brainstem death, it is not brain death in India. We diagnose brainstem death. The criteria are different. In different countries, we have adopted brainstem death criteria of diagnosing this death. And it is not every doctor can diagnose this death in all the hospitals. And not every hospital can diagnose this kind of death. You should understand that. There are only 1,200 hospitals, almost 1,200 hospitals all over the country in India. They can diagnose this death. It's a team of 4 doctors that have to diagnose this death. So not each and every doctor who are sitting here, they can diagnose this death. And it is a legal committee that diagnoses this death in these hospitals. And not many brain dead donors are there all over the country, even in these hospitals. If we see that, I think there are only 1,200 brain dead donors that have been diagnosed last year, and they have, donated organs. So that means almost, if suppose all kidneys were healthy in a healthy way, 2,400. In overall, globally, you may be thinking crores and crores of transplants are taking place. No, it is not that. It is only it is less than 2 lakh transplants taking place all over the world. So better take care of yourself. Prevention is the best way to prevent this disease. Don't think that dialysis can help you. Don't think that, you have to prevent, not only prevention of disease, even if you have to prevent progressing this disease to the 5th stage where you need a transplant. So even if we, compile all these, resources of all the world, we will not be able to get so many donors. There are only 45,000 or 50,000, not less than 50,000 brain dead donors all over the globe. So prevention is the best cure.
Thank you, Dr. Rita. Since we're running short of time, I think we'll need the answers to be really short. And post the next session, we're going to have lunch break. So those of you who want to catch up one-on-one with the doctors, you're most welcome to do so. But since we spoke about organ donation, I'd like to mention that we have the Rotary Club of Organ Donation present over here. The Rotary Club of Organ Donation is that group of people, Hemali sitting down, and then we have Dr. Sundar. And those of you who want to be a part of this movement, I'm going to request you to kindly meet them during lunch and have a conversation. We invite doctors, patients, caregivers, be a part of this movement where we are trying to work together. Okay, I'm going to ask Yangchen. There's a question that's come in the group from the patients, so I'm going to give it to you because I think you're the right person. What do I have to watch out for a long-term survival for post-transplant? That's exactly what they've written. From a patient's perspective?
Okay, so what I'll say is it's very simple, like keep your life simple and please follow your doctor's advice and never miss your follow-up. So I usually go 3 monthly follow-ups still. After 25 years also, I do 3 monthly follow-up with Dr. Bhaumik. So keeping life simple is very important. I don't think we need to mess up with everyone. And you don't need to be like, I don't know, with this social media and all, so many things are happening, but I prefer to keep myself very simple and focused, and I try to divert my attention towards positive stress rather than, the usual stress people are taking. So that's why I started as a GNM nurse. Now I am doing my PhD just because I wanted it to keep, engaged with a positive stress.
Thank you, Yangchen. Okay, boys, one of y'all can take this question. Regarding urine output, what happens when the urine output starts dripping? If you don't understand the question, then Dr. Sundar will have to translate this question, but...
What happens in the post-transplant?
I'm not sure which stage this person is in. It's come from Rakesh Kumar.
You said dripping versus dropping. There are two differences.
Maybe
dripping is when your pants get wet or your skirt gets wet. That is dripping. Dropping is urine output drops. There are many causes for that. A lot of people think that less urine means kidney failure. You must also understand passing more urine also is kidney damage, kidney failure. This many may not be aware of that. So that's important.
Okay, I'll go back to the boys on stage. Naval, you've been on dialysis, right?
Yes, for 2 months.
For 2 months. Ashit, you? For 1 month. You're not qualified to answer this question. Okay, let me give you another question. Can you, I'm not asking them that question itself. So, can you tell us a little more about your post-transplant life? I think, Naval, you run an organization and you've been a testimony for many people to live life post-transplant. Can you share something on that?
Look, I think with any illness, the biggest game is your mindset, right? If your mindset is positive, you can, because as far as I have understand, your medicines can only work if you're very positive about life, if you're willing to, live a happy, healthy life. People ask me how to change the mindset. It's all about, so I'll give you a very short story of mine. When I had a kidney failure, I was working somewhere. Because of the kidney failure, I thought, boss, अगली बार kidney failure हुआ तो job तो जाएगी. So I started a company. I ended up forming a company. I run a company in 4 countries. We do more than $1 million business every year. This is all because of kidney transplantation. So for me, kidney transplantation has been very good. And now I live a very relaxed life because I know next time if I get a failure, I have everything planned and sorted, right? Obviously, there are many things that I cannot plan in the disease, but at least financially, I am well stable. Mentally, I am stable. I know how to, tackle things. So I think सारी problems बुरी नहीं होती. It's just that आप कैसे उसके देखते हो. For me, transplant has changed a lot of things. Plus, I think it makes you very brave. Once you go to the ICU, once you go to the transplant table, उसके बाद लगता है कि यार इससे बुरा क्या ही हो जाएगा life में, right? And mindset आपका change हो गया, so then the life is very easy and very happy.
Thank you, Naval. Okay, the question on dialysis, since I didn't mention it, was what would you, if a friend was on the stage of dialysis comes to you and ask you a question, do I do hemodialysis, do I do peritoneal dialysis, what is it that you will suggest? I know you've only been on dialysis for 1 month, and I'm so happy it was only 1 month, but if you go back, what would you suggest? And if you don't know the answer, that's okay.
Yeah, I think I'm not qualified to answer that, but I had hemodialysis.
Yeah.
Kamal can answer that.
Kamal, what would you suggest to this person if he's your friend? Yeah.
I wouldn't say there's any one particular type of dialysis that's the best. It's like asking which is the best ice cream flavor. Some people like vanilla, some people like chocolate, and some people like a third flavor. So I would say read up as much as you can about all the modalities, possibly talk to patients who've been through the different modalities, and then take a conscious decision in consultation with a nephrologist.
Okay.
I think believing your doctor is the best thing, right? Because when we enter this journey, we have no idea. Not everybody can read that much. So for me, in this whole journey, I have believed my doctor that whatever decision they are taking on my behalf are right. And I think it also works, right? So if they choose HD or a PD or a nocturnal, right? Obviously, you can ask them questions, but you have to believe that they are doing the best for you.
Yes, right? That trust is important.
I think that is the key. 2 things I think is that being positive. I always say if you smile, your kidney smile, your nephrologist smiles along with you, and you are married to the nephrologist. That is the way I function. All my transplant patients are married for many years, 40 years. I am like a family. I think that is the key to success on both sides, as a nephrologist and as a patient.
Doc, I'll tell you what I tell patients when they come for counseling. How do I choose my nephrologist? And if they're married, I'll say, hey, just decide who you want to have an extramarital affair. And both of you have to love him or her. That's the only thing I say, because this is going to be a lifelong journey of 3 of y'all. So just choose it like an extramarital affair. That's it. And when we spoke about dialysis, I don't know, Kamal, if I'm using the right term over here, but NephroPlus has this holiday dialysis. So I'm a caregiver, so I have traveled across the country, and my holidays are normally minimum 2 weeks because I have to take my husband there and get him dialyzed, and 50% of the days goes on dialysis. But I think that initiative is a life-changing initiative for patients on dialysis to really celebrate life. So thank you so much for that, Kamal. Dr.
Marianne,
Jha? Okay.
Sorry, here.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, you asked me the dialysis question. Let me answer transplant. And I had a huge life ahead of me, the whole career, the whole life, what to do, how to do. And the only option for me was, I saw that movie during my recovery phase, Shawshank Redemption. Either you get busy dying or you get busy living. So I chose to get busy living, and I thought, okay, maybe there are some things that I can do in my life that will help me make this easier for me, because we are already fighting a battle. So how do we make this easier for ourselves? I also opened my own marketing agency. It's been 8 years since I have been doing that. After that, I wanted to study even more. So I went to London, I went to Oxford, I studied writing therapy. So now I'm helping other people have a positive mindset around their life, even if they are going through any distress, any physical, mental distress. So I think वही चीज़ है कि लाइफ में चॉइसेस होती हैं, कुछ हेल्थ हमारी चॉइस में नहीं था, लेकिन बाकी चीज़ें जो है वो माइंडसेट से मेरे हिसाब से हेल्थ भी कंट्रोल में चल रही है.
Thank you, Ashrat. Dr. Jha, did you want to ask a question?
No, I didn't want to ask a question, but I had, just because I've been around a long time and I've seen this whole paradigm, just a few thoughts to offer. Chronic kidney disease is one of the most intractable diseases that we can have, right? And once you have it, you're going to live with it for the rest of your life, whether or not you are on dialysis or transplantation. So please get to know your disease. That's the most important advice I would give. So while I appreciate your point in believing your doctor, but ultimately you are primarily responsible for your own health. And for that, you need to gather information. Your doctor is one of the most important sources of information, but then you yourself, being a knowledgeable person, being someone who can differentiate right from that, they don't immediately face any prejudice. I think the question that was the point that everyone would make if you talk to nephrologists, how a patient says don't do this or don't do that to someone else, and thereby influencing and maybe starting a cascade which then goes through the entire hospital chain. That often derails a number of programs, a number of initiatives that institutions take. So I would, and similarly, so that's why the question kind of alarmed me. What would you choose if you were to develop kidney failure? And Kamal said correctly that everyone loves a different flavor. You don't have to love your treatment necessarily, but better you do love your treatment, because that treatment is going to stay with you for the rest of your life. But choose in an informed way. Don't fall prey to prejudice. For example, PD करने से infection हो जाता है. That's a very, very common myth which is perpetrated heavily, not only by patients, other patients, but their caregivers, some doctors also, I have to say, right? So just a bunch of things, and there are lots of myths about doctors, and you will hear stories from people who you think should know better, but often they don't, right? They don't know what they should be saying, and the amount of information, what is evidence-based, what is not evidence-based. I can tell you again, this is perhaps not something that many of my nephrology colleagues would like to hear, but the practice of low value care is quite rampant. And so the kind of prescription that many patients go home with it contains a number of elements which are what we call low value care, in the sense that care that they get really doesn't give them anything in return, but can cost a lot and can impose other kinds of burden, like just taking too many pills or having to spend money to pay for all of those conditions. So again, as much as possible, I think this is where groups like the Kidney Warrior Foundation really become important, because this will probably be the best source of information you can come to. You can come to this group, and this group knows how to filter bad from good, wrong from right, and so on and so forth. And if you but you will want to connect to your peers in the patient community, in the caregiver community, perhaps they can connect you to the people who can give you some sort of balanced information, evidence-based information that you can use in your own life in making eventually informed decisions. But please do remember that in the end, you have to really be comfortable with whatever decision you make.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jha. When Dr. Jha mentioned that point, in the Kidney Warrior Foundation, we have something called the mentorship system, and I think that's the biggest strength for the Kidney Warrior Foundation, actually. Over there, when a patient has a question, especially when they are new to the journey of CKD, they post the question, and what we do is we tell them what are the different things that they can go and ask their doctor first. And no solutions can be given within the groups, but what you should be going and discussing with your doctor and broaden the framework for that conversation. So that's something that I take great pride in saying for the foundation. We had one question from behind. I think it was a little boy's father, if I'm not mistaken. And then we'll come to you. Sorry? It got covered up. Thank you. So we'll go with one last question. Who wants?
What my 3 years of an experience that my wife has gone through the kidney is that when you are a recipient or a donor or a family, when you get cured, speak up, share your story. Because every story, what you have gone through is an inspiration to the another patient. You don't have to be a Mahatma Gandhi to inspire somebody, because other patient will see that this can happen to not only to me, but it can happen to others as well. The second aspect is that legally, because I'm a lawyer and we face the legal challenge. And believe me, every nephrologist, every doctors, and even lawyers say no to that it will not happen, because we are a Canadian citizen and we were denied domicile certificate to register in a cadaver registry. We took up that case with the help of the friend Anil here, and we won the case in Gujarat High Court, and that was the end of the case for me. But then we realized that this is not my problem, but it's a national problem for all the CKD patients living in India. We took that as a public interest litigation. We won the case, and as you all know, the domicile certificate was removed because of that particular case. The reason I'm sharing this story is that why it was done, because patients spoke. It was a patient speaking. I know at least 6 or 7 nephrologists, associations, government people who has a direct connections with the ministries. They spoke and it didn't change. Why? Because they saw that they have a vested interest, as the doctor said. So they have a vested interest, it will not change. But it will change when the patient speaks, sufferer speaks, customer speaks, consumer speak, it will change. If you go to our website, there are about 35 cases are there related to the organ donations, live donations. Permission is given by the court to do the donations. All the cases are positive in favor of the patient. So my point is that you speak up, you share your stories. If you have difficulties, take a legal actions if necessary. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prashant. We would love to continue. Okay, Doc, you want to say something?
Yeah, there was a point made about organ donation. How many of those who are having kidney disease or on dialysis or have had a transplant have pledged to donate their organs after death? Have all transplant patients pledged to donate their organs after death? This is a message that we should send, because this is something that is of importance of public awareness. When any patient comes to me to register for deceased donor transplant, I tell him, have you pledged your organs after death? It's only then that you can get an organ.
I think that's a brilliant point, Doc. And I think we should make it mandatory. Post-transplant people have to pledge their organs. But on that note, since we're running short of time, thank you so much, doctors. Thank you to my friends from the Kidney Warrior Foundation. And if you have more questions, you can meet them on a one-on-one session during lunch. This discussion is on strengthening India's CKD response. And we will be talking about policies, prevention, and the public health system. And the moderator for this session is Dr. Baumik.
Thank you, Marian. I think since morning we've been having wonderful discussions, sessions, and as someone mentioned that, that it was mainly for CKD oriented. I'll change the flavor a little now because I strongly believe that the kidneys are much more than what they're projected to be. Merely, the filtering organs and the waste product removal organs. Kidney is an extremely complicated organ and one of the best, I would say, because, the heart, cardiologists don't like me for saying this, but then I always say that it has only 2 types of cells or maybe 3 types of cells. The kidney has 23 different types of cells organized in a very complicated spatial manner, and that it does amazingly. We have seen here that the 20th World Kidney Day, they have put this logo, and this year is indeed the 20th anniversary of the World Kidney Day. How many of you know here which day is the World Kidney Day? 12th March, that is written there, but that is not the answer. It's the second Thursday of every March of every year. It's a little complicated, but then that's how it is. It is not a fixed day. So this was started 20 years back for dissipating the kidney knowledge, which is very poor amongst all of us. And this logo was the logo of the first World Kidney Day, which said that kidney is an amazing organ and it does so many functions and it filters about 200 liters of blood. So one must know whether your kidneys are okay. So this was the logo of the first World Kidney Day. We've moved on a lot from there. We have had various themes over all the years, and now it is Health for All for the last 5 years, and this time the special theme is that protecting the planet along with Health for All. So the kidney does 4 very important functions, apart from blood purification, which we're all aware of, where the waste products are thrown out, the fluid balance is maintained, the electrolyte balance is maintained, the acid-base status is maintained. So that is a very function which everyone knows about it. But more importantly, it also does the hemoglobin production, and that's the reason why most of our patients, 80%, 90% of them are anemic. It plays a very important role in the bone health. To keep our bones healthy, merely taking vitamin D is not enough. First, your liver has to activate it, and then the kidney has to activate it. Only then it can protect your bones. And very importantly, it maintains the BP. The heart is a pump. It's only a pump. The BP control rests solely with the kidney. So the kidney plays. So anyone who is a hypertensive, especially if is young and has anemia, 90% chance that they have kidney disease. That's very important. So knowing these 4 disease conditions are very important. So we've been talking about the chronic kidney diseases, but then the kidney diseases can not only be chronic, but they can also be acute. And acute ones are the ones which have sudden onset and are potentially recoverable. This is very important because they have to be diagnosed and treated early. And just briefly, there's the UTI, there's the nephritis, which we call, and the nephrotic syndrome, and the acute kidney injury, which is very important from this perspective as well, because AKI, if it is not treated in time, it can either lead to death or it could become CKD. So that's the reason why one must pay great attention to appropriate treatment of acute kidney injury. The chronic kidney diseases would be what is called as the renal and renovascular hypertension, whereby what happens is when the blood supply to the kidney is reduced because of too much lipids in the aorta or some other conditions where the flow is reduced, the arteries become thin, the kidney becomes ischemic, that leads to hypertension. That's one form of chronic kidney disease, which can go into CKD as well. And then, of course, you have CKD, and then there could be various types of obstruction. So this gives a holistic view of all the kidney diseases, and then we know how to go about it. So as Honorable Minister also mentioned that, urine examination plays a very important role in detecting kidney disease early. And it's very important that one performs the test not only in the lab, but also bedside or in the ward. So that's what I strictly follow. As you can see that date there, I think 2013. So, I mean, we have these multi-sticks whereby you can pick up 10 parameters and the kidney health can be reasonably detected in the ward or in the OPD itself. We send the urine to the lab as well, where it's examined under the microscope for the sediments, the RBCs, WBC, CAS, and the protein examination, which is more accurate, more correct by the 24-hour test, or now very simple, a single urine at any time of the day called as the protein creatinine ratio, there at the right side. We check the blood for the urea, creatinine, the GFR, as well as the other electrolytes, etc. Investigations play a very important role. So the ultrasound scan picks up the kidney size, its structure, its ecogenicity, and the nuclear scan is more accurate in telling us the differential function apart from the overall function. So this is a beautiful image of both the kidneys functioning very well and the bladder also getting filled with the urine. So coming to the common diseases, you have the urinary tract infection. I'll not go into the detail, but then this must be treated early. You have the nephritis, you have the nephrotic syndrome, where the child or the young man or woman suddenly gets bloated up. And the definition is very important that if anyone has any renal problem for more than 3 months, as a rule of the thumb, that becomes CKD, either by blood test, urine test, or by lab test. That is CKD. As was mentioned that CKD has stages, and unfortunately the silent killer. Why? Because these 1, 2, and 3 are at the bottom of the iceberg, which you don't see. So 1, 2, and 3 are unseen. What becomes visible is finally only the tip of the iceberg when it is already 4 and then ultimately 5. So the whole aim should be in picking up the disease when it is in the early stages, 1, 2, and 3. Honorable Minister mentioned about diabetes, hypertension, but it's good to remember that the other important causes as well, like the glomerulonephritis, the kidney is basically 3 compartments, the filters, the tubes, and the blood supply. So anything affecting, and the outflow tract. Anything affecting any of them could cause kidney disease. Now, after going through all these conditions, still about 15 to 20% cases, one cannot diagnose what is the kidney disease. And then we say it's unexplained or unknown. But then before calling something as unknown, one should take all the measures to eliminate or find out the cause of CKD, because that has a bearing on the management of the patient as well as the post-transplant care. So it's very important that one tries to understand the cause of the kidney disease. Right, so I mean, there's some cases where kidney disease occurs, because there's reflux when the urine flows backwards, or there's a cystic disease where the kidneys are filled with cysts, which is actually a genetic condition. Thank you very much. So now, having given this background, so where you can understand kidney disease better, I'll now call upon my very distinguished panelists for the panel discussion. May I have the chairs, please? I'll call them. These are the questions. Right. So I first call upon Professor Vivekanand Jha, a close friend of mine. You already know him very well. He has moderated the first panel discussion this morning and has been very active in the various discussions subsequently. So he needs no further introduction. And it's a pleasure to invite Dr. Vivekanand Jha to give his thoughtful insights for the program. Dr. Tushar Nare, I hope is here. Yes. Welcome, sir. We are really lucky to have Dr. Tushar with us this morning, who is the Assistant Director General in the Director General of Health Services under the Ministry of Health in New Delhi. You can come closer. I understand he is a graduate and a postgraduate from Topiwala National Medical College, Mumbai. Is that right? Yes. And I'm also from Maharashtra, so it's nice meeting you, Doctor. We have spoken on phone a couple of times. I have not met him earlier. He is a public health specialist and he's a medical consultant who has worked as a consultant to the RNTCP as well, the tuberculosis. He has been deputy director at the NCDS, National Center for Disease Control. He's a senior member of the Center for One Health India. Madam mentioned about the One Health initiative of the Government of India, for which there's a panel of doctors, and Dr. Tushar is one of the senior members in this panel. And also very interestingly, he has several publications. In spite of his very busy administrative schedule, he has a very good academic record. He has published several papers in reputed journals. So welcome, sir, and I think you'll be able to explain various government policies and initiatives in this regard. I also invited Arun Gupta, he's here. Yes, yes, Dr. Arun. So he is basically a pediatrician, and it's nice to have a pediatrician amongst us, who after 11 years of practice in Jalandhar, Punjab, gave it up in the early 1990s to promote and protect breastfeeding. He became a fellow of the Indian Academy of Pediatricians in 1991, and for the last 35 years, he has played a very key role in strengthening the national policies to promote, protect, and support breastfeeding, which has made a significant impact in promoting breastfeeding as well as food and other nutrition policies. So welcome, sir, and I'm sure he'll, and he's coordinated with the government officials and NGOs for a better, healthier lifestyle as well. And lastly, it's my real pleasure to invite Dr. Shantanu Shah. Yes, he's Mr. Shantanu. Yes, Mr. Shantanu. He's a patient representative. Wonderful life, I would say, who being HR manager has gone through a lot. He has the cystic disease, which I showed you, which is a genetic disease, which he inherited from his father, and in which the kidneys grow very big and ultimately leads to renal failure. So, I mean, it's very important that you diagnose it early. Now there are very many genetic tests as well. So he ultimately had to undergo removal of the big kidneys, because when the kidneys become too big, they cause pain, there's bleeding or there's stone formation. There's even no space for putting in a graft transplant. So, I mean, he underwent a nephrectomy, bilateral nephrectomy. He had a transplant, then even that graft had to be removed. He has a second graft now, and very happy to say, he's leading a very healthy and useful life to society. So, we have these distinguished members with us this morning to deliberate on how we can strengthen India's response to this surging epidemic of chronic kidney disease. So we'll talk about the various government policies with regard to screening and how we can make the screening better, what we can do regarding the various schemes and food labeling and education. So I'll first just take up this question of screening, which I'll address to my venerable members. So Vivekanand has done a lot of work on this, he's fledged in this and very well qualified. We have seen the causes of chronic kidney disease and how we can prevent them. So screening obviously plays a very important role. So your thoughts, Vivek?
Thanks, Dr. Bhaumik. So, yes, we come down right to the business, and you use the word screening. I'd like to make a bit of distinction here. When we say screening, typically in medical parlance, it means that you are talking about testing the entire population. I would suggest that we move away from using the word screening to early detection, disease detection, right? So that's an important one. Why it is important is that whenever we propose an approach, it needs to be the one that provides the most value for money. When policymakers decide to make an investment on something, they also want to know what is going to come back in return for that investment. So now we have evidence from multiple studies around the world that a population level screening approach is not cost effective, because the prevalence of kidney disease, especially progressive kidney disease, is about 5 to 6%. If non-progressive kidney disease included, it will go higher, 10 to 12, etc. Right? So it's important that we as physicians, pediatricians, and other members involved in the healthcare community first recognize and identify who are the people who are at increased risk of developing kidney disease. And Dr. Bhomik did an excellent job of showing a list of conditions which increase the risk of development of kidney disease. So we should take all possible opportunities to make sure that those individuals have access to testing, right? So testing for early detection of the disease. And what are those tests? These are very simple tests. One is a serum creatinine test, which allows us to measure the proportion of the filtration function of the kidney. Serum creatinine can be used very easily to convert that into a formula, using a formula to what we call glomerular filtration rate, which tells us how well the kidneys are filtering our blood. Second, which is more important, and I think that is a message that needs to go deeper into even the professional community, is the testing for protein in the urine. And the right way of testing for protein in the urine is to look for what is called albuminuria, the albumin test. So there are a number of tests which are available, but testing for albumin is the most sensitive, and we can follow that to see whether it is going up or down when we start treatment. So these two tests should be included in any package of chronic disease care. So whenever we come across anyone with diabetes, anyone with hypertension, even at first encounter with healthcare system, we see as nephrologists and others also, people with hypertension who were diagnosed many years ago, 5-10 years ago, but their kidney function was never tested, right? So that is something we should do. We should make sure that using any opportunity, so this is called opportunistic screening or opportunistic case detection. Whenever they come to a health encounter, they get tested for this. And hopefully, in an ideal world, we will get to a scenario where through the Arogya Mandirs that the minister spoke about, or other peripheral facilities, we will be able to offer testing for serum creatinine and urine albumin to all the individuals who can benefit from it. Some other conditions that Dr. Bhomik's list did not include, but they are emerging conditions now. One is obesity. So obesity is also a risk factor for kidney disease, and one is that we should prevent obesity, irrespective of whether one gets kidney disease or not. But all obese people, especially obese children, should be tested. So that's number one. Number two is anyone with a family history of kidney disease, and Shantanu's story tells us that any kind of kidney disease, if any patient has in their family, they should be tested. Their kidney function should be tested. The third now, which is increasingly becoming common unfortunately, is the environmental change related risk factors like air pollution. Air pollution has been identified to be a risk factor for kidney disease. So obviously it is not possible to test everyone living in Delhi because we are all exposed to bad air here in Delhi, but exposure to extreme heat, really bad air pollution, etc. So I think we will slowly need to expand the list of conditions which cause us to test people for the presence of kidney disease. Now, ultimately, I'll say just one thing and then stop, is that as the community, we need to develop health economic evidence to help our policymakers, because we have to say that, look, if you spend 10 rupees, ultimately the society, not in terms of only spending directly on healthcare, the society will save 15 rupees, 20 rupees, and that saving can be in the form of savings for more advanced type of care that the patient might have needed later on, like dialysis. So if they don't need dialysis, we can save money. But also they can become more economically productive. They can contribute to the society. They can contribute to the GDP of the country. And that is also, comes into this cost benefit accounting. And so we have to make, as as the nephrologist, that's our responsibility as nephrologists to make that kind of economic case.
Thank you. I think you brought out the points very well. I'll just reiterate again what Dr. Jha mentioned, that day in, day out in our OPDs, we routinely see long-standing patients of diabetic hypertension, such fat files, having so many investigations, the urine would not have been done. So, I mean, this shouldn't happen. Urine must be examined. Worse, even yesterday I've seen, urine has been done, but that has not been done properly, and they've missed albuminuria. So I think it's very important that these tests are done in all these high-risk groups, as he rightly brought out, and it is done correctly. As a pediatrician, Doctor, do you have any further insights and thoughts into screening the children? Anything that you would like to add to this as a pediatrician?
I'm sorry, I'm out of touch of clinical
Okay,
science.
never mind. Yeah,
Since
that's fine.
94, so I'm not seeing any patients at the moment since 94, so I won't be able to answer this.
Right. So, but basically, children have a little different group of diseases than what I've shown here, apart from obesity, which is there in children as well, is that they have one of these congenital abnormalities. So, the Kakut is a very important thing.
So just on that, so if I can add, Dr. Bhaumik, on children. So I think we have a unique opportunity. Pediatricians have a unique opportunity to identify and prevent kidney disease even earlier. Why it is more important to do so in children is because they have a greater lifetime burden, right? Because they are very young compared to adults. Adults may develop kidney disease in their 40s, 50s, 60s. But children will develop kidney disease very early, and so their burden will be that much greater, disproportionately higher healthcare expense, etc. So the prevention could be, for example, antenatal screening. Now we can do antenatal screening and look for any anomalies in the genitourinary tract through ultrasound. Ultrasounds have become very sensitive, and doing the appropriate type of test right in the beginning. Dr. Bhaumik talked about reflux. Reflux can be picked. It was not very uncommon when I was a trainee, and I'm pretty sure even now, that the reflux disease, in which urine, instead of coming down from the urinary bladder out through the urethra, goes back up the ureter and affects the kidney. That this was missed for years together, and then people used to be picked up very late. Now with tests, it can be picked up early. I'm sure pediatricians are doing these kind of screenings and picking up. In some countries like Japan, Korea, etc., there are school screening programs. And so simple urine test is done, just urine test at the time of school enrollment and periodically. And they're picking up a large number of people with children with albuminuria or hematuria, in which you see red blood cells in the urine, and thereby prevent kidney disease progression.
Thank you. Dr. Tushar, perspective from your side, from public health side, if you'd like to add to what has been mentioned.
I would like to mention a few of the schemes under the various program at Government of India. So Honorable Minister mentioned few of the things in her speech also. I'll just elaborate. So one of the point was, sir, also mentioned that early detection is rather than the screening. We have this national program for prevention and control of non-communicable disease, and under that we undertake this population-based screening for the common diseases like hypertension, diabetes, and 3 common cancer, that is oral, cervical, and the breast cancer. So for this hypertension and diabetes, all the 30+ individuals are universally screened, and over the period in last almost 5 to 6 years, more than 40 crores has been screened and for hypertension and diabetes. And at the same time, those who are diagnosed, we have the continuum of the care, diagnosing, screening by the community health worker or at the Ayushman Arogya Mandir. They were referred back to the medical officer for the proper diagnosis and then putting on the treatment. But then beyond that also, we try to keep the continuum of treatment, keeping the regular follow-ups and monitor the control. As diabetes and hypertension are the one of the few risk factors identified for these chronic kidney diseases, we also try to have this, as sir mentioned, the identifying the urine microalbuminuria. So for that, at the more than 180,000 Ayushman Arogya Mandirs are there, and in that this test can be performed. The access to the serum creatinine, so testing serum creatinine at PHC and above health facility, at least for the block level health facility CHC, they are there, and in our guidelines or the norms, PSCs also should have this test for the serum creatinine. It was not that all the PSCs right now will be having that facility, but then it is a vision documents, and over the period that can be very well we can connect or improve the access with respect to the screening and the early diagnosis by the government.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it's very important that once they are screened and picked up at the Arogya Mandirs or the BHCs, they are followed up subsequently, and you have this good opportunity to refer them to the higher centers. So they are picked up early. Yes, Shantanu, your perspective from screening, because I think you are very well versed with kidney disease and you have your patient perspective as not only for other diseases, for other genetic diseases as well, through which you have gone through.
Yes, Dr. Bobek. In fact, in my case, if I talk about, I had hypertension as a kid probably also, but didn't take it seriously at that time. Later, when I in fact look back at the past records, I saw, it was consistently high. When my father passed away from kidney failure, we were not aware that ADPKD was there, but I got diagnosed early because we had a corporate, when I was working in a company, we had a routine corporate testing, full body checkup, and that's when I got to know that I had ADPKD. And of course, that time doctors were, there was not very good prognosis, and they were like, pretty much this is 50% chance of survival kind of a thing, and there is no cure. So multiple things. One is, of course, screening. But Dr. Jha said that, screening the whole population is not a sensible thing at this point of time. But anybody who's in the high risk category, either because of genetics, if they have somebody in the family who's had that history or, has this thing, they should definitely get screened. If they are hypertensive or diabetic, these two are extremely high risk groups. And I believe in any dialysis ward, around 80% of the patients would be, who are in CKD patients are the ones who are on dialysis are because of hypertension and diabetes. Apart from that, another thing which I want to point out is, and this is from the government's point of view, is this disease, one, without a cure, second, extremely expensive for people. So a lot of people in our country definitely cannot afford to sustain themselves. So for example, the cost of dialysis in any decent hospital, even if you do, the bare, what WHO standards and whatever the standards are 3 times a week, it is 60,000 rupees per month just for dialysis. Apart from that, the doctor consultations, medicine costs, all that, which is out of reach. So that is where the government, see, I can understand that this is not available in terms of, you don't have the infrastructure. AIMS itself is overburdened, for example, in terms of probably not that many people they would be on the wait list for dialysis, right? So probably some kind of financial assistance for majority of the people, anybody who's on dialysis, so that they can go get it done wherever it is possible. Of course, today we also have a digression between tier 1 and tier 2 cities in terms of availability and quality of dialysis that's happening. That's another thing I would want to, sort of highlight.
Thank you. So I think we have discussed various aspects of screening. I'll just add a couple of points here. I really admire Vasundhara Madam for doing the screening, the cab drivers. And this is done routinely in the Southeast, in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and they have picked up a lot of kidney diseases. In fact, in Taiwan has the highest rate of kidney disease, which I feel not because the people they are sicker, but because they are picked up early. So it's important that that is another group which can be picked up. The school children has been mentioned. I'll just mention one more thing here, which I quite close to my heart, is screening appropriately the ANC, the antenatal checkup, the pregnant women. This has importance from 2 angles. One is that you know their baseline function of creatinine at the maybe 15th, 16th week. And then if they develop preeclampsia, you know what is their baseline creatinine and you can pick it up early. That's number one. And then, of course, as I said, it can go on to CKD, so they can be screened subsequently. So any patient, any person who has a medical contact, they should have these screenings done. And pregnancy, I think, is a very important thing. At present, tests are done for other things, but I think one must, specifically from, as Dr. Jha mentioned, for the urine albumin as well as the creatinine. So I think we'll stop the discussion on screening right now. So coming to the second aspect, the government policies can help us, is the treatment part. And that I think is the Pradhan Mantri, once you have the disease and you're on dialysis, this has been mentioned by the Honorable Minister as well. But yes, Dr. Tushar, if you can enlighten us a little in more detail about the Pradhan Mantri National Dialysis Program. I've also been a part of it in the quality management, etc.
So, Honorable Minister mentioned in the morning also, but it's Pradhan Mantri National Dialysis Program, that is PMNDP. So it is being implemented in 751 districts covered. Currently, it is being implemented in the district hospital, but then at the same time, efforts are being done, or thought process or the policy level decision, it can be, if it is possible, that can be wherever possible at the block level, at least few beds that can be made available for the dialysis at the block level, so that more and more patients can get access. Around 1,762 dialysis centers are functional, 12,702 hemodialysis machines are operational. Cumulatively around 30.45 lakh individuals or patients has been benefited, and so far 396.85 lakhs dialysis session conducted till December 2025. Again, there was some earlier there was one panel discussion where we discussed about the hemodialysis and peritoneal dialysis. So this PMNDP currently on the what I mentioned was about the hemodialysis, but then for peritoneal dialysis also we are around being implemented in 12 states. So far around 2,000 patients has been registered, 14,000 one-time equipment support is being provided for the patient, and the 18,000 to around 27,000 monthly consumable supported is being provided through this National Health Mission program implementation of the states. But it is not the 100% is not being through the union government. It is 60-40 or 90-10. The state has to take the initiative. At the end of the day, health is being a state subject. It is the state health department that is more which is the implementing agencies, and that demand generation should be at the state level, so that can be schemes at the at the national level that can be implemented at the
yes, I think that's a very important point, that the health is a state subject as per our constitution. So the state government plays a very important role. In fact, some state governments have taken a very proactive role in management of kidney diseases, like the southern states. So where in the dialysis, especially in Andhra and Telangana, even before this PMNDP, they have been giving free dialysis to their patients. Now, since we have the patient population here, so apart from the government agencies, it's also pertinent to mention that there are many philanthropic societies which also give very good free dialysis to all our patients. So it's good to know about the various things, which could be various religious bodies or other philanthropic bodies. So in our institute also, we always maintain a list of all the centers in the city which provide dialysis, because dialysis is a life-saving thing, and we now have this good opportunity to refer our patients to any of these centers. Any of the other panelists would like to make any other comment? Yes, Dr. Jha.
Yeah, wait to hear from Dr. Gupta, but look, I want to make a couple of points. One is about dialysis. So we often spend disproportionate amount of time in talking about dialysis. Of course, dialysis is important, right? And hemodialysis is the one that has taken up in the PMNDP program and subsequently in HM. But I would really strongly advocate for all of us to think about promoting home-based dialysis programs as much as possible. Because you said about providing financial assistance, etc. There is no end to providing financial assistance. And because that is the out-of-pocket expenditure for in-center dialysis is continuing to go up. In terms of travel time, in terms of caregiver expenses, and so on and so forth. And all of that can be substantially avoided by promoting home-based dialysis, peritoneal dialysis. So I was involved in putting together the guidelines for development of peritoneal dialysis program for NHM. So that was a very rewarding exercise, and it's really great that it's now being implemented, but we need to do much more about it, about promoting home-based dialysis. And that is where we need patient voices to speak up and say that, yes, we need more of it. Because there can never be enough number of dialysis machines to give dialysis to all the patients in our country. It's a huge country, with a very large number of people who need dialysis, but can't get it. So that's one. The second thing I would like to say is that as you said now, and we have said, that now there are a number of very effective drugs that can prevent the progression of kidney disease and development of complications. We have, for last 25 years, we had just one drug, one class of drugs called as angiotensin receptor converting enzyme inhibitor class of drugs. But now we have SGLT2 inhibitors, we have mineralocorticoid receptor antagonists, we have now GLP-1 receptor agonists, we have now possibly aldosterone synthase inhibitors coming in, etc. And all of our patients do deserve to get the benefit of all of those therapies. So we should, again, as a patient body, you should advocate for making sure that those drugs are included in the list of essential medicines. I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but inclusion in the list of essential medicines is the first step that is required to ensure that yes, those drugs will be available in PHCs, CHCs, etc. Obviously, those who are lucky enough to have insurance, they can get reimbursement through insurance. But a large proportion of our fellow citizens don't have that luxury. They don't have government insurance or private insurance. They will need to come and get their treatment through the Arogya Mandirs and through other similar schemes. Unfortunately, the PMJY scheme doesn't cover OPD treatment coverage, right? So they won't. So it is not like they can go and buy it from the market and get reimbursed. That will not happen. So they will have to get the treatment through Arogya Mandirs. They'll have to come and collect the drugs. And unless they are there in the list of essential medicines, that won't happen. So my plea to Kidney Warriors Foundation is for us to work on that and get that to happen. So these are the two main things I would say. There are effective drugs. Let's recognize those effective drugs and focus on those rather than drugs which are not effective and they have somehow the word nephro in their names and patients think that they are some kidney magic drugs.
Yeah, that's terrible actually. There are some drugs by the name of Renosave, Nephro, they have this and they mislead the public and one has to be very careful. Yes, to continue the discussion on Ayushman Bharat and the PMJY schemes, Dr. Tushar, your inputs. And the problems that we are facing, one of the problems has been mentioned that OPD treatment is not covered at the moment. So how we can improve it further?
Right now, for this PMJ 5 lakhs per family per year coverage is there, under which dialysis, peritoneal dialysis, kidney transplant and post-transplant care has been supported. But then I understand that 5 lakh is not the adequate amount for the kidney patient. And this is not only for the kidney diseases. 2 days back we had also another meeting with respect to cancer, and for that also this 5 lakhs, this has been highlighted during discussion that the 5 lakhs is not enough per year, enough money or amount that will help this such kind of chronic diseases. So these higher authorities has been sensitized that over the period NHA, the National Health Authorities, will discuss on that and may try to, because this demand has been generated that this is not enough funds for the covering. So that, but then in government things take time to convert. But then this issue has been identified. The first step is the acceptance.
Thank you. So I hope soon this will be rectified and patients will have better coverage. Now,
so
coming to
I just add to there are two more schemes which are very little been utilized or less popular. This Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi up to 15 lakhs that has been can be provided to the patient, and this is specifically through the government hospital. There are few empaneled government hospital which includes all the AIIMS and key major medical colleges, government medical college. So that can be utilized. This is very been not being utilized, like very limited expenditure has been observed in this such a kind of this Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi scheme. And there is another, this health minister discretionary grant. So it is not much popular and very limited fund runs there, but then 1.20 lakhs can be given to the kidney patients also. So these are additional two schemes.
Yes, thank you. We also have the PM fund and the CM fund, and so people get money from there as well. So at AIIMS, we always encourage that they get from those parts. Now, moving on, our patients also, the food is a big problem, and what to eat, what not to eat. And often people buy the packaged food. And so it's very important that, they are well informed, as was discussed earlier. So we have amongst us who has done a lot of work on this. So Dr. Arun, will you kindly enlighten us on this problem and your solution and your inputs.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Vasundhara ji, and thank you, Kidney Warrior Foundation, for organizing this wonderful meeting. I like to add an emphasis on the prevention. Most of the speakers since morning have talked about prevention. So I'm adding a word to it, primary prevention. So the reason is that in the recent national surveys, we found that 1 in 4, about 20 men and women have obesity, and 1 in 4 above 20 have diabetes or pre-diabetes. 1 in 3 have hypertension. 10% of 5 to 19-year-old children have pre-diabetes. Obesity has doubled from NFHS 3 to NFHS 5. Same in children. It has almost doubled. It's still not that, in the figures like about adults, it's about 24%. In children, it's about 4%, under 5 years. So this is an area which I think should cut across all specialties, including nephrology, and also the whole medical science. In terms of when we talk about prevention, how do we actually prevent the whole disease pattern emerging in our families? As the minister also said, other people also were commenting that, every family you meet, you find a diabetic person. So this is an important area which we have been seeing last 10 to 15 years, this new generation of fake foods. These industrial food products, don't call them even foods, which have been developed in a way they are engineered to be addictive, which carry high level of salt, sugar, fats, other colors, flavors, emulsifiers, God name them. If you can pick up a product in a pre-packaged liquid or solid, I'll give you a few examples for you to mulling your head on, because we have been consuming almost every day. For example, biscuits, chips, then noodles. These are becoming more popular. And then we have in the drinks like so-called fruit drinks. They are nothing like a fruit, but all the sugar and the colors stacked in those bottles. And then obviously the cola drink, everybody is now getting aware of the sugar part. So the point is here that we have to start identifying at the family level. So I'm a bit disagreeing with the government on calling it eat right, because it ends up blaming people that you don't eat right? But we don't check the environment. So I would encourage the government to use the word real. So rather than campaign eat right, which blames the people, so say eat real food. So real food means minimally processed. We have been processing food for ages, millions of years, but this industrial processing is costing our lives. Incidentally, the new terminology is called ultra processed foods, which we have been hearing since 2009. Brazilian nutritionist defined a definition of food by its processing, by intent and purpose of processing. So they term these fake foods as ultra processed foods, which contain these ingredients which we don't use in normal kitchen. So we don't use emulsifiers in the kitchen, for example. We don't use stabilizers. We don't use artificial colors or artificial flavors in our kitchens. So they were all made to actually, what I said in the beginning, they are addicting products. They are now being compared to tobacco. There are cases have been filed in US in terms of, one is the San Francisco government has filed a case on 10 companies, and now day before yesterday a mother has filed a case because their children, 9-year-old boy who got type 2 diabetes, and she related it to drinking too much of these ultra processed and eating too much of ultra processed because of the game behind is marketing. So that's where I'm coming to my point on policy. The primary prevention can help only at the policy level, where it covers all the population, where the preventive regulation we learned from our experience during baby food battles in early 80s and 90s. So baby food marketing led to dismantling breastfeeding in the country. And now that's the reason I stopped working in pediatrics, in clinical pediatrics, and jumped onto the public health side since 90. And we got a law that bans the promotion of baby food. We don't see an advertisement of a Cerelac or a Lactogen on the television now, which was supplied free in 80s when I was working in a private practice in Jalandhar. And I saw 17 maternity hospitals all getting free supplies from Nestle, and all mothers were hooked onto bottle feeding. So this is a similar thing happening now in the older children, adolescent, and now in adults. So this is where the primary prevention comes into force. So I would urge that the government is now considering putting a warning label on pre-packaged food products which are high in fat, sugar and salt. So the case has been, the Supreme Court has urged the government to put a warning label. I would ask people who can write to the Minister of Health who came today, just send a mail or a message or a card or to Mr. Nadda to say adopt warning labels on such products which contain high level of sugar as well as and their advertisements.
Thank you. Thank you so much for highlighting that problem. And I think trans fats are a very huge problem with these ultra processed food, and one must take great care that these are labeled how much trans fats are there in each food, because that is what is very dangerous. And now coming to Mr. Shantanu, from your perspective, what are the biggest misconceptions or awareness gaps about kidney disease amongst the public, which policy would
So
address?
one thing which I want to highlight is, this whole thing of alternate medicines, a lot of advertisements come in the social media, and that, in fact, earlier it used to come on television also, that they can cure. And I have suffered from that using Ayurvedic, which immediately caused kidney failure. And that CKD thing which could have been stretched for a few years is caused. So government needs to immediately stop, because right now that control is less. So the moment it is highlighted, the government needs to immediately sort of pull up, take action against those, I believe that Magic Remedies Act or what is there. So that is one thing. Second, this front of the pack labeling, where we have worked with Dr. Arun Gupta earlier also, that whole thing of as a patient, when we go to the market, we are not aware what is high. We don't go through the entire list of content. What is high on salt, sugar and fats, that has to be prominently displayed. And that is something which FSSAI for a long time was, a little reluctant. Now the Supreme Court has put it, because Dr. Gupta has been fighting for it for a very long time. And I believe that if it happens, it will help.
Thank you. We'll just have one comment from Sanjeev, because he had raised his hand. Normally you don't have scope for discussions, but then just one short comment, Sanjeev.
This was since Dr. Tushar is also here, and school health screening. So school children, the advantage is a captive population. And as was highlighted, experience from other countries, you just need to have two, one at school entry, that is at 5 years of age, and another at school exit. And a simple urine sticks, urine dipsticks, if we can make it mandatory, it will help in screening out a lot of kidney diseases in children, because these are the patients that we have to target. And there's a lot of scope for prevention also there, and curative medicine.
Yeah, your point is very well taken. Yeah. Thank you, Sanjeev. Any final comments from any of the panelists before we wind up? Because time is up. Any final pressing comment, very short?
Avoid plastics is another thing I would like to add.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Tushar, you want to say something?
Just to add up, like even earlier, few of the eminent panelists has mentioned, prevention, primary prevention is a key to think, key for prevention, because we have around 1.150 crore population, and even whatever infrastructure we will build, that will not be enough for the treatment. So prevention is the best way, and it should be hand in hand. It is not the only health ministry that can do that. Everyone should join hands, do their part to spread the message of this primary prevention.
Thank you very much. So I thank all the distinguished panelists for their enlightened discussion, and I think all of us have found it very useful. I thank Vasundhara ji and the Kidney Warriors Foundation for giving us this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baumik. And I'd like to hand over a memento to our panelists. To begin with, Dr. Tushar. Dr. Arun Gupta. Thank you, doctors. Thank you, Shantanu. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and a very good afternoon to one and all present out here. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome you all to the KWF Conclave 2026. And we're going to now move on to our next session, and the topic for this session is, can we have the slide, please? Redefining kidney care innovation, from organ donation to AI. I think we started off the conclave with going back from where the journey started, the pioneers, the ones who set the stage. And in this session, we're going to be moving in to the future. And to head the session, may I call upon the moderator, Dr. Sanjeev Gulati from Fortis Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're not hungry, we can clap. Dr. Gagandeep. Dr. Suksina. And Dr. Vinant. And Dr. Gulati, can I request you to kindly take over?
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this post-lunch session. An extremely important session. I'll just introduce the panelists. With me is Dr. Gagandeep on the left. She is from AstraZeneca. She is the clinical lead. She's also a pharmacologist by profession. She'll be, taking us through the journey of innovation, which is one of the topics of this panel. Then we have Professor Saxena Alexander from CMC Vellore. She's professor and unit head and also the vice principal. And then at the extreme left is Dr. Vinant Bhargav, who's the senior consultant. Yes, he doesn't look like one, but he's a senior consultant from Sir Gangaram Hospital, and extremely tech savvy. Very apt for this session. So, I think there was one more slide. Do we have one more? I just had one slide for the audience just to pick everyone up. Shantanu, is it there? All right. So yeah. I hope everyone can see this. These are the two challenges our world faces. One is natural stupidity, and obviously we are also AI, and how AI is going to is already taking up a lot of jobs. And as Gautam Buddha said, the truth is always somewhere in between. And as medical professionals, as responsible citizens, I think we have to use a calibrated use of AI, so that it can guide us through the maze of problems that we face in managing these patients with kidney diseases. I have a set of questions for the panelists, and after that we'll open the house for further questions. The first question is for Professor Saxena. We all know that there's a big gap, between demand and supply. Currently, at a very, very conservative estimate, the national requirement for kidney transplants is between 2 to 2.5 lakhs new patients requiring kidney transplants, whereas the actual number of transplants happening in the country is best pegged at around 12,000. So, for patients, Dr. Saxena, waiting is the hardest part for receiving the kidney. So, is there some hope on the horizon? How are innovations across transplant systems, organ utilization, donor recipient matching, hospital coordination, transport registries, reducing waiting times? I mean, is there some, what hope can we give to all of them around? And which future breakthroughs would effectively close the gap between organ demand and supply? The second one we'll discuss later, but first of all, at present, what are we doing? How are we using technology optimally?
I'll try and answer both the parts together for want of time. Before I begin, greetings from CMC Vellore and namaskar to all patients and their caregivers for this wonderful program. And thank you, KWF, for inviting me for your conclave. We all know, as a kidney patient who is waiting for a transplant to happen, probably the most important phone call that they're going to receive is from a hospital saying that please come, there's a kidney which may be suitable for you. So that's a life-changing telephone call that you're going to receive, right? But unfortunately, among the 2 million or so patients who are eligible for transplant in the world, there's only a fraction of these patients who receive this call. And the others don't receive it at all, and they continue to be on dialysis. Why is it so? So it's not just because of medical problems. There are a whole list of issues involved which decrease the availability of transplant organs. It could be logistic issue, it could be policy related issue, or it could be even technology related issue. So it's not just, there are medical issues also, but it's not just related to only the medical field. So there has to be a coordination between all these spheres or all these domains, and the innovations have to happen not just in the medical field. There has to be policy changes. You have to have changes in technology, and I'm sure Dr. Vinant is going to dwell more deeply on AI and algorithms. And many other innovations have to come together to make sure that the organ shortage is as less as possible. And patients don't have to have such huge waiting times. Now, some of the innovations that have happened and that are happening, I will just go through some of them. First is, we all know that kidneys, when we take out the kidneys, it requires to be preserved, right? Outside the body, you have to preserve it before you put it into another person. Now, even in this, the technology has advanced. Initially, it used to be just you keep the kidneys on ice, just like you keep anything else on ice in the or in a refrigerator. You keep kidneys on ice, and then you transplant it to a suitable person. But now technology has improved, so there are actual machine pumps that are used, which can perfuse. I mean, which can. There are preservatives that have oxygen in them, and these can be pumped through the machine and made available, and the kidneys can be kept active outside the body for a longer time. And this allows even the kidneys that were considered unsuitable previously can be considered suitable because of this innovation. So that's one of the things that have happened and has changed the transplant ecosystem. The second innovation is related to how you match patients and donors. So previously it used to be a very hospital-based program. You have one hospital which maintains the list, and then you match them based on blood group, and then you go on in a sequential order. But right now it has changed. In some countries it has changed remarkably. And we do have a long way to go, but it has definitely changed in India also. We have national registries, we have state-wise registries that maintain lists for recipients, and there are algorithms that look not just into the blood group types, they also look into who requires, out of all the waitlisted patients, who requires the kidney most urgently, or who is the most compatible, who is the most incompatible. They look at the chances of rejection and the chances of how that kidney will be suitable for a particular patient. So all these algorithms are being developed, and some of them are already in use, and all these things help you to match and decrease the waiting time, as well as helps you to coordinate between hospitals, coordinate between states, and even countries. So that is another innovation that has happened. The third innovation that has changed the landscape of transplant is the kidney exchange program. So initially it was just, especially when you, it used to be only compatible donors, right? So even if you, as a caregiver, you wanted to give your kidney to your loved one, if the blood group was incompatible, you would have hit a roadblock. It's not possible to go ahead. Right now, with the paired kidney exchange programs that are happening, there can be other donor pairs with which you can exchange your kidneys, other compatible donor pairs. And this can even become a domino chain. Like, for example, if there is one donor who donates a kidney altruistically, that can actually trigger a chain of donations across, which can again cut across states and across even countries if it is logistically feasible. So that has really taken a big step towards closing the gap that is there for kidney transplant. The fourth thing, that innovation probably is related more for improving the logistic and the transport coordination that is required to ensure that these kidneys reach the surgical teams on time. So especially many state governments also have taken steps. There are transplant corridors which have been established. There are green corridors which open up when an organ becomes available, to make sure that the organ reaches the patient in the shortest amount of time. In many countries, they use GPS tracking, and there are dashboards where the transplant surgeon, the transplant coordinator, the nurses, everybody can see the information on a single screen. And this makes it easier for them to allocate as well as transplant organs. The next innovation is related to policy. This is right now not a policy in our country, but there are countries in the world where it is an opt-out policy for donation. Okay, so it is, the default is, if you die, you're an organ donor. That is a default for the citizens of that country. If you want, you need to opt out of that clause. Okay? We don't have that in our country, but that again is a policy which can really increase the organ availability and shorten the supply-demand problem. Artificial intelligence, I'm not going too much into it because that is Dr. Vinant will be dwelling into it. The other innovative approaches that are being tried are, one is organ repair. That is, even if the organ is injured, there are ways to repair the organ, either restore the function and then transplant it in a patient. So the organs that are currently considered unsuitable, there are methods that are being developed to repair it outside the body and then make it suitable for donation into a suitable recipient. Xenotransplantation, I don't know how many of you would have heard of this word, xenotransplantation. Xenotransplantation is transplantation from animal to human. Okay, so there was a big news in the US about genetically modified pigs, whose the pig kidney was used to transplant it to humans. And this is a great breakthrough because genetically we are two diverse species, and it requires a lot of genetic modification. And as it crossed,
taking this in greater detail
oh, is
in
it?
the next
Okay,
one.
okay. So then I will leave that. And then there are bioengineered organs, and I think I would have.
Yeah.
covered.
So just on the kidney, one of the underutilized. There are two areas where we can really do better, and one, as you hinted, was the cadaveric program. And obviously, there's a lot more to do in our country, which is there is a unique paradox. We have one of the world's highest road traffic accident rates, and road traffic accident victims are the best organ donors, and yet we have the lowest organ donation rates. And I think it is this area that we as and more, especially the Kidney Warriors Foundation, needs to push the government. What Saxena highlighted as the opt-out program. I mean, several countries in Europe, Spain in the world has the highest organ donation rate, and their organ donation rates went up the moment they went out. Went for the opt-out program, and similarly the Britain followed suit, France followed suit, and it's high time, I think, our country needs to adopt that approach. The other area is obviously the kidney paired exchange, and it's easier said than done. A lot of times we have matching pairs even within the same hospital. And here I'd like to, request one of our caregivers has come all the way from Srinagar to give a societal perspective as to what goes behind. When sometimes you don't find matching pairs, so even when you find, there are numerous roadblocks. So why don't you tell us? His father underwent a paired kidney exchange. So what was going through your mind? He is a gentleman. His father was from Srinagar. The other gentleman was from Uttar Pradesh. Obviously, different religions. Yeah, please tell. And at that point of time, their social backgrounds also mattered. Kashmir was going through a difficult phase. The other gentleman was an ex-army officer. To make things even more difficult. So these were the two families So what went through your? Just share your story so that everyone can learn from your experience.
I must first introduce myself. Myself Wahid. I'm from Srinagar. Actually, my father was CKD patient. So the Dr. Gulati sir has advised him to go for transplant. Then we were at that time suffering with lot of problems, like the daddy's health was getting worse by day. He was on dialysis. In fact, he was having some other issues like hepatitis. So that time my mother come forward and she said that she's willing to donate kidney. But her blood group was very different from what my father is having as of now. He was having B positive and other, and my mother was having obviously different.
A positive.
A positive, yes. Thanks for reminding me, sir. मैं भूल ही गया था. So that time एक ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस देखने को मिला जो बहुत ही रेयर है हमारी कंट्री में और हमारी सोसाइटी में. तो डॉक्टर साहब ने बोला कि हम ट्रांसप्लांट कर सकते हैं सेम ब्लड ग्रुप का, लेकिन वो स्वाइप होगा. तो तब स्वाइप मेरे लिए हम सब के लिए एक डिफरेंट एक्सपीरियंस, सुनने में ही डिफरेंट था, क्योंकि कल्चरल डिफरेंस थी, रिलीजियस डिफरेंस थी और भी बड़ी सारी चीज़ें थी. तो फाइनली हम एग्री हो गए कि हमने कहा कि चलो जी हम स्वाइप ट्रांसप्लांट में जाएंगे. सो फाइनली हमने वो इनिशिएटिव ले लिया और वहाँ से जो हमारी दूसरी फैमिली थी वो भी बहुत ही अच्छी थी, समझदार थे, अंडरस्टैंडिंग थे. तब हमारा लक्ष्य यही था कि पेशेंट्स की जान बचे. सो फिर फाइनली हमने वो ट्रांसप्लांट किया. 16 मार्च को 3 साल होने को है और सब ठीक है. मेरी मम्मी भी ठीक है जो डोनर रही कर्नल विजय साहब की. तो और मिसेस उषा एंड ही इज़ ऑल्सो हैविंग नो इशू एज ऑफ नाउ. बहुत ही अच्छी है हमारा उनके साथ एक फैमिली कांटेक्ट, नहीं कहूँगा एक फैमिली ही है हम अभी. तो मेरा ये मशवरा रहेगा जो भी अभी डायलिसिस पेशेंट है, अगर उनमें कुछ ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए जाना चाहते हैं तो बेहतर रहेगा कि जाए. और जो भी उनके फैमिली में है वो अगर चाहे कि उनको डोनेट करे ऑर्गन, तो मुझे लगता है इससे बड़ा और क्या होगा, ये तो जीवन दान ही होगा.
और
तो
आपके सोसाइटी ने, आपके मतलब फैमिली, रिलेटिव्स, नेबर्स, उन्होंने इसको एक्सेप्ट किया या कुछ उसमें भी मुश्किलें आई?
पहले तो बहुत मुश्किलें आई. तो फाइनली उन्होंने भी फिर एक्नॉलेज किया कि आपने अच्छा डिसीजन लिया था.
So they went through a lot. I mean, you know, he's putting it very mildly, but I think it was a very courageous decision on their part. And at that point of time,
yes, उस टाइम तो बहुत tough था. Finally, I'm thankful to you all.
Yeah, so it's a win-win for for everyone, and I think this is one message that has to go out. And a lot of times we find that there are issues about gender, there are issues about age, there are issues about religion, and at that point, I think you have to trust your nephrologist. You know, ultimately it's the kidney function that matters. Nothing else is more important than that. You know, and no religion, is against organ donation.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, please. No, certainly, madam, ABO incompatible transplant is possible, but his father has hepatitis C. And ABO incompatible transplant has two disadvantages: a higher cost and a greater side effects, risk of infection because of the intensive immunosuppression that we use. So ABO is not the treatment of choice. At any point of time, the paired kidney exchange scores over, ABO in all, despite the genetic match being not there. So that's a misconception that is widely prevalent. All right, so we move on to Dr. Vinant now. So he takes up this exciting field of xenotransplantation, which Dr. Saxena passingly mentioned. So, Vinant, how close are we to finding safe and ethical solutions to organ storage and xenotransplantation, artificial kidneys, and what breakthroughs or challenges could shape their real-world impact, especially for countries like ours?
So xenotransplantation एक बहुत important concept है, and I think we have to understand कि xenotransplantation जैसे प्रोफेसर सक्सेना ने हमें बताया थोड़ी देर पहले कि आप एक animal का organ use कर रहे हैं and you're going to transplant into a human body. तो obviously ये ऊपर God has not made such a system, so you create a system जिसके अंदर आप जो आप animal ले रहे हो, which is the pig nowadays, उसको आप जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाई कर देते हो, उसकी आप जीन्स को नॉक ऑफ करके ह्यूमन जीन्स डाल के, ताकि जब उसका ऑर्गन आपकी बॉडी में आता है तो आपको रिजेक्शन ना हो. रिजेक्शन एक कॉन्सेप्ट होता है जिसमें जब दूसरा ऑर्गन आपकी बॉडी के अंदर आता है तो आपकी बॉडी उसको बाहर फेंकने की, उसको किल करने की कोशिश करती है, तो वो आप सप्रेस करते हो दवाइयों के साथ और जेनेटिकली मॉडिफिकेशन के साथ. पहले ही प्रोफेसर गुलाटी ने आपको बताया कि हमारे देश में बहुत एक समस्या है. हम 2 लाख से ऊपर ज़्यादा हमें ट्रांसप्लांट पेशेंट्स की ज़रूरत है, ट्रांसप्लांटेशन. उसमें से मुश्किल से 15,000 16,000 ट्रांसप्लांट हो रहे हैं, और ये सब इंक्लूड करता है डिजीज़ डोनर एज वेल एज लिविंग डोनर. हमारे देश में लिविंग डोनर सबसे ज़्यादा कॉमन है. तो जीनो ट्रांसप्लांटेशन एक बड़ा एक्साइटिंग साइंस है. तो कहाँ से स्टार्ट हुआ है सारा कॉन्सेप्ट? ये कॉन्सेप्ट स्टार्ट हुआ है अमेरिका में, जब उन्होंने एक पिग लिया, उसको प्रिपेयर किया और 2022 में उन्होंने ट्रांसप्लांट परफॉर्म किया. अब जब भी कोई चीज़ ऐसे परफॉर्म की जाती है तो पहले वो एनिमल मॉडल में किया जाता है, पहले एनिमल टू एनिमल, फिर उसके बाद देखा जाता है कि इंसान में किस तरीके से किया जाए. तो जीनो ट्रांसप्लांटेशन का एक ही फ़ायदा है कि अभी तक वो इंसान में ट्राई कर लिया गया है. जो पहला ट्रांसप्लांट हुआ था वो सक्सेस उसने दिया 2 महीने का. नेक्स्ट ट्रांसप्लांट उसके 2 साल के बाद हुआ, उसने सक्सेस दिया 6 महीने का. तो ये एक साइंस है जो अभी भी इवॉल्व कर रही है. एंड जो ग्रॉस एस्टिमेट है कि जब तक हम इस साइंस को डेवलप करके लोगों को पूरी तरीके से फुल प्रूफ एक टेक्नोलॉजी दे पाएंगे, कम से कम 4 से 6 साल लग सकते हैं. ये हुई बात आपकी जीनो ट्रांसप्लांटेशन की. जीनो ट्रांसप्लांटेशन के अलावा बहुत क्वेश्चंस आते हैं पेशेंट्स की तरफ से जिनकी किडनीज ख़राब हैं कि डॉक्टर साहब एक हमने सुना है आर्टिफिशियल किडनी. तो आर्टिफिशियल किडनी एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट है. एक प्रॉब्लम आर्टिफिशियल किडनी के साथ सिर्फ ये है कि उसके बारे में बोलबाल ज़्यादा है और उसके ऊपर रिसर्च अभी तक कम हुई है. तो अभी तक वो सिर्फ एनिमल फेज को ही पहुंचाया जा चुका है कि मतलब एक स्पेशल टाइप का एक बायो रिएक्टर सिस्टम है जिसके अंदर एक हीमो फिल्टर होता है. हीमो फिल्टर मतलब ब्लड फिल्टर. सो ब्लड उस फिल्टर में जाता है और आगे जाके एक बायो रिएक्टर में जाता है. सो बायो रिएक्टर जो है वो एक सेल्फ पावर्ड यूनिट है, एंड उसको आप किडनी के सेल्स के साथ उसको पूरा कोट करते हैं ताकि एक मिनिएचर सी आपकी एक किडनी बन जाए जो आपकी बॉडी के अंदर इम्प्लांट कर दी जाए. तो अब ये जो अभी तक टेक्नोलॉजी आई है, अभी तक सिर्फ एनिमल्स में स्टडी की गई है, उसका सक्सेस रेट पूरी तरीके से पब्लिश नहीं किया गया है, और इसका भी यही एस्टिमेट है कि कम से कम 8 से 10 साल लगेंगे जिससे पहले कि हम ये प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर सकें विद एन आर्टिफिशियल किडनी। आर्टिफिशियल किडनी की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये रहेगी हमेशा कि आर्टिफिशियल किडनी, जब भी कोई आपकी बॉडी के अंदर कोई चीज़ डाली जाती है, जैसे हम जब डायलिसिस करते हैं, लोगों के अंदर हम एक डायलिसिस कैथेटर डालते हैं, तो डायलिसिस कैथेटर के अंदर भी आपने नोटिस किया होगा कि कई लोगों को उसके अंदर क्लॉट बन जाते हैं, कैथेटर्स इन्फेक्ट हो जाते हैं। तो उस तरीके से ये भी एक इम्प्लांटेबल डिवाइस है, तो इसमें किस तरीके से हम उसको क्लॉट फ्री रखेंगे बॉडी को पूरा टाइम, कि हम किस तरीके से ब्लड को पतला रखेंगे, बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। दूसरी समस्या ये है कि जो उसके अंदर जो मटेरियल यूज़ किया जाता है विच इज़ अ बायो रिएक्टर, दैट इट्सेल्फ वी विल नॉट नो कि उसका जो बर्डन है हमारे पूरे नेचुरल लेवल के ऊपर वो कितने रहेगा, क्योंकि इट्स एन आर्टिफिशियल मटेरियल। जैसे प्लास्टिक के ऊपर आज कमेंट किया गया कि प्लास्टिक की बॉटल्स को हमको यूज़ नहीं करना चाहिए इससे पहले वाले सेशन में, उसी तरीके से इट्स इनर्ट मटेरियल, तो हमें नहीं पता कि क्या। अब वापस जाते हैं फिर से जीनो ट्रांसप्लांटेशन पे, क्योंकि जीनो ट्रांसप्लांटेशन के ऊपर ज़्यादा स्टडीज़ हैं, ज़्यादा एक उसका प्रॉमिसिंग लगता है कि इट इज़ गोइंग टू कम इन द फ्यूचर, बट उसकी खुद की भी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम तो हम समझते हैं कि आप एक एनिमल को यूज़ करेंगे और एनिमल को आप उसको मॉडिफाई करेंगे और उसमें से ऑर्गन निकालेंगे, और फिर एनिमल इंश्योर करना पड़ेगा कि एनिमल उसके बाद ठीक रहे। सो उसमें एथिक्स की बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। अभी भी ये एथिक्स जो है उसका क्लियरेंस सिर्फ एनिमल स्टडीज़ के लिए अमेरिका में दिया गया है। कई सारी सोसाइटीज़ इसको शायद एक्सेप्ट ना कर सके, क्योंकि एनिमल का नेचर ही उस टाइप का है जो कई सोसाइटीज़ एक्सेप्ट नहीं करती हैं, विच इज़ अ पिग। दूसरी बात यह है, एनिमल्स के अपने खुद के बड़े सारे इन्फेक्शंस होते हैं, उनको जूनोटिक इन्फेक्शंस कहते हैं। तो ये जूनोटिक इन्फेक्शंस किस तरीके से मॉडिफाई होंगे जब दूसरे की बॉडी के अंदर आएंगे, और दूसरे की बॉडी के अंदर वैसे भी इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स यूज़ किए जाएंगे, क्योंकि अगर आप इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स मतलब समथिंग जो इम्यूनिटी को सप्रेस करता है, ये दवाइयाँ होती हैं जिसके साथ हम फॉरेन ऑर्गन को एक्सेप्ट कराते हैं एक रिसिपिएंट की बॉडी के अंदर। तो किस तरीके से वो इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स पुरानी इन्फेक्शंस को और बढ़ावा देंगे, इसके बारे में भी बहुत सोच विचार करने के बाद ही ये टेक्नोलॉजी कहीं आगे बढ़ेगी। तो आई थिंक अगर हमने कुछ बात करनी है फ्यूचर की, तो इट शुड बी जीनो ट्रांसप्लांटेशन, लेकिन उसके साथ बहुत सारे एथिकल फीचर्स जुड़े हुए हैं, बहुत सारी कड़ियाँ जुड़ी हुई हैं जो अभी तक हम डिसाइफर नहीं कर पाए, अभी तक तोड़ नहीं पाए। जब तक वो नहीं आएगा तब तक आई थिंक we have to work towards using diseased organs for transplantation। जैसे संकरन सर ने थोड़ी देर पहले बताया था कि जब उनके पास एक ट्रांसप्लांट पेशेंट आता है और ट्रांसप्लांट करके आता है, तो वो ये कहते हैं कि तुमने अपने बाकी के ऑर्गन्स जब तुम जाओगे किसी को डोनेट करके जाओगे। तो उस तरीके से आई थिंक इट्स 1-to-1। जैसे यहाँ पे एक कैनेडियन सिटीजन ने बोला कि ही फॉट एंड इट वाज अ पेशेंट who fought for his rights. So similarly, a patient has to tell other patients and to other patients and create a chain जिसके साथ ये सब पॉसिबल है। एंड आई थिंक किडनी वॉरियर फाउंडेशन का इसके अंदर बहुत बड़ा रोल रहेगा, इन विच दे कैन गेट गैदरिंग्स ऑफ दिस सॉर्ट एंड स्प्रेड द मैसेज।
And in the same way, you know that some therapies are very popular on the social media. And what about stem cells? Because there are patients who have come to us spending lakhs of rupees on stem cells. So Vinod, what's your take on stem cells?
सो स्टेम सेल एक ऐसी एक और थेरेपी है जिसका अभी तक कोई खास निष्कर्ष अभी तक निकला नहीं है। पीपल हैव यूज स्टेम सेल्स इन वेरियस पार्ट्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। we've also tried to dig into using stem cells as a technology, जिसके साथ स्टेम सेल के साथ वो टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ आप बेसिकली एक प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो, जिसमें जब आप ट्रांसप्लांट करोगे किसका, उसके दो तरीके होते हैं। स्टेम सेल का फर्स्ट तरीका ये है कि अगर ऑर्गन रीजनरेशन में उसका कोई काम है, कि किसी का ऑर्गन अगर सपोज ख़राब हो रहा है, तो आप स्टेम सेल्स यूज़ करके उसको रीजनरेट करा सकते हैं, नहीं करा सकते, जिसके अंदर बहुत ज़्यादा कोई सक्सेस नहीं है अभी तक। दूसरा स्टेम सेल का जो रोल है वो आता है ट्रांसप्लांटेशन के अंदर, और उसका सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट रोल ट्रांसप्लांटेशन में ये रहता है कि अगर आप एक सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर दो जिसके अंदर इम्यूनिटी रिड्यूसिंग मेडिसिन को आप कम करके एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी को इम्प्रूव कर दो, तो दैट हैज़ अ गुड रोल। स्टेम सेल का बहुत अच्छा रोल रहा है इन कैंसर थेरेपीज़, other therapies, but in terms of kidney transplantation, हमारे देश से भी कुछ papers हैं, but there has not been too much of very exciting news. There has been complications associated with this therapy.
newer innovations that are there for slowing CKD progression, improving dialysis? Hello? So moving away from kidney transplantation, what are the newer innovations on the horizon for slowing CKD progression, improving dialysis, and as well as improving patient outcomes? Also, advances you could take the question of newer immunosuppressive agents for post-transplant management.
Yeah, so with regards to CKD care, again, I think it is you are living in a golden era of treatment for kidney diseases because there are many molecules or many drug molecules that are getting into late phases of clinical trials and getting approved that are changing the way you treat kidney disease. Okay, initially, when you had kidney disease, there were only one or two molecules that we used to prescribe routinely. Now, over the last 5 years, there are many more molecules that have come in the kidney disease field, which is not so. Kidney is a chronic, it is seen as a chronic disease, right? It is seen as a lifelong disease. But now with these molecules, you are even able to modify the trajectory of the kidney disease. So it is not that you are only maintaining a patient on these medicines lifelong, you're also bringing down their trajectory, and I think we will reach a phase where you can even reverse the trajectory with the number of medicines that are coming up. So even now in India, there are at least, I would say at least 4 new classes of drugs that have recently been approved in the last 2-3 years, which have really changed the way you manage kidney disease. I'm not going too much into the medical terms because anyway it will not be useful for you. But if you can get in touch with your treating nephrologist, they will make you aware of these new classes of drugs that have come. Some of the drugs I can tell you are drugs like dapagliflozin and empagliflozin, which is one drug class. There's another drug class which is finerenone and the others. Then there's another drug class which is given for both diabetic and kidney disease patients. And there are few such very promising therapies that have come up. So we are not just looking at treating a chronic condition, we are looking at modifying the biology of the disease. Okay, we are looking at a very these drugs act at a very biological stage. The other things with regards to dialysis, again, many people have talked about peritoneal dialysis and home hemodialysis is becoming popular. So with technology as well as with the use of AI, these machines are becoming more efficient. You can use them 24/7 at home, or your work-life balance improves on using these machines rather than coming to the hospital and being connected to a machine 3 times a week. These are machines that you can run at home and you can plug in and plug out of it whenever you as your lifestyle dictates, and you can go ahead with whatever work you are having. Your energy levels are better. It improves because it is a continuous system where you through the night you can be plugged in. It really improves your cardiovascular health also over the long time, compared to just going to a hospital 3 times a week and then getting plugged into a machine which will only give you dialysis for 3 to 4 hours maximum. So these are some of the main innovations. We are also having stem cell, has already been touched upon. We have stem cells in dialysis also. You have these dialysis membranes that are coated by stem cells and coated by actual living kidney cells that help in removing the toxins more efficiently rather than just a plastic membrane that is there. There are kidneys that are being grown in lab. Okay, so all of you are keen. The diamond lovers here know that there are lab-grown diamonds, right? So now there are lab-grown kidneys which are happening, where you use a stem cell and you grow an organ out of it. And these are all in late phases of trial. It has not come into the mainstream clinical arena, but these are all very promising therapies that has a potential to transform kidney health. With regards to transplant, post-transplant care, again, there are blood as well as urine markers that will detect rejection much earlier than waiting for a kidney biopsy. Kidney biopsy, anyway, it's not something that you can repeat more often, right? There are markers in the blood and urine that you can detect much earlier than a biopsy, and these can tell you whether you are at a higher risk of rejection and whether you need to modify your treatment or not. Also, there are a lot of other treatments like stem cell which can increase your tolerance to these medicines and to the grafted kidney, and it can bring down the medicines as well as the rejection rates that you really observe, that you normally observe in a post-transplant time. These stem cells can also, if you can use your own stem cells to repair your kidney, then imagine it will be like you will be you'll be a lab-grown kidney which is using your own stem cells will be transplanted, in which case you will be completely free of drugs, and it will be like you are just getting your own kidney back into your system. So these are innovations that are being these are in different phases of trials, and the next 5 to 15 years are really promising.
Thank you. So जैसे कि डॉक्टर सक्सेना ने बताया, these are exciting times patients के लिए भी और हम nephrologists के लिए भी बहुत सारी medicines आ चुकी हैं. And India is lucky in that way that we have a large generic industry, which means कि ये दवाइयाँ आपको at an affordable cost available हैं. Unlike the West where these medicines are fairly expensive. We move on to now Dr. Gagandeep. So she is from AstraZeneca, and AstraZeneca is one of the world's leader in innovation in healthcare, and she'll be taking us through some innovations as far as nephrology is concerned. Over to you.
I would like to begin by first congratulating Kidney Warriors Foundation for successfully completing 50 years here and empowering thousands and lakhs of patients suffering with chronic kidney disease. And this is a very important question. And I want to start by saying that kidney disease is such a disease that silently keeps progressing for years. And today, science has finally, catching up with the disease, and we have tools today which not only treat chronic kidney disease, but they also delay the progression and help patients to preserve their kidney functions for longer. So at AstraZeneca, our North Star is very simple. We want kidney patients to live longer, healthier lives, and we are going to do that by supporting them, delaying their kidney damage, preventing their heart, protecting it, and ensuring they have less to minimal, emergency visits. And it is more relevant in countries like ours, India, because here the chronic kidney disease is getting diagnosed very late, right? Which puts the families, the patients at risk of multiple health complications and financial strains. So when we talk of innovations, as an organization, we are committed and focused in the area of kidney care, and we are working largely on the 4 major pillars. Today, if you go back to a decade or so earlier, the kidney care was largely managing blood sugar and blood pressure of these patients. But now we have very specific targeted therapies already highlighted by Dr. Suchina, SGLT2 inhibitors, which have clearly shown that these drugs can slow the further decline of kidney functions. They also reduce cardiovascular events in these patients. Then there was mention of MRAs, good innovations, GLP-1 receptors, but I would be talking about the very recent innovations that we are working upon and what is coming in the future. So one of the very latest innovation is around that AstraZeneca has worked upon is around a complication of kidney disease, which is hyperkalemia. We all knew about it, and while having the lunch, we saw some of the food dishes. There was a special mention that it is low in potassium, and we know keeping potassiums normal is how critical in CKD patients. So hyperkalemia we know is a complication, right? And we know that it's not just because of the disease, but also the life-saving drugs which are used in these patients, which protects the kidney. They have it as an adverse event. And for years, hyperkalemia has been a major barrier to the use of these drugs in these patients. So now we have solutions, novel potassium binders, which can really help patients to continue with their life-saving therapies, and they take care of the potassium. So this is what is already there, but what is coming up in the next 5-10 years is something which we'll quickly talk in another 2 minutes. So first area where next generation of innovations we are working upon is, developing molecules which would be addressing new pathways like endothelial receptor inhibitors. So here we have drugs like zibotennin, who alone or in combinations will specifically help kidney patients who are suffering with sustained proteinuria and who need additional kidney protection. Another very important target that is under research is next generation non-steroidal MRAs, which will further take care of inflammation and fibrosis alone and in combinations and could be game changer. Third, which again seems to be a very progressing target, is aldosterone synthetase inhibitors. So here we have a molecule baxdrostat, which alone or again in combination with SGLT2 inhibitors can really reduce the production of aldosterone, which is considered to be one of the main culprits for resistant hypertension, and it also is responsible for causing kidney damage in the long run. And I strongly believe that these all newer innovations will be built up on the current standard of cares, and they will help our patients live longer lives, healthier lives. And when we talk of these innovations, what actually it means to the patient is that they are going to have better kidney functions for longer years. They're going to have better quality of life. They will have less emergency visits, hospitalizations, and probably they will have many years before they get into dialysis or need of a transplantation. So I conclude my answer by just saying that whatever we think, I think the real progress comes from, the partnerships, not just by science. When science partners with the right people, the pharmaceutical science, the clinicians, the patient organizations like Kidney Warrior Foundations, when they all come together and ensure that every patient who needs these advances, they get it, they work and fight towards it, that is actually the true success and that will be the true success for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gagandeep. Dr. Saxena has a flight, so I'd like to thank Saxena for coming all the way from Vellore and participating. Thank you once again. We'll continue our session meanwhile. We now move to AI. AI has been in the news for all the reasons over the last few weeks, how it has transformed our stock market, various companies, including the war, as we see, is AI driven. But Vinod, where is healthcare as far as AI is concerned? And how do you see the newer innovations in AI driving improvements in healthcare utilization?
So what is AI? AI का मतलब हुआ artificial intelligence. So how does intelligence become artificial? So any intelligence which is non-human is called as artificial intelligence. यहाँ पे कितने लोग हैं जो लोग चैट जीपीटी यूज़ करते हैं? Just put your hands up. Oh, very nice. And how many people are here जो सिर्फ पेशेंट्स के लिए जो चैट जीपीटी के साथ अपनी रिपोर्ट्स का इंटरप्रिटेशन देखते हैं? और एक कोई नहीं देखता, just one.
patients come.
That is not true because we don't trust you. तो anyway, so artificial intelligence जब use किया जाता है, chat GPT के साथ synonymous उसको रखा जाता है कि chat GPT is something that runs faster than the human mind. So if you've ever used the chat GPT and you try to characterize कि किस तरीके से use किया जाता है, आप जब उसमें टाइप करते हैं ना, वो थोड़ी देर के लिए सोचता है. वो इतनी देर सोचता है जितनी देर में आप सोचते हो और आपको इन्फ्रेंस देता है उसकी. वो इन्फ्रेंस जो होता है, दैट्स अ कॉन्ग्लोमरेट ऑफ अ लॉट ऑफ ह्यूमन माइंड्स पुट टुगेदर, और उसके साथ वो एक आपको इंटरप्रिटेशन देता है. तो इट सीम्स कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो है वो कई ह्यूमन माइंड्स को रीड करके, आपके बिहेवियर को रीड करके, दूसरे इंसानों की डिजीज़ को रीड करके आपको एक इन्फ्रेंस देता है. वो इन्फ्रेंस आप यूज़ करते हैं, आप यूज़ कर भी सकते हैं, आप ना भी यूज़ करें. लेकिन इसको हेल्थ केयर में हम कैसे यूज़ करें ताकि आपके फ़ायदे के लिए हो. बिफोर दैट एक आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ. मेरा एक बड़ा क्लोज फ्रेंड, उसने चैट जीपीटी में अपनी रिपोर्ट सारी अपलोड करी एंड उसका फ़ोन मेरे को एग्जैक्टली 15 मिनट के बाद आ गया. रो रहा था वो, कहता है यार मेरे को तो कैंसर हो गया. तो मैंने कहा यार तेरे को कैंसर कैसे हो सकता है, तू तो अभी सिर्फ 25 साल का है, या 25, वाई यू सेइंग यू गॉट कैंसर. तो उसने स्नैपशॉट्स भेजे मेरे को चैट जीपीटी के. There were a couple of parameters which have been identified to be high in patients with some kind of cancer. So the ChatGPT said that you have a probability of cancer. अब देखो उसने यूज़ किया वर्ड probability, लेकिन ह्यूमन माइंड ने उसको पढ़ा कि हमको हो गया कैंसर. सो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को किस तरीके से यूज़ करना है हेल्थ केयर में इज़ अ वेरी बिग चैलेंज, बिकॉज उसके लिए भी आपको एक बेसिक इंटेलिजेंस चाहिए. हम कैसे यूज़ करते हैं आप अपने हेल्थ केयर के अंदर? आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के अंदर आपके 3 मॉड्यूल्स होते हैं. एक तो उसके अंदर डीप लर्निंग मशीन्स होती हैं. देयर आर एल्गोरिदम्स विच आर फेड इनटू इट. तो डीप लर्निंग मशीन्स क्या होती है? दे आर लर्निंग ऑन डेली बेसिस ईच एंड एवरी सेकेंड विद ईच एंड एवरी रिस्पॉन्स दैट यू गिविंग ऑन द इंटरनेट. मतलब आप में से सारे के सारे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को पावर कर रहे हैं ऑन डेली बेसिस एवरी डे. हॉस्पिटल्स में किस तरीके से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आजकल इंटीग्रेट हो रहा है? इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू अंडरस्टैंड कि देर आर 2 ways इन विच द हॉस्पिटल्स आर बेनिफिटिंग. एक होता है चैटबॉट्स. चैटबॉट्स का मतलब ये है कि आप गए, आपको कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुई, लेकिन आपको यही नहीं समझ आया कि आपने किस डॉक्टर के पास जाना है. तो आप एक जनरल मशीन के पास गए, आपने अपनी उसमें रिपोर्ट्स डाली या उससे बात करी है, उसने आपको बता दिया कि आपने यहाँ जाना है. सो दैट्स अ वेरी इंटेलिजेंट फीचर. सो यू कैन प्रॉबली have somebody who's a little bit more understanding than somebody who's sitting on the counter, जो 10 पेशेंट से बात करने के बाद 11वें पेशेंट को कहीं और ही भेज दें. तो मतलब आपको एक कंसिस्टेंट उसमें से एक रिस्पॉन्स मिलेगा फ्रॉम अ चैटबॉट. सेकेंड वे किस तरीके से यूज़ होता है कि अगर जैसे हम पेशेंट्स देख रहे हैं और हमें कई पेशेंट्स के अंदर कुछ फीचर्स जो हैं हमने साइडलाइन कर दिए कि हमने देख लिए, लेकिन हमने कहा कि हमें नहीं पता कि इसका कोई फ़ायदा होने वाला नहीं बना. अब ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का अंडरस्टैंडिंग इस तरीके से होती है, वो समझता है कि ये चीज़ ये डॉक्टर मिस कर सकता है और वो उसको एक प्रॉम्प्ट दे सकता है और उसको बता सकता है कि आगे जाके इस पेशेंट के साथ ये प्रॉब्लम्स हो सकती हैं. अब उस प्रॉब्लम में से एन इंटेलिजेंट डॉक्टर कैन पिक अप एंड टेल यू कि हमारी इस सिचुएशन में ये प्रॉबिलिटी है और इस तरीके से आपको ट्रीट करेंगे. तीसरा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ विच इज़ कमिंग अप इन द फ्यूचर is called as twin mirroring. Twin mirroring का मतलब ये है कि सपोज आपको क्रॉनिक किडनी डिजीज़ है, आपको किडनी डिजीज़ होगी, आपका क्रेटिनिन 3 के आसपास है, लेकिन आपको ये नहीं समझ आ रहा कि 3 क्रेटिनिन के साथ आपका फ्यूचर क्या है. तो आप क्या करेंगे? ये टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज़ करके आप अपनी ड्रग्स को डाल के, आप अपनी कोमॉर्बिडिटीज़ की, आपको डायबिटीज़ है, ब्लड प्रेशर है, हार्ट डिजीज़ है, फैमिली में कुछ था या नहीं था, आपके यूरिन के अंदर कितना एल्ब्यूमिन है, वो सब कुछ डाल के यू कैन गेट अ प्रिडिक्टेबिलिटी, अ रफ प्रिडिक्टेबिलिटी कि किस तरीके से आपका ये डिजीज़ प्रोग्रेस करेगा. दूसरा, आपको जिस तरीके से आप अपने दवाइयाँ लेते हैं और आप अपनी प्रोग्रेस डालते रहते हैं कि मेरा ब्लड प्रेशर इतना हाई था, इतना लो था, वो आपके ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम से आपके शुगर्स भी ट्रैक कर रहा है, आपका ब्लड प्रेशर भी ट्रैक कर रहा है. वो आपको ये भी बता सकता है कि आपका जो आपका पर्सनैलिटी है और जिस तरीके से आप इस दवाइयों को ले रहे हैं, आप कितनी देर में प्रोग्रेस करके आगे बढ़ेंगे. चौथा, आप ये भी कर सकते हैं कि आप 2 डॉक्टरों की दवाइयाँ लिख के साइड बाय साइड फीड कर दें और देखें कि आपका आउटकम क्या होगा, तो वो आपका एक ट्विन बना देगा कि आज से 5 साल के बाद अगर आप ये दवाइयाँ लोगे और ये आपका बिहेवियर है तो आपका आउटकम क्या रहेगा, आप ये दवाइयाँ ले रहे हो उस डॉक्टर से तो आपका आउटकम क्या रहेगा। तो AI का हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम के अंदर ये कुछ एडवांटेजेस हैं, बट AI क्या चीज़ है, AI को समझना ही एक बहुत बड़ी एक चीज़ है। यू कांट जस्ट यूज AI एज अ कॉमन मैन एंड अंडरस्टैंड मेडिकल कॉन्सेप्ट्स विद AI। तो हमेशा जब भी AI को हम पावर करते हैं किसी चीज़ के साथ, वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि उसको किसी आदमी जिसको AI को समझना आता है और उसके अंदर से उसको डिसाइफर करना आता है, उसी को ही यूज़ करना चाहिए। सो AI इज़ वेरी चैलेंजिंग सर, आई थिंक इन द फ्यूचर, बिकॉज हेयर आपका अक्यूट किडनी इंजरी जिसमें एकदम से आपकी किडनी शट डाउन होने वाली है, आपको पता ही नहीं है कि आपके फादर एडमिटेड है और उनकी कोई सर्जरी होनी है, आपको यही नहीं पता कि आगे जाके क्या होना है। तो द सिस्टम्स कैन पिक इट अप एंड प्रिडिक्ट कि ओके ये है जिनका सर्जरी हुआ है, 10 में से 2 पेशेंट ऐसे हैं इनको किडनी इंजरी हो सकती है। जिनको CKD है वो भी पता चल रहा है। ट्रांसप्लांट में तो खैर AI काफ़ी आगे निकल गया है, जैसे इन्होंने बताया कि हाउ टू सेलेक्ट डोनर्स, स्पेशली यहाँ क्वेश्चन एक था कि ABO इनकम्पैटिबल वर्सेस पेयर्ड ट्रांसप्लांट। पेयर्ड का मतलब आप मिक्सिंग कर रहे हैं, ABO इनकम्पैटिबल मतलब आप ब्लड ग्रुप के अगेंस्ट कर रहे हैं। सो नाउ द AI सॉफ्टवेयर is learning on daily basis from different modules, from different chatbots, and it is telling you now, it can predict कि अगर suppose A का पेयर हुआ B के साथ तो उसका आउटकम क्या होगा, लेकिन A का पेयर अगर C के साथ हुआ, D के साथ हुआ तो शायद थोड़ा सा बेटर होगा। तो ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस तो यही मानती है कि A का B के साथ चल जाएगा, बट आपको ये मशीन जो है, लर्निंग जो है, डीप लर्निंग सिस्टम्स जो है वो आपको अब प्रिडिक्ट कर पाएंगे और बता सकते हैं कि आउटकम क्या है। अर्ली प्रिडिक्शन ऑफ रिजेक्शंस हो सकते हैं ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर्स के अंदर, जिनका एकदम से ट्रांसप्लांट हुआ है, पहले 7 दिन के अंदर जिसके रिजेक्शन होते हैं और उनको अर्ली पिकअप कर हम करते हैं तो उनका आउटकम्स मच बेटर होता है। सो दीज आर द वेज इन विच AI इज कमिंग अप वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंगली।
So these are indeed exciting times, I mean, for all of us. But a word of caution. AI will not replace doctors, but yes, doctors with AI will replace doctors who are not using AI. So please don't trust your healthcare, as was beautifully brought out by Vida. But yes, we all as medical professionals, need to adapt to AI quickly. I think that brings us pretty much to the end of this session. If there are any questions from the house, कोई आप कुछ सवाल पूछना चाहेंगे हमारे expert panelists को, you are most welcome. If not, then we call this session to a close. And once again, I'd like to thank Kidney Warriors Foundation for this excellent conclave. It's been indeed, one of its kind experience. For the first time, bringing together all the healthcare professionals, the patients, and the pharmacological community on a single platform, so that we can together take steps to improve our future. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next topic. And this topic was actually the most favorite topic, the most voted topic by the patients from the community. And that was managing post-transplant challenges, proteinuria, UTI, and diabetes. And may I request you to please join me, put your hands together, and welcome Dr. Kristen George from Aster Hospital.
Thank you, Marian. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of Kidney Warriors Foundation, and today being here on this unique conclave, bringing together patients, nephrologists, and it's my privilege to be here today. So after listening to the innovations, AI, let us move back to the basics and the common challenges that transplant patients face. Transplant, we all know, is the best treatment for end-stage kidney disease. But unfortunately, transplant is not a miracle cure. Still, there are challenges that a transplant patient often faces. And in the next 10 minutes or so, I'll try to go through some of the common queries or challenges that a transplant patient might face. So firstly, it is proteinuria or protein leak in your urine. So we have heard in the morning sessions as well, any protein or albumin in urine is definitely a concern which cannot be ignored. Be it a patient of early kidney disease or a transplant recipient, any amount of protein in the urine should not be neglected. So what are the possible causes? So a patient who is a transplant recipient, most often the deceased kidneys or the damaged kidneys are left behind, and the transplant kidney is a third kidney or sometimes a fourth kidney that is there in your body. So naturally the kidneys which are damaged, if you still have some urine output on dialysis, the damaged kidneys will continue to leak some protein. And this can be detected in the early post-transplant period, and usually after 3 to 4 weeks, the protein from the deceased kidney should stop coming. So any kind of proteinuria that is persistent beyond the 1 month, 1.5 months should be evaluated. Then we have, of course, the recurrent or de novo disease. Many a times we know what is the original disease that caused kidney to fail. And if that is known, there is a risk of recurrence post-transplant that can be predicted. And sometimes the disease is not known. We don't know why the kidneys failed in the first place. And there are certain immune-mediated conditions which are at high risk of recurring or coming back in the new kidney. Diseases like IgA nephropathy, which is the most common glomerular disease causing kidney failure, has a high recurrence risk. So proteinuria or albumin leak could be the earliest sign of the disease coming back in your transplant kidney. So a periodic urine evaluation is important. Again, FSGS, focal segmental glomerulosclerosis, is not a rare cause as a glomerular condition causing end-stage kidney disease. Primary FSGS has a very high recurrence risk, and such patients should be counseled and taught to monitor the urine for protein early on. Some of the immunosuppressive drugs themselves can contribute to protein leak, like mTOR inhibitors. Rejection, acute rejection or a chronic rejection naturally causes damage in the kidney and can cause protein leak. A condition called hyperfiltration. So when the transplant kidney, it is a single kidney which has to filter the entire body's blood. So in specific situations like a kidney which is from an older donor, older to younger donor, then a younger donor has more muscle mass, has more load on the kidney, can lead to hyperfiltration. Obesity in the recipient can contribute to hyperfiltration. Sometimes gender difference, a female to male kidney donation or BMI mismatch can contribute to hyperfiltration. So hyperfiltration can cause albuminuria, and albuminuria, if unchecked, can slowly cause damage in the transplant kidney. Sorry, I missed on the management. So yeah, now as we discussed, detecting early is important because albuminuria persisting can slowly damage the kidney. We have now the newer classes of drugs like SGLT2 and non-steroidal MRA, which can be added onto the existing armamentarium of ACE inhibitors and ARBs, which of course your nephrologist would slowly titrate and optimize the dose to provide maximum benefit for your transplant kidney. Now, secondly, about diabetes after kidney transplant. So many a times patients are quite disheartened to know that they never had diabetes and suddenly after transplant, they've got a new disease. They've become a diabetic. So it's important to understand, to begin with, prior to transplant itself, you may be at a risk of developing diabetes. So it is multifactorial. It depends on your age, your body mass index. Sometimes the cause for your CKD or the treatment which you might have taken prior to transplant for your kidney condition. Genetics, you may be genetically predisposed to develop diabetes. You may be already having insulin resistance prior to transplant. And then post-transplant, we put you on certain medicines like steroid, tacrolimus or cyclosporin, mTOR inhibitors, which can increase your chances of developing high blood sugar. Again, you tend to gain weight, especially with steroids, mTOR inhibitors, adding on to the risk of diabetes. So post-transplant, initial 1 to 3 months, there can be a period of high blood sugars, which may not be permanent, which can be managed with medications orally or insulin. And post the initial 2 to 3 months, you may come off these medicines and your blood sugars may be maintained in the normal range, or you may need some form of therapy going forward. We have various options like insulin, oral anti-diabetic agents. Sometimes we optimize the immunosuppressions accordingly. In a known diabetic, we may try to reduce the overall steroid dose. And of course, lifestyle changes are very important. You tend to gain weight post-transplant. So minding on the calories that you take and doing regular exercise, they cannot be missed. Thirdly, coming to urinary tract infections. Again, a very common challenge or troublesome situation that some of the patients have recurrent urinary tract infections. So broadly, when you look at urinary tract infections, it can be as simple as the infection of the bladder and the urethra. That is the lower urinary tract. Of course, this is for the general person. In a transplant patient, any type of infection would be a complicated UTI. So this, when it is affecting the lower urinary tract, you may have frequency of urination, irritation, some pain while urinating. And once it affects the transplant kidney, it becomes a pyelonephritis or a graft pyelonephritis. It is a more serious situation and it can lead to spread of infection in the blood. As I mentioned, any infection in the transplant recipient automatically becomes a complicated UTI. Fourth is important, which is asymptomatic bacteriuria. That means when we check your urine, you're growing some bacteria in it, but you do not have any symptoms whatsoever. So whether to treat or not, again, this is a very common situation. In the early post-transplant period, probably in the initial 3 months, even if you do not have any symptom, we generally treat this condition of asymptomatic bacteriuria. But beyond that, if the graft function is stable, you do not have any symptoms, just because your urine is growing something, many a times we do not treat it. Of course, situations wherein you may be planned for a surgery or a procedure, we do treat. Fifth, it is a situation of recurrent uncomplicated UTI, common in certain group of patients, and sometimes we have to put you on a long-term antibiotic prophylaxis if the UTI episodes are very frequent. So how to manage? In the immediate post-transplant, removal of any foreign material that is there, including the catheter and the stent wherever applicable, helps in preventing UTI. Then the cotrimoxazole prophylaxis that most of the patients are put on also helps in preventing UTI. Especially in high-risk patients who have a known reflux disease or a voiding disorder, it is important to put them on prophylaxis. General behavior can go a long way, ensuring you drink adequate water to pass dilute urine daily. You can maintain dipsticks at home. Sometimes leukocyte esterase, which can be detected on a dipstick, can give you an early indication, especially if you tend to develop UTIs very often. Genital hygiene is very important. Other methods like intermittent self-catheterization in case you have a bladder condition wherein you are retaining urine in the bladder can help in preventing UTI. Fourth, I would like to mention about cancer, that is malignancies post-transplant. Again, as we are seeing transplant recipients living longer, 20, 30 years, 35 years post-transplant, the risk of cancer increases. So as per statistics, anywhere between 20 to 30% is the risk of developing a cancer after 20 years of transplant. So what should you do? First, be aware of the common cancers. This is similar to what a general public is at risk, but again, being a transplant recipient, the risk is higher. So ensure you undergo regular cancer screening as advised. For example, for dermatological cancers, that is skin cancer, you should undergo regular self-examination or a physician or a specialist examination every 1 to 2 years. Breast cancer, do regular self-examination and mammography once in 1 to 3 years. Colorectal cancer, again, the screening is just like how it is advised for general population. You should get a fecal occult blood testing either annually or once in 2 years. Sigmoidoscopy and colonoscopy, if there is a higher risk in terms of family history or otherwise. Cervical cancer, pelvic examination, pap cytology is advised every 1 to 3 years. Lung cancer, of course, regular screening is not advised, but it is important to discuss this with your doctor, especially if you have a family history or you are a kidney recipient beyond 10, 15, 20 years. This is something which you have, it's always advisable you discuss upright with your doctor. So again, very important to use sun protection, avoid tobacco in any form. HPV vaccination, we discussed in the morning as well. HPV vaccination is now available widely. Up to 45 years of age is what the guidelines say. So if you are eligible, please take HPV vaccine, undergo routine pap smears and age appropriate screening. So again, very important to remember, early detection is very important in cancer. Cancer is no longer a death sentence. It has become a chronically manageable condition. So cancer, detecting it early is important. So screening periodically becomes crucial. So I think that's my last slide. I would be happy to take any questions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kristen. We now move on to our next panel discussion, and that is managing early stage in CKD, detection, prevention, and care. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me and put your hands together as we welcome a moderator, Dr. Ashwini Gupta from Sri Gangaram Hospital, Dr. Neeru Agrawal from Max Healthcare, Dr. Urmila Anand from Amrita Hospital, Dr. Dinesh Kullar from Max Healthcare, and of course, our beloved and loving Mrs. Ritu, who's from the Kidney Warrior Foundation.
Should I take over? Honey, just I'll introduce them. So, good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I thank the Kidney Warrior Foundation for inviting us to share certain questions and their answers. And it was a very nice meeting. All the people who are involved in Kidney Warrior Foundation, and you are really my congratulations on behalf of this esteemed panel. I congratulate the Kidney Warrior Foundation for doing such an excellent job. And one request, I think you should involve general physicians also in this care, because I'll tell you the importance from this session that they should also be made aware of early kidney disease. So to start with, I'll introduce my dear friends, very esteemed panel of Dr. Dinesh Kullar, who is chairman of Department of Nephrology and Renal Transplant Services at Max Saket Hospital, New Delhi. Dr. Neeru P. Agarwal, who is the chairperson of Department of Nephrology and Transplantation at Max Super Specialty Vaishali. Dr. Urmila Anand, who is the chairperson of Amrita Hospital and Institute, all these three people have more than 35 years of experience in the renal care. And during their time, our nephrology has evolved from a primitive to good, and now it is going to be better, best. One should not say that we are the best, because best is yet to come. So they have seen all the parts of nephrology which has happened in last 50 years. And I'll introduce Mrs. Rituparna Ghosh, who is a kidney warrior herself, and she's taking a great interest in upliftment of this foundation. And that I think I'll ask her a question later on, because she, after her transplant 20 years back, she did her MBA, and after that she has been working in a corporate sector, has trained more than 600 professionals, and they are doing their work. And for last 5 years she has been involved in the Kidney Warrior Foundation. And my congratulations to you, Ritu, and keep it up. And she is a real kidney warrior who has suffered, and who is now clearing the sufferings of others who are in this stage. So my questions to the esteemed panel are, so first of all, why this? Can you project the slide, second slide? If you see that approximately every 10th person in the world is suffering from some stage of chronic kidney disease, and global prevalence is around 13.4, and prevalence in India is around 17%. And next, please. And you can see that, next slide, please. It's not visible, but in the rest of the world, this CKD is picked up at very early stage 1, 2, or 3. But in India, the percentage of picking up of early stages is lesser as compared to the world. And second, the burden of chronic kidney disease in India, Dr. Vinath had already mentioned that every year 2.5 lakhs of end-stage renal failure patients are diagnosed, and they require some kind of renal replacement therapy, either dialysis or transplantation. We are able to give around 15 to 17,000 patients a transplant, 30 to 35,000 patients dialysis, and the rest are left to the nature. And that is very traumatizing for family as well as the doctors who are treating the patients of CKD. And this can be solved to some extent if we do the things in a better way. And second, CKD is not just a kidney disease, it's a very important predisposing cause of cardiovascular morbidity. And you may be surprised to know that more patients die of heart disease even before they reach end-stage renal disease. And this is the 5th common cause of death all over the world. And once they reach end-stage renal disease, you can know the cost of transplant and dialysis is phenomenal. And even the rich economies are not able to sustain the economic burden of chronic kidney disease and dialysis in US, in China. They are not able to sustain, and now they are going back to some other things. So that is why, you can switch off the slide. Yeah, project the next slide. So that is why it is very early that we should diagnose the CKD at a very early stage. And this is the implication. Even in India, you can see that after our Pradhan Mantri dialysis program was started in 2016, and you can see that we have around 13,000 dialysis machines. 29 lakh people availed services of dialysis, and in 2024, 3.82 million people were dialyzed. And if the cost of this was for BPL patients, which government gave them the subsidy, and they were given free dialysis. So you can see that government is spending around 4 to 4.5 thousand crores of rupees on the dialysis. And this is a small percentage of people. You can think about others who are spending from their pocket. So please switch off the slide. So what we should be doing is diagnose the CKD at an early stage. And my first question is to Dr. Neeru Agarwal. Dr. Agarwal, what is CKD, its definition? How are the stages of CKD defined? Any relevance of EGFR? Because now you see that most of the labs, they write creatinine, and below that they have written the EGFR, and people are sometimes very worried that, Doctor Saab, my GFR is very low, so what to do? And what is the importance of detecting CKD in early stages? Dr. Agarwal.
So CKD by definition is structural and functional abnormalities of the kidneys for more than 3 months. So what are structural abnormalities? So like in a previous session, the father died of ADPKD. It means the children should be evaluated for that. That means it has been there. It's a congenital. It carries to the generations. So these are the people who are called CKD, single kidney or small kidneys. Then urinary albumin more than 30 milligram per gram in a random sample, or persistent hematuria. I remember a patient, young girl, 25 years old, the father told me she has been having 4 to 6 RBCs in the urine for 3 years. Nobody is able to give me the answer. So I observed her, followed her albumin creatinine ratio, saw that yes, she had RBCs in the urine. I did a biopsy. Yes, she had kidney disease. She had IgA nephropathy. So we should not take these things lightly. These people should be evaluated for CKD. Then if there are electrolyte abnormalities, urinary abnormalities, these are the patients of CKD. Then all the transplant patients, even if their GFR looks normal, their creatinine is normal, they are cases of CKD. And also, if GFR is less than 60 ml per minute, such people are CKD patient. So we have to be very, very critical in analyzing the reports of the patient to diagnose and not to miss CKD if it is there. And how to evaluate GFR? So GFR is, kidney function. So how to evaluate kidney function? So it is called eGFR and albuminuria. This is the KDIGO guidelines, and I'll tell you that only. There are 5 stages. G1, G2, G3, G4 and 5. In stage 1, the kidney function appears to be normal. GFR is more than 90 ml per minute. But if you look into the urine examination, albuminuria is present. That means it is normal. Present means more than 30 milligram per gram. So that means this is stage 1 of GKD. That patient needs monitoring. G2, that is GFR is between 60 to 89. So slight decrease in GFR, some albumin in the urine, some hematuria. So this is G2. Then G3, there is some mild to moderate decline in kidney function, and they have urinary abnormalities most of the time. G4 and G5 are advanced stages where GFR has come down to between 15 to 30 ml per minute, and G5 it is below 15 ml per minute, which is advanced stage of CKD where the decision about dialysis or transplant has to be taken by the patient. Then there is a second part where albuminuria is also assessed when we are evaluating the GFR or the kidney function of a patient. So if albumin A1, A2 and A3, if albuminuria is less than 30 milligram, it is stage 1. 2, 30 to 300 milligram, and 3 is 300 milligram and more. So why I am telling you is, lesser the GFR, high the albumin excretion in the urine, poor is the prognosis. Such people are likely to develop kidney failure faster, earlier, as compared to the other persons. So what is the value of EGFR? Why do we do EGFR? Why not other tests? So EGFR is calculated from serum creatinine. So age, gender and serum creatinine value, that gives us a value of EGFR. It two persons having same values, but if age is different, the GFR may be different. So it is individual for each and every person. So EGFR, it gives us a glimpse of the kidney function. It is the first screening test. Like Dr. Ashwini Gupta said, GFR is very important. If it tells you your GFR is 60 ml per minute or it is between 60 and 70, that means it needs further monitoring and evaluation. It gives us prognostic information. So if GFR is rising faster, it tells us that yes, a need for dialysis or transplant may be a little earlier as we were expecting, or it gives us an idea about stability of kidney function. Also, the drugs that most of our kidney patients, they need drug modification. So that is done on the basis of EGFR, and also contrast agents, whether to give or not to give, at what point we can give contrast agent, and what doses chemotherapy can be given for the cancer patient, that depends upon EGFR. So it is a prognostic marker. Then people who have lesser EGFR, the cardiovascular risk increases significantly. That means they have more tendency for heart failure, heart attack, stroke, and sudden cardiac death also.
Thank you, Dr. Nero. And now my next question is to Dr. Urmila Anand. So what are the causes of CKD? What are the early signs and symptoms of CKD, and what simple screening tests we can perform to detect CKD in early stages? And if it is detected late, so what can be the consequences? But that question I will ask Dr. Ritu.
After Dr. Neeru Agarwal's presentation, she gave you an idea what is CKD, and you realize it is only after stage 3 जब creatinine बढ़ने लगता है तब हमें पता चलता है. And Madam also said CKD is not just the number GFR, it is also structural problems. जैसे Shantanu's father had ADP kidney. ADP kidney is a disease which is picked up in radiology. And then the other problems are urinary. Without creatinine, urine से भी पता चलता है. So chronic kidney disease के जो causes हैं, they are actually nowadays, as sir said, कि हम लोग 30 साल से nephrologist हैं और शायद 50 साल की nephrology देखी है हम लोगों ने सबने मिलके. In 30 years, we have changed a dramatic change in causes of chronic kidney disease. When we were students, in my practice, we used to use the word native kidney disease unknown. पता नहीं चलता है क्यों ये kidney disease खराब हुई है. इसके बाद में Dr. Fuller may discuss why we use this term. But आजकल हम समझ रहे हैं उस term को हम लोग use कर रहे हैं chronic kidney disease of unknown origin. That is a common cause of kidney disease in our patients. Like almost 10 to 15% of patients have kidney disease, कारण नहीं पता चलता है. And that we are relating to the change in our lives, in our climate, in our pollution, in the kind of fertilizers and pesticides and all that we use, water contamination and all. So you realize from a chronic kidney disease of a native kidney disease of unknown, जो हमारी practice में सबसे ज़्यादा भी use करते थे, to a chronic kidney disease of unknown. So that is a change in the cause. So we are important to realize कि the pollution and the climate change is making a difference. But उससे भी ज़्यादा जो important diseases हैं जो आज सुबह panel discussion में बहुत बार जिसका अर्ज किया गया है, that is one, hypertension and diabetes. Both of them are lifestyle diseases, and in our practice almost 60 to 70% of patients, first question हम पूछते हैं आपको diabetes है, आपको hypertension है, and the next question कब आपको kidney disease पता चले. So these are the common ones. Besides these, something which was very common to us, जो Madam ने भी mentioned किया, IgA nephropathy, is the other group, is the glomerular diseases, जो usually बच्चों में होते हैं, adults में भी होते हैं, but usually in children we pick it up early, जिसमें कि Madam ने mentioned कि we follow up and we biopsy them and find out. Hence, for them it is important to, I mean, इस बच्चों में इनमें we have to be careful about it. Another mention जो Dr. Vivekanand Jha ने आज सुबह बात की है, which is coming into a focus, is obesity. Obesity is just not a problem; it is now becoming a disease, and almost 10 to 30% of patients who are obese has actually some form of kidney disease in the form of albumin leakage and even progressive kidney disease we can discuss. So these are the common ones. बच्चों में congenital anomalies, CAFUT was the word सुबह जो congenital anomalies of the kidney urinary tract, उनकी बीमारियां अलग से होती हैं, उनकी congenital changes होते हैं kidney में ureter. So ये these are the common diseases that we see मोटे-मोटे अक्षरों में. Symptoms, सर ने पूछ तो लिया है, but almost all of us agree and perceive कि almost majority of patients have no symptoms. And depending on the disease, the symptoms can be swelling of legs, can be slight puffiness on your face, some urinary symptoms, a blood in the urine, there's some RBCs. Then the most important that we don't ask and that we don't find, रात को कितने बार पेशाब करने जाते हैं. That word nocturia is a very important parameter and a marker of a progressive kidney disease. पैरों में सूजन, glomerulonephritis, blood pressure बढ़ जाना अचानक, these are the symptoms. And in advanced stages, of course, जो patients को देखते हैं, भूख नहीं लगना, उल्टी आना, malnourishment, सांस फूलना, breathlessness, drowsiness, weakness, fatigue, anemia, these are the major symptoms. But most important is, it is asymptomatic and hence we should be very careful to find out and be aware of your kidney disease. जो risk factors जो बोले गए हैं, we should always, morning also it was mentioned कि जब भी आपको hypertension या diabetes पकड़ा जाता है, please check for your kidney functions. It is not कि कुछ सालों के बाद आपकी kidney खराब होगी, or it is after 5 years or 10 years of hypertension that you will develop kidney disease. So it's important to screen. And the final question that sir asked me is how do we screen? दो टेस्ट की ज़रूरत है, बहुत सिंपल है. एक है सिर्फ क्रिएटिनिन, आजकल सब लैब्स में होते हैं, पैसे भी नहीं लगते हैं, बट उससे भी ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट इज़ अ यूरिन टेस्ट. आजकल बहुत सारे टेस्ट एंड लेबोरेटरीज आ गए. इवन इंडिया इज डेवलपिंग पॉइंट ऑफ केयर डिवाइसेस फॉर यूरिन एल्बुमिन क्रिएटिनिन रेशियो. यही दो टेस्ट से हमें किडनी के बारे में पता चलता है. और जब पता चलता है उसके बाद हम लोग आगे चलते हैं, बाकी और टेस्ट करते हैं, हीमोग्लोबिन, पोटेशियम, ये सब चेक करते हैं, और फिर अल्ट्रासाउंड भी उसको हम लोग वी चेक एन अल्ट्रासाउंड एंड लुक फॉर एनी स्ट्रक्चरल डैमेज. आई थिंक this answers your question.
Thank you, Dr. Urmila, for a very concise answer. And one thing I must tell you, ki headache at times ignored, and I think you will see its importance in the next question, because patients have hypertension, but they have never checked. But retrospectively, if you ask कि आपको कभी headache होती थी, तब बताएंगे जी कभी कभी होती थी और सिर दर्द के लिए मैं गोली खा लेता था. तो वो चीज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि हेडेक के बारे में भी हमें पूछना चाहिए. सो मिसेस ऋतुपर्णा बनर्जी, what are the early symptoms and signs which are commonly missed and diagnosis of CKD is made in advanced stages? Your personal experience, and I think it is for doctors to learn that why we should not miss certain things. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. We know that CKD is a silent disease, right? A silent killer. However, CKD keeps giving, our kidneys keep giving, little whispers to us in the form of signs like headache, increase in BP, low hemoglobin. So there are a lot of such symptoms which we keep ignoring. And then finally one day we crash land into dialysis, right? And then we say, oh my God, CKD is a dramatic disease, but it is not. It keeps giving us those symptoms. Let me tell you from my own personal experience. So I am a patient of delayed progression, the diagnosis of delayed progression by almost 10 years. As he mentioned, I think from class 5, if I can remember, I used to get a lot of headaches. I used to have, high BP during my exam time. So for whenever I used to go to my general physician for headaches, since I have been born and brought up in Shillong and it's a cold place, so I used to be told, it must be migraine. Every 2 days you are getting headache, it must be migraine. So in fact, I have been given medicines of migraine also. So that used to happen. When I used to have my exams and I used to have shivering, headache and all that, little bit of fever, and my parents used to take me to the doctor. They used to check my BP. They used to say that no need to study so hard, take a break. And they used to just give me some BP medicines, that's all. Never was I ever asked to get any test done, or never was where my parents told that, please bring her back once our exams are over. We need to do more tests to find out what exactly is the reason. I always had low hemoglobin, and luckily my mother, she was very concerned about that. Like, why is my daughter having, less hemoglobin? And every time I went to a gynecologist, what was told to her was, your daughter is fine, she's playing, she's doing all extracurricular activities. It is a common thing in India. Women have less hemoglobin, don't worry, everything will become fine. So in retrospect, I think these were all symptoms of CKD, which I had already developed, and 2 simple tests could have, diagnosed me having CKD at that point in time. However, I got diagnosed with CKD, and it actually came in a very dramatic way in my life. I was doing my MBA when I was 21 years old, and one fine day I could not see anything. Just I wake up in the morning and suddenly everything becomes blur. So I rushed to an ophthalmologist in Delhi itself, and he says that at this young age, I don't think anything is wrong with your eyes. Your retina has burst because of high pressure. So you have to go and show a nephrologist. And that's how I get diagnosed with end-stage renal disease.
Thank you, Dr. Ritu. Actually, this is the lesson we should learn, that never ignore any symptoms, and they should be properly seen and tested. Because at times we brush it aside that you have migraine or you are having stress of exam, and it will just go away. Okay, so next question to Professor Dinesh Kullar, because once you are diagnosed with CKD stage 1, 2 or 3, so how to, Dr. Kullar, how to slow down the progression of CKD, its stage wise, and how does treatment differ across stages 1 to 3? And what actions, medical, dietary and lifestyle, slow down the kidney damage and delay or prevent the dialysis?
Thank you, Dr. Ashni. And before I answer that, my compliments to Kidney Warriors Foundation for the great service that they are doing to the humankind. Please keep up the great work that you've been doing all these decades. और जहाँ तक जवाब देने का सवाल है, I think यहाँ पे I can see people who are much more learned than me, such senior nephrologists, and मेरे को मुंह खोलने में थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हो रही है. And I'm sure जो मैं बोलने जा रहा हूँ, most of the people in this hall already are aware of it, and as I said, probably know even more than what I'm going to, what I know. But this is a message which all of us collectively need to spread across. So, इस gathering के लिए शायद ये इतना relevant नहीं है, but my endeavor would be to bring home the points which are already well known to everyone here, with a simple request that let us collectively spread this awareness and message across the country. This will make a huge difference. Chronic kidney disease, as you all know, happened many a times because of our own mistakes. A person became a diabetic. We all know, and let's try. I'm sure मैं late आया हूँ, सुबह काफ़ी discussion हुई होगी इसके बारे में. But just imagine, Dr. Ashwini ने बोला 17% prevalence है. तो एक छोटी statement नहीं है, 17%. चलो छोड़ो, मैथ्स बड़ा कंफ्यूज करता है, हम 10% लगा देते हैं. आज हम डरते नहीं हैं, हम बोलते हैं 17% नहीं, 10% प्रेवलेंस है. लुक एट द मैग्नीट्यूड ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम. तकरीबन 150 करोड़ में से 10% को किडनी प्रॉब्लम है, 15 करोड़ को किडनी प्रॉब्लम है. एंड अकॉर्डिंग टू डॉक्टर अश्विनी, दिस इज एक्चुअली मच मोर देन दिस एज वेल. अब दूसरी स्टेटमेंट, 10 करोड़ इंडियन पेशेंट्स डायबिटिक है, which is the commonest cause of chronic kidney disease. Kidney disease, as we all know, is either temporary or a permanent. We are more concerned about permanent, जो कि irreversible है, progressive है, और finally kidneys को totally खराब कर देती है. 10 crore of Indian population is already diabetic, और it is generally estimated 13.6 करोड़ प्री डायबिटिक है, और इनमें से 60% ने डायबिटिक हो जाना है. सो वेरी सून वी आर गोइंग टू फेस अबाउट 15 to 20 करोड़ ऑफ इंडियन पॉपुलेशन विच इज डायबिटिक. ह्यूज नंबर. और सबसे बड़ी बात जिसके लिए हम आज सारे इकट्ठे हैं, 40% पीपल बिलीव कुछ कहते हैं, 30% कुछ कहते हैं, 65% ऑफ दीज डायबिटिक्स गेट इनटू द ट्रैप ऑफ क्रॉनिक किडनी डिजीज. चलो हम एक सहूलियत के लिए 40% बोल देते हैं. 10% ऑलरेडी डायबिटिक्स है, 40% मीन्स 10 करोड़ ऑलरेडी डायबिटिक्स है, 40% मीन्स 4 करोड़ इंडियन डायबिटिक पेशेंट्स को क्रॉनिक किडनी डिजीज है जो बढ़ती जानी है. सो कमिंग बैक टू वेयर आई स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम, ये इसलिए हुआ कि हमने अपना ख्याल नहीं रखा. वी अलाउड diabetes to happen to us. I'm talking about those 10 crore of Indian population. So एक प्रिवेंशन थी बिल्कुल प्राइमोडियल. हमने इतना ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी है कि हम डायबिटिक ना बने. That's point number 1. और गॉड फॉरबिड हम सही टाइम पे नहीं संभले और डायबिटिक बन गए. नाउ इज द रोल और द क्वेश्चन विच डॉक्टर अश्विनी वांट्स टू मी टू आंसर, कि एक डायबिटिक ट्रैप में फंस गया, उसको क्रॉनिक किडनी डिजीज हो गई, विच एज डॉक्टर उर्मिला सेड इज़ वेरी इजी टू डायग्नोज. आपने उसका यूरिन में एल्ब्यूमिन देख लिया, उसकी सीरम क्रिएटिनिन से जो डॉक्टर नीरू ने बोला GFR एस्टिमेट कर ली और लेबल कर दिया कि इस पेशेंट को क्रॉनिक किडनी डिजीज़ है, और जो 3 महीने के अंदर ठीक नहीं हुई तो कभी नहीं होगी. ये स्टेटमेंट स्कैरी है बिकॉज हमें बता दिया गया अब इट्स ऑलमोस्ट लाइक अ वारंट टू दिस पेशेंट कि भाई आपकी किडनीज कभी ना कभी पूरी तरह खराब हो जाएंगी. बट इतना कुछ नेगेटिव बोलने के बाद लेट मी गिव यू सम काइंड ऑफ ऑप्टिमिज्म. आज से 20-30 साल पहले इट वाज लाइक दिस बिकॉज हमारे पास एक्चुअली स्पीकिंग कोई दवाई थी ही नहीं जो कि एक मीनिंगफुल दवाई हो. आप सब ने सुना रास इनहिबिटर्स, एस इनहिबिटर्स, एनालाप्रिल, टेलमिसार्टन, रेमिप्रिल, कार्डेस एट्सेट्रा दवाइयाँ जो कि एस इनहिबिटर्स हैं, वंडरफुल मेडिसिन और किडनी को हेल्प करती थी आगे बिगड़ने से, बट दे वर नॉट इनफ. Suddenly, the last 10 years have been game changers, and we as nephrologists are overly excited because बहुत कुछ हमने सीख लिया था, समझ लिया था, जान लिया था इस बीमारी के बारे में. Unfortunately, we had nothing to offer to our patients beyond the drugs which were available to us for good 30 years. Not any longer. We have drugs which can potentially make a huge difference. और ये सब पिछले 10 साल में आई है. और इसलिए इट्स एक्सट्रीमली इम्पॉर्टेंट टू, एज द स्लोगन इज, कैच देम यंग. मरीजों को सही टाइम पे पकड़ो. मैंने बोला कि प्रिवेंशन वाज द बेस्ट पॉलिसी. आप प्रिवेंट नहीं कर पाए, आपका पेशेंट डायबिटिक बन गया, हाइपरटेंसिव बन गया, और कुछ लाइफस्टाइल की वजह से उसने इतना मोटापा हो गया कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो ट्रैप में फंस गया. स्मोकर हुआ खूब सारा, उसने बहुत गलतियाँ की, सेडेंटरी लाइफ की, ओवर ईटिंग की, खराब खाया, कुछ खुद से खराब खाया, कुछ अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो इंसेक्टिसाइड लेडन, फर्टिलाइजर लेडन चीज़ें हमने खाई जो हमारी गलती नहीं थी, तो प्रॉब्लम तो आ गई. लेकिन एज आई सेड, वी आर फॉर्चुनेट टू बी लिविंग इन 2026 वेयर वी कैन एक्चुअली मेक ए ह्यूज डिफरेंस. सो कमिंग टू व्हाट डॉक्टर अश्विनी गुप्ता आस्क्ड मी, हाउ डू यू स्लो डाउन? नंबर 1, चूंकि डायबिटीज कारण था, तो द फैक्ट रिमेन्स कि आपने डायबिटीज को कंट्रोल करना है एज बेस्ट एज यू कैन. एंड द स्टेटमेंट गिवन दीज डेज इज कि आप एक डायबिटिक को एंटी डायबिटिक दवाइयों से ट्रीट करते हो, बट द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज वो वाली एंटी डायबिटिक दवाइयाँ दोगे विच एड वैल्यू टू द कंट्रोल. एक तो है कोई भी दवाई दी उसने डायबिटीज़ कंट्रोल कर दी, और एक है कि ऐसी एंटी डायबिटिक दवाई दी जिसने डायबिटीज़ तो कंट्रोल की, साथ ही साथ किडनीज का भी फायदा किया. एंड योर डॉक्टर्स विल बी एबल टू गाइड यू मोर अबाउट व्हाट आर दोज ड्रग्स. उसके अलावा हम एज नेफ्रोलॉजिस्ट दो चीज़ों में ध्यान देते हैं. आज कोई पेशेंट आया, हमने देखना है क्या हम सही दिशा में हैं उसके ट्रीटमेंट के मुतालिक या नहीं है. तो क्या दो चीज़ें हैं, अगेन जो डॉक्टर उर्मिला ने बोला, आप देखेंगे कि उनके यूरिन में जो एल्ब्यूमिन निकल रहा था वो पहले के मुकाबले में ज़्यादा है या कम है. लकीली एज आई सेड वी हैव मेडिसिन विच कैन मेक अ ह्यूज डिफरेंस बियॉन्ड द टाइम टेस्टेड रास इनहिबिटर्स लाइक जो हमने एस इनहिबिटर्स और ARBs बोले. यू हर्ड अबाउट SGLT2 इनहिबिटर्स, नॉन स्टेरॉयडल MRA. सो ये दवाइयाँ की हम डिटेल्स में नहीं जाएंगे. जस्ट टू सफिशेंट इट वुड सफाइज टू से कि दवाइयाँ हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए मरीज को सही टाइम पे पकड़ना इज एक्सट्रीमली इम्पॉर्टेंट. वन. दूसरा हम क्या देखते हैं कि इनकी GFR का क्या हो रहा है. अगर किसी पेशेंट की क्रेटिनिन बढ़ती जा रही है, जैसे कि हमने जाना क्रॉनिक किडनी डिजीज़ है तो ये बढ़ेगी, पर अगर एक स्पीड से ज़्यादा बढ़ रही है हमें ढूंढना पड़ेगा कि क्या गलती हो रही है. देन वी कम बैक टू द पेशेंट, उनसे सवाल पूछेंगे, भाई आपने अपनी लाइफस्टाइल मॉडिफाई नहीं की इसलिए आप इस ट्रैप में फंसे, क्या अब आप कर रहे हो? तो दैट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. कई बार हम एज डॉक्टर्स गाइड एडवाइस नहीं करते हैं, इसके बारे में ओवर एम्फोसाइज नहीं करते हैं, और कुछ पेशेंट की हैबिट्स इतनी ख़राब बन चुकी होती हैं कि क्रॉनिक किडनी डिजीज़ होने के बाद भी वो संभलते नहीं हैं. सो इट इज़ हाई टाइम दैट दवाई के ऊपर जाने से पहले हम इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करें कि फर्स्ट थिंग्स फर्स्ट, क्या हम अपना लाइफस्टाइल चेंज कर रहे हैं. मोटापा था तो क्या उसको कम कर रहे हैं. हमारे नमक ज़्यादा खा रहे थे तो क्या हमने नमक कम किया है. स्मोकिंग बंद की है, अल्कोहल बंद किया है. फालतू की दवाइयाँ, कोई हर्बल, कोई पेन किलर्स, कोई जो केमिस्ट बोल दें उसकी बिना किसी डॉक्टर की सलाह के खा रहे हैं. हैव वी, क्या हम संभल गए हैं? दैट्स द फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट. एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स इज, क्या आप एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हो, क्या आप योगा कर रहे हो, क्या आप मेडिटेशन कर रहे हो, अपनी स्ट्रेस कम कर रहे हो, क्या आप प्रॉपर स्लीप ले रहे हो. सो एक क्रॉनिक किडनी डिजीज़ के लिए नहीं है, ये एक सब क्रॉनिक बीमारियों के लिए है. और ये इसलिए क्रॉनिक किडनी डिजीज़ के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है, जैसे डॉक्टर अश्विनी ने कहा, हम किडनी के पेशेंट्स को किडनी की वजह से के डिटेरियोरेट करते हुए नहीं देखते हैं. मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द टाइम्स उनका कारण हार्ट होता है, और ये सारे फैक्टर्स कॉमन है. अब कमिंग टू, हमने डायबिटीज़ कंट्रोल की, अच्छे से कंट्रोल की. हमें पता होना चाहिए कि क्या कॉन्सेप्ट है HbA1c का, कितना हमें करना है, कितना होना चाहिए, हम कितना नीचे ला सकते हैं. ब्लड प्रेशर का एडिक्वेट कंट्रोल. सब कहेंगे हमें ब्लड प्रेशर हुआ, डॉक्टर ने दवाई दे दी, हमने खाई और फिर भी कुछ मज़ा नहीं आ रहा, बीमारी तो बढ़ती जा रही है. वाई? बिकॉज यू नेवर टोल्ड द नेक्स्ट थिंग कि दवाई खाई, ब्लड प्रेशर पहले 170 था, हमने दवाई खाई, आजकल 155 है. ये नहीं बताया कि डॉक्टर ने ये भी बोला था कि 130 से नीचे लेके आना है, हम तो टारगेट में पहुंचे नहीं. सो इट इज़ कंट्रोल ऑफ डायबिटीज़, इट्स कंट्रोल ऑफ हाइपरटेंशन, बट सबसे ऊपर लाइफस्टाइल. एंड देन द टेक एडवांटेज ऑफ द ग्रेट ड्रग्स विच वी सडनली हैव इन आवर रेpertoire, और उनका फ़ायदा उठाइए. एंड आई थिंक वी कैन मेक ए ह्यूज डिफरेंस. यहाँ तक हो गया कि इन दवाइयों की वजह से डायलिसिस कि जो कंपनियां हैं उनको लाले पड़ गए हैं कि शायद कल को हमारी ज़रूरत नहीं पड़नी, डर गए हैं वो. और बहुत अच्छी बात है, उनको डरना भी चाहिए, बिकॉज वी डोंट वांट टू सी आवर पेशेंट्स reach that stage, which many of you know, are aware, is a very costly treatment. And we would certainly want, and it's possible, to slow down the rate of chronic kidney disease to such an extent कि डायलिसिस वाली नौबत को हम बहुत डिले कर सकते हैं, कहीं पर हम अवॉइड भी करा सकते हैं. विच ए स्टेटमेंट हम आज से शायद 10 साल पहले नहीं दे सकते थे.
Thank you, Dr. Kuller. So this is the experience a person has shared with you, that how best you can control and slow down the progression of CKD, and with one example of diabetes and hypertension. So I think in a layman term he has explained to you very nicely, and patients will follow that, and you will teach the patients or teach others to follow such regime. It is the targets which need to be met, not just ki we have taken these medicines. And next question is role of lifestyle modifications. And most of the things Dr. Kuller has already explained. I would request Dr. Neeru to take up only dietary modifications. Yeah.
So, जहाँ तक डाइट की बात है, हम कहते हैं हेल्दी खाना खाओ, या डॉक्टर अरुण गुप्ता ने मॉर्निंग में कहा रियल खाना खाओ. तो इसमें कुछ अगर हम करेक्शंस कर लें तो उससे हम, क्योंकि CKD 1, 2, 3 इसमें आपको कुछ पता नहीं है, लेकिन अगर डायग्नोस हो गया है, आपकी नॉलेज में है, बहुत सारी मेडिसिन इसमें नहीं है, तो लाइफस्टाइल मॉडिफिकेशन जो है वो हमारे फर्स्ट लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस की तरह काम करते हैं. तो डाइट में जो है प्रोटीन्स का इंटेक हर पर्सन के लिए वेरी करेगा. 0.8 ग्राम पर केजी जनरली रिकमेंडेड है, लेकिन जो लोग वेजिटेरियंस हैं उनको, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी उनका प्रोटीन इंटेक कम होता है, तो उन्हें डाइट रिस्ट्रिक्शन, प्रोटीन रिस्ट्रिक्शन की ज़रूरत नहीं होती है. इसी तरह जो प्रेगनेंसी में या छोटे बच्चे हैं, ग्रोइंग बच्चे हैं, उनको भी डाइट मॉडिफिकेशन प्रोटीन का नहीं करना होता है. बट पीपल हु आर नॉन वेजिटेरियंस दे शुड रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू 0.8 ग्राम पर केजी बॉडी वेट. दूसरी चीज़ है सॉल्ट के बारे में. सब लोग पूछते हैं कौन सा सॉल्ट का है. हम तो रॉक सॉल्ट खाते हैं, हम ब्लैक सॉल्ट खाते हैं. हम कहते हैं आप नॉर्मल प्लेन सॉल्ट खाइए, टाटा सॉल्ट बेस्ट है. क्यों? क्योंकि उसमें इम्प्योरिटीज़ होती है, उसमें पोटेशियम ज़्यादा हो सकता है, तो इसलिए बेटर है. क्योंकि जैसे जैसे किडनी डिजीज़ की स्टेजेस बढ़ती हैं, पोटेशियम लेवल्स भी बढ़ते हैं बिकॉज इट इज़ नॉट वॉश्ड आउट. तो उसलिए बेटर है कि आप नॉर्मल सॉल्ट यूज़ करें. क्वांटिटी उसकी बिलो 5 ग्राम रखना है. हमें सॉल्ट 2.4 ग्राम देना है, लेकिन इसका मतलब है सॉल्ट का इंटेक बिलो 5 ग्राम, 4 to 5 ग्राम होना चाहिए. तो ये 2 इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स हैं, क्योंकि इस स्टेज पे बहुत ज़्यादा और प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं होती हैं. बाकी चीज़ें मेडिकल मैनेजमेंट का पार्ट है. साथ ही मैं थोड़ा सा ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि ओबेसिटी ने बहुत मेजर रोल प्ले किया है, डायबिटीज़ के लिए भी, हाइपरटेंशन के लिए भी, किडनी डिजीज़ के लिए भी, एंड कार्डियोवास्कुलर डैमेज के लिए भी. तो अगर ओबेसिटी क्या बोलेंगे कि अगर BMI 25% से ऊपर है, तो अगर उससे ऊपर है तो आपको वेट रिडक्शन के लिए एक्सरसाइज करनी है. 30 मिनट्स डेली वॉक, एक्सरसाइज, साइकिलिंग, स्विमिंग, जो भी आप करते हैं उसको आपको करना है, जिससे कि आप अपनी फिटनेस मेंटेन करो. प्लस ओबेसिटी इज ऑल्सो रिलेटेड टू कार्डियोवास्कुलर डिजीजेस लाइक हार्ट फेलियर एट्सेट्रा. तो ये आज की डेट में जो वेस्ट में कंसेप्ट बना है वो है कि कार्डियो रीनल मेटाबॉलिक सिंड्रोम, कि वहाँ ओबेसिटी भी है, डायबिटीज़ भी है, और हार्ट डिजीज़ भी है, और किडनी डिजीज़ भी है. तो हमें इन तीनों को ही, तीनों सब तरफ से कंट्रोल करेंगे. तो फर्स्ट स्टेप डाइट मॉडिफिकेशन, प्लस जैसे डॉक्टर कुल्लर ने बताया कि एक्सरसाइज, स्टॉप स्मोकिंग, क्विट अल्कोहल एंड कंट्रोल ओबेसिटी. दीज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. वन मोर थिंग सर आई वांट टू से, हम लोग अक्सर मेडिकेशन देते हैं, प्रोटॉन पंप इनहिबिटर जैसे पेंटोप्रोजोल, इससे मुझे गैस नहीं बनती है, मैं इसे कई साल से खा रहा हूँ. बिल्कुल दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली इनकरेक्ट. जिस चीज़ की ज़रूरत है आप उतना नेसेसरी लेंगे, बट नॉट फॉर ईयर्स और मंथ्स टुगेदर, बिकॉज दीज आर अल्टीमेटली हार्मिंग द किडनीज ऑल्सो.
Thank you, Dr. Neeru. And one thing more, that your calorie intake, if you are not overweight, it should be normal. Because if you reduce the calorie, because people are misguided by others that you stop eating proteins, you stop eating roti or chawal. It has to be a balance. Ki restriction of proteins and calories should be normal, so that you do not have malnutrition and you don't have overnutrition. So next question is for Dr. Urmila Anand, that role of vaccination and prevention of infections.
I think इस last 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes में आप लोगों ने सुन लिया है कि स्क्रीनिंग, सिम्टम्स, ट्रीटमेंट. बट एक चीज़ जो हम लोग we agree कि एज अ डॉक्टर हम लोग ज़्यादा उसमें इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं देते, इज द रोल ऑफ वैक्सीनेशन इन आवर पेशेंट्स. टू थिंग्स, एक, our patients, chronic kidney disease patients, are prone to infections. Secondly, as आपकी किडनी खराब होती है, आपकी immune system खराब होती है, तो the response to vaccination comes down. So this is in the early stage of kidney disease management. हम लोग lifestyle, दवाइयाँ सब कुछ सोचते हैं, but somehow in our excitement to treat something, we forget to prevent something. And most importantly, what we need to prevent is the future में the risk of infections which can happen, and when you come into dialysis उस समय और भी infections बन सकते हैं, blood-borne infections. It's a good thing कि आजकल हमारे पास उन infections की भी दवाइयाँ हैं, फिर भी it doesn't prevent us from preventing these infections. So 3 more common infections which we vaccinate for is influenza, pneumococcal infections, and hepatitis B virus infections. And it should start as soon as possible, early in your chronic kidney disease, so that you develop a immunity, especially hepatitis B vaccine. Pneumococcal can be every 5 years, and influenza every year depending on your hospital. And in Delhi it is very important. I know we don't offer them vaccinations, and our patients come back invariably with chest infections in the winter months. So ये तो बहुत ज़रूरी है ये सब करना है, and the sooner we do it, the better it is. I will not discuss transplant because this is not in early stage, but उसमें कुछ vaccines हम नहीं दे सकते, but your doctor will tell you.
Thank you, Dr. Urmila, because there is a great role of vaccination, especially hepatitis B, influenza, and pneumonia. And nowadays we are seeing, I don't know, in last 2 years, you must have also seen Dr. Kuller, Dr. Neeru, and Dr. Urmila, that in Delhi now, because earlier you were there in the south, कि herpes zoster is increasing. And now we are feeling that there is a need for vaccination for herpes zoster also. Okay, and HPV vaccination has already been discussed, so these should be given. And Dr. Kuller, you have already touched this point, how realistic is to live many years with stable renal functions and avoid dialysis and have a good quality of life. Just in one line, you just assure them if we do all these things, we can. Why can't we not? We can.
Yeah, so I think both are equally important. कुछ साल और कई साल खींचने after the diagnosis of chronic kidney disease, and not to allow your patient to go on to a stage of dialysis or transplant is certainly our aim, because we missed the bus the first time. हमने एक patient को chronic kidney disease से ग्रस्त होने दिया. Now is the big role of us as nephrologists, because patient हमारे पास first time आया है और जितने साल हम खींच सकें. So longevity of life is certainly the first thing which comes to mind. But I would say, and सबके लिए equally important, strong message is the quality of life. It is not just about adding the number of years. I think it's equally important to ensure that the person is able to live a normal life while fighting the menace of this disease called chronic kidney disease. तो ये कैसे संभव है? अगर किडनी की प्रॉब्लम होती है तो ऑब्वियसली हमने जाना अभी कि सिम्टम्स बहुत लेट आते हैं, बट अल्टीमेटली यू मस्ट रियलाइज कि किडनी से ही खून बनना स्टार्ट होना था, वो हार्मोन था, और जितना मर्जी आप किडनी की फंक्शनिंग को आप बरकरार रख लो, अगर हीमोग्लोबिन नहीं बढ़ेगा तो ऑब्वियसली यू कैन इमेजिन अनीमिया, हीमोग्लोबिन कम होगा और सिम्टम्स आ जाएंगे, थकावट के, काम नहीं करना, सांस चढ़ना चलने पे. सो यू हैव ड्रग्स नाउ विच सर्टनली ऑन वन हैंड आई वाज सेइंग कि दवाइयाँ हैं जो बीमारी को आगे बढ़ने से रोकेंगी, और जो हो गया, जो सिम्टम्स आ गए उनको ओवरकम करने के लिए मेडिसिन हैं, लाइक एरिथ्रोपोएटिन या इसके मिलती जुलती दवाइयाँ जिससे हीमोग्लोबिन बढ़ जाता है. फॉस्फोरस बढ़ता था, खुजली होती थी, उसको कंट्रोल कर सकते थे. हड्डियाँ कमज़ोर, क्यों हड्डियाँ कमज़ोर होती हैं? क्योंकि विटामिन डी एक्टिवेट बनता नहीं है किडनी में, एक्टिवेट किडनी में होता है, तो वो किसी काम का नहीं है जो हम धूप से लेते हैं जब तक किडनी में जाके एक्टिवेट नहीं हो जाए. किडनीज में नहीं एक्टिवेट होगा, हड्डियाँ कमज़ोर होएंगी. सो यू कैन अनडू दैट बाय गिविंग रिप्लेसमेंट फ्रॉम आउटसाइड. ये सारी चीज़ें हैं जो दवाइयों के साथ आप मेंटेन कर सकते हो, एंड यू कैन इंश्योर दैट पेशेंट लिव्स number of years, decades of life ahead while getting affected with CKD and yet does not get any symptoms. But सबसे important चीज़ है हमारा अपना confidence, because the day someone tells the patients कि आपको chronic kidney disease होगी है, उसने कुछ गलत धारणा है कि फलाने का डायलिसिस हुआ था, बड़ा टॉर्चर था, वो कोई इलाज नहीं है, धीरे धीरे बीमारी बढ़ जाती है, घर लुट जाते हैं. ऐसी धारणा के साथ आप एक नेगेटिव से आगे बढ़ते हो तो कॉन्फिडेंस कहाँ आएगा? So I think it's highly important that we give this kind of right message to everyone that all these people can well lead years and years of life ahead absolutely comfortably without any symptoms और अपना नॉर्मल काम कर सकते हैं, नॉर्मल की तरह जी सकते हैं. That is the strongest message I would request all of you to spread because this is the reality. Gone are the days जब कुछ हमारे पास था ही नहीं in terms of offering the treatment. एंड इसीलिए अगेन लाइफस्टाइल इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आप इस स्टेज पे एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हो, खेल रहे हो, दोज पेशेंट्स ऑफ आवर्स जो रेगुलर बैडमिंटन खेलते हैं, जो रेगुलर जॉगिंग करने के लिए जाते हैं, वो टोटली डिफरेंट होते हैं फ्रॉम अदर्स. एंड दे बिकम सो मेनी टाइम्स सोर्स ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन फॉर अस. इफ दे इवन वाइल गेटिंग अफेक्टेड विद CKD कैन डू सो मच. खूब काम करते हैं, नॉर्मल करते हैं, ग्लोब ट्रॉटर्स हैं, घूमते हैं, मज़े करते हैं. एंड देन दे से कि हमें किसी ने गलत बता दिया था कि ये बड़ी ख़राब बीमारी है. वी हैव बीन एबल टू टैकल इट वेरी वेरी इफेक्टिवली और हमें ये इसने तंग नहीं किया. दीज आर द काइंड ऑफ मैसेजेस आई वुड से should be spread.
I think that is a very positive message. And a last half a minute, I will request the organizers to give us, because the Kidney Warriors perspective, this is what Dr. Kuller has conveyed that we can do, provided we have the right kind of approach, right kind of will, and we are able to do. Rituparna Banerjee, because she is our mascot, I would say that you can do it. And please, just few words, half a minute. Okay, half a minute.
Yeah, with CKD and post-transplant, we definitely can have a very successful and fulfilling life. There's nothing that we can't do. It's just that we have to, listen to our doctors, have medicines properly, take care of our diet. Anything and everything is possible for us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Because you see that doctor people might not believe, but a patient who a warrior himself, her words will be taken with much more respect. Thank you, our esteemed panel, Dr. Kuller, Dr. Neeru, Dr. Urmila and Rituparna Singh. It had been, Banerjee, sorry. It had been a nice session. Thank you so much.
And now we move on to the last session, which is just going to be about 15 minutes, but probably, according to me, it's the most important session of the day. Mental health for caregivers and patients. And we have with us Dr. Madhavi. And I'd like to also mention that Dr. Madhavi is on stage 3 CKD. And so with lived experiences of the disease in her own way, I'd like you to please take over, Doc. And Nancy, are you around? This session is for us.
Good evening, everyone. It's such a pleasure since morning, learning a lot of things. And being here today to speak about mental health, I am privileged to speak about it today. I'm going to basically share my experiences also accordingly as we move ahead. So I come from a medical field also, a doctor, a mental health professional. I think that is the most chaotic combination I had when I was diagnosed with CKD. Chaotic, I say, because my medical knowledge said this is how it is going to progress. My mental health knowledge told me, no, come on, get up and cope. And I think that was the toughest period of my life. I wanted to share this with you just to let you know that yes, it is chaotic. It becomes a little problem when we do not accept. Today, morning sessions में Dr. Jha बता रहे थे कि please don't fall in love with your problems, find solutions. But प्यार चीज़ ऐसी होती है ना कि अंधा होता है प्यार, and we fall in love with certain of our ailments which initially just don't seem that serious. Initially, from the CKD stages, from stage 1 to 5, then dialysis and then transplant, this is not just the umbrella I'm going to cover. These are the patient category, there are caregiver category, there are donors, not just recipients, but even the donors, they face their own challenges, and we're going to speak about it all today. When CKD is diagnosed, as we all know, there are no symptoms, कोई symptom नहीं होते, कुछ नहीं होता, कुछ दिखाई नहीं देता है, सब normal है. मैं normal हूँ, मैं normal दिख रहा हूँ, ये मैं accept ही नहीं कर रहा. So the first stage is disbelief, जहाँ पे मैं ये accept ही नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, मुझे या मेरे loved ones को कुछ भी हुआ है. So initially be strong, be positive, कुछ नहीं हुआ है, ये सब फालतू है, इसमें काफी दिन चले जाते हैं. This disbelief later on, when it comes on in repeated tests, it is seen like that. वहाँ पे anger शुरू होता है कि ये मुझे क्यों हो गया है, मेरे बहुत ज़्यादा टेंशन किसी और की वजह से मैंने लिया है, इसलिए मेरा ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ा, इसलिए मुझे ये सब हो गया. So the anger stays quite a bit of time. उसके बाद कहीं जाके एक हेल्पलेसनेस आता है, क्योंकि आगे की रिपोर्ट्स में वही पैटर्न दिखाई दिया जाता है. डॉक्टर्स बताते जाते हैं कि ये बढ़ रहा है, बट वी डू नॉट रियली वांट टू एक्सेप्ट इट एज ऑफ नाउ. द फैमिली, द लव्ड वंस आल्सो आर इन सपोर्ट विद अस. देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड हाइपर पॉजिटिविटी जो दिखाई देती है. ये हाइपर पॉजिटिविटी बोलती है नहीं, फेस करो, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, सब ठीक है. एंड देन देयर इज अ रैबिट होल ऑफ Google information, Dr. Google is there, lot of information is there, और वो information हमें कभी mislead करती है, कभी कुछ direction दिखाती है, but we do not really learn to accept it yet. धीरे धीरे आगे चल के helplessness कहीं जाके acceptance में बदलता है, लेकिन ये acceptance होता है ज़बरदस्ती आया हुआ acceptance कि मुझे ये करना पड़ेगा. जो करना पड़ेगा वाला एक्सेप्टेंस है ना, उसमें कंप्लायंस काफ़ी देखा जाता है. कंप्लायंस का मतलब क्या फॉलो करना है, कितना फॉलो करना है, कैसे फॉलो करना है, इसके बारे में कोई जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन स्ट्रेस बना रहता है. तो इनिशियल सिम्टम्स में बहुत सारी एंजाइटी, बहुत सारा स्ट्रेस, वी कलेक्ट विदिन आवरसेल्व्स, फेसिंग द प्रॉब्लम एवरी सिंगल डे. कलेक्ट होता है तो रात को नींद नहीं आती है, ठीक से सो नहीं पाते हैं, सुबह उठ के पूरा दिन हमें फेस करना पड़ता है. एंड देन वी रियली स्टार्ट लूजिंग आवर हेल्थ एज अ पेशेंट, एज अ केयर गिवर. वी आर लूजिंग आवर हेल्थ, वी आर लूजिंग आवर मेंटल पीस, बट स्टिल वी आर फंक्शनल. वी आर फंक्शनिंग द एवरी सिंगल डे, being warriors, being very brave, but it is taking an internal toll on our health. ये हम रियलाइज ही नहीं करते. जैसे CKD का आइसबर्ग होता है ना, वैसे ही ये मेंटल इलनेसेस का भी आइसबर्ग ही है. अंदर ही अंदर सब कुछ चलता है, ऊपर दिखता ही नहीं है. एंड दैट इज़ वेयर इट इज़ कॉजिंग अ लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम. धीरे धीरे एंग्जाइटी, डिप्रेशन हम जब कहते हैं ना कि मैं एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ मेरे साथ हो क्या रहा है, ये पेशेंट के साथ है, केयर गिवर्स के साथ है. डिप्रेस्ड हम तब रहते हैं जब लो फीलिंग वैसी ही रहती है. नाउ व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक इट आउट हियर इज कि सभी लोग कहते हैं कि माइंडसेट अच्छा होना चाहिए. आपने नवल और हर्षद को भी सुबह सुना था, उनका माइंडसेट बहुत अच्छा है, इसलिए वो लोग आगे बढ़ पा रहे हैं. लेकिन ऑनेस्टली ये बहुत अच्छी बात है, उन्होंने काम आधा मेरा कर दिया है, लेकिन 100% तो नहीं, लेकिन 70 to 80% ऐसे लोग हैं जो इतना ब्रेव नहीं बन पाते, जो ऐसी कंडीशंस में हैं जहाँ पे फाइनेंशियल बर्डन्स होते हैं, जहाँ पे आगे चल के कैसे होने वाला है, प्रोग्रेस क्या है, फ्यूचर कैसा दिख रहा है, मेरा भी, मेरे लव्ड वंस का भी मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. सो द पेशेंट हिमसेल्फ, स्पेशली अगर वो एडोलेसेंट एज में है, तो वो बाकियों के साथ घुल मिल नहीं पा रहा है, वो बाकियों के साथ बाकियों की तरह दिख भी नहीं रहा है, बोल नहीं पा रहा है, समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि क्या हो रहा है, क्योंकि उसका छुट्टी के सारे दिन डॉक्टर के पास जा रहे हैं, कोई ब्लड टेस्ट हो रहा है, प्रिक्स लग रहे हैं. देयर इज़ अ लॉट ऑफ केओस which is happening within that adolescent, I would call गेटिंग इनटू मैच्योरिटी काइंड ऑफ अ पर्सन, बट वो झेल नहीं पा रहा है, और ये चीज़ें एड्रेस ही नहीं होती है. जब ऐसी मेंटल हेल्थ कंडीशंस एड्रेस ही नहीं होती है, दबी रहती हैं, दे डोंट रिमेन जस्ट अ साइकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट. साइकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट बॉडी के हर दिन इफेक्ट करता रहता है, एंड देन बॉडी स्टार्ट्स बिहेविंग एज इफ इट इज अंडर ट्रॉमा. वो ट्रॉमा रिस्पॉन्स बॉडी फेस करती है जहाँ पे कॉर्टिसोल लेवल्स बहुत हाई हो जाते हैं, एंड दिस एक्चुअली नाउ स्लोली स्टार्ट्स टर्निंग इनटू अ फिजियोलॉजिकल डिजीज. डिस्ट्रेस से डिजीज तक का ये जो जर्नी है वो हमें समझ में नहीं आता, जैसे CKD 4-5 तक पहुंचने तक समझ में नहीं आती, एंड देन इट बिकम्स अ डिप्रेस्ड काइंड ऑफ अ पर्सनालिटी या पैथोलॉजी बन जाती है, बीमारी बन जाती है, जिसको तब मेडिसिन की जरूरत पड़ सकती है, जिसको तब जाके हमें इंटरवीन करना बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है. इसीलिए आज जो मैं बात करना चाह रही हूँ वो यही है कि प्लीज़, if you are a patient yourself in any stage of CKD, you have your challenges, be open to speak about it. Be very, very open. There are people who will listen to you. There are people who will understand you. But please don't decide to face it all alone. Especially there are people who are hyper independent, and when the disease strikes, that is the time when the support group or the community becomes less approachable if you are not willing to do that. So it's very important to understand कि आपको हो क्या रहा है, आप फील क्या कर रहे हो, आप रात को सो रहे हो क्या, आपको शांति से नींद आ रही है क्या, सुबह आपको थकान हो रही है क्या. This is very important to address. Address से पहले जानिए कि आपको क्या हो रहा है. The second part which I want to say over here is आपका रूटीन ठीक से चल रहा है क्या. ये भी बहुत ज़रूरी है कि बहुत बार क्या होता है, डाइट कंप्लायंस शुरू हो जाता है जहाँ पे आप खाना ठीक से नहीं खा रहे हैं, या अगर परहेज़ है तो वो ठीक से नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. अगर आपको ट्रीटमेंट अपॉइंटमेंट है, ट्रीटमेंट आपको ब्लड टेस्ट करने हैं, तो यू पोस्टपोन इट, यू टेंड टू पुश इट अहेड, saying that okay, we'll see it later, and this pattern is going to be a egg and chicken वाली situation होने वाली है कि आप जितना अपने आप को निगलेक्ट करेंगी, आपका CKD बढ़ने वाला है. CKD बढ़ने के बाद आपको डिप्रेशन ज़्यादा हो सकता है, डिप्रेशन ज़्यादा होगा तो CKD पे स्ट्रेसेस से ये सब बढ़ता रहेगा. इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड क्या हो रहा है. सो द मेजर, और आई वुड से द basic features which we usually see and which we should not neglect is feeling anxious, feeling upset over small things, being irritable, not wanting to get up in the morning, not wanting to socialize, not wanting to meet other people, not wanting to open up and convey things, and feeling कि अब कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है, न जीने का फ़ायदा है न कुछ करने का फ़ायदा है. You will be surprised when I was studying the statistics of it. अगर 100 लोग हैं उनमें से 68% लोग मेंटली चैलेंज नहीं कहूँगी मैं, they are affected, out of which 38% people actually have the pathology of depression. उसमें से 20 से 22% लोग सेल्फ हार्म की भी कोशिश कर सकते हैं, which is a very dangerous statistics as far as kidney disease is concerned. So addressing the situation is very important. What happens with the donors now? Now let's come to the dialysis stage. Dialysis mein there's a lot which is happening apart from the anxiety. There's a procedure anxiety, there is a compliance towards treatment because the finances are involved, time is involved, the whole life cycle or lifestyle changes because you now have to dedicate separate time for the dialysis. You have to dedicate separate time for planning your nutrition. You have to dedicate separate time to arrange for a companion to come with you. And all this takes a toll on you and you tend to have a setback. उसके साथ साथ जैसे जैसे आगे बढ़ते हैं ट्रांसप्लांट स्टेज में भी वही है ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए आपको अगर डोनर मिल गया, yes, it's an elation moment, but again there's an internal anxiety of rejection, the isolation which probably you may feel. All these things are taken care of by the doctors, team of doctors, technicians, everything is taken care of. But we have to take care of our own mental health first. If you're ready for it, you're going to have better results in all the procedures. Coming to the donors, what happens with the donors is they are the king and queens because they have a big heart. They are willing to donate an organ, the kidney, to their loved ones. And once the surgery is done, the recipient is now safe, the donor is kind of forgotten. Forgotten in the sense, the recipient gets most of the attention because immunotherapy, बाकी सारी चीजें चलती हैं. There could be an anxiety which is building up in the donor also, because that donor now is a layman who has been very kind to donate the kidney, but still has a anxiety component कि मुझे कुछ हुआ तो कौन देगा, कैसे करना है, आगे चल के if I face something, how do I face it? There could be many components to the donor aspect too. Now coming to the caregiver, if the donor is a caregiver combined or a caregiver separately, caregiver has something called burnout. Burnout का मतलब है कि वही काम जब आप हर रोज सुबह से शाम करते हैं, you start feeling very tired to the level not just physically tired but mentally, emotionally tired. And when this tiredness sets in, there is a huge guilt कि मुझे ऐसे लग कैसे सकता है. How can I feel guilty for taking care of my loved ones? And that guilt gets into the spiral. The burnout is there, the guilt is there, and when this keeps repeating, and then there is a sense of depression which sets in. As long as it is at the mental level, it is great, it's fabulous, it is manageable. I don't mean fabulous, I'm just saying manageable, okay? Like Dr. Gullo was just saying ki it's a golden era and our lifestyle changes can manage things. Yes, it is here. But if these symptoms which I just expressed are paralyzing us, suppose there's like we have a thermometer which is graded, if we are from 4 to 6, it is a manageable situation, whether it is anxiety, whether it is burnout, whether it is feeling low, whether it is guilt. But if it goes beyond it, then it is an unmanageable situation where the body, as I said, goes into a trauma response and the cortisol levels rises to a great level. And when the cortisol level is high, one episode of that cortisol high depletes our energy levels to 7 to 8 hours at a time. And if that is repeating on a daily basis, we can imagine what the body must be going through. And then there is neurotransmitter shift, short circuit जिसको हम साइकोलॉजी की भाषा में कहते हैं, वो चीज़ें होने लगती है, and then it becomes a physiological disease, physiological or a pathology of depression, a pathology of anxiety, a pathology of emotional mismanagement. And I think that is the time psychiatrists need to get involved. मैं ये सब बातें तो कर रही हूँ, लेकिन how do we reach there? How do we get this help? So this is a platform which I am requesting all eminent nephrologists here. Like again, I had mentioned, which I really like the concept that you have a check outside your clinic where we take, are your questions answered? I feel that should be added on with one more thing, that if we have a counselor who visits regularly in dialysis center or even with the nephrologist, the early diagnosis patient should be referred to a psychologist is what I feel is the need of this day. It will help the progress I think reduce the progress rate, because then the patient starts understanding what to do, how to go about it. Otherwise, just the diagnosis कि आपको ये हो गया है, अभी आगे बढ़ने वाला है, is a very huge stone which hits on the head very directly. So that could be a really good move. What else I would say is every single person, whether a donor, a recipient, a patient with CKD, any stage, or even with just diabetes, hypertension, please understand your emotions well. We very casually ask each other, "Kaise ho?" We do not ask, "Kya lag raha hai? How are you feeling? Is there anything troubling you?" We do not have people to ask these questions to us. How are you feeling? Is there something troubling you? Do you sleep well? Why didn't you go for the dialysis for last 3 sessions? Why haven't you come for follow-ups? What is troubling you? Because these are the underlying questions which need answers, which needs understanding, which needs addressing. Because here we can pick those clients or people who are getting into compliance. And when this compliance sets in, then as I told you, it is an egg and chicken situation. This compliance leads to progress in CKD. Progress in CKD pulls the client down. Unfortunately, slowly and slowly, there are cognitive incompetencies which happen. Cognitive competency, by the meaning I say, not being able to think properly. Why does that happen? It could happen because of the anemia, because of the fatigue, not being able to give enough time to your own mental health. Sometimes the metabolites from the gut, they cross the blood-brain barriers. There is brain fog which has been seen. It is very important that these small things need to be addressed. As the whole conference has been, conclave has been going through the day, we have learned a lot about kidney disease and the precautions we need to take, the things we need to address, how we can help the patients and the caregivers to understand and address and pick and screen these illnesses at the very early stage. This platform allows me to express the need to have similar kind of setup and similar kind of understanding for screening of mental health issues which could be compliant for the kidney disease progress later. So it is a multifactorial approach which I feel, a holistic approach, a multifactorial approach which will help kidney health all in all. I'm really grateful for having this opportunity to be able to speak. I will not take much time, but I would really invite some questions if I can help. Yes, please. Yes, of course, there is a practical approach to come out of the guilt that you have. Basically, it is difficult to explain here, but I would say there is a 4A rule for any problems that we face. 4A rule. First is acknowledge. Acknowledge what problem we have. Okay, what are we feeling? Second is accept. Accepting what? Accepting that it is impacting my daily life. It is impacting the way I feel, the way I think, or my daily routine. Okay, suppose it is guilt for you. Accept. Analyze. The 4th A, analysis about the pros and cons of me feeling the same way and continuing to feel the same way, or do I need to make a change? If I need to make a change and I can do it myself by evaluating certain parameters, fabulous. Otherwise, take help, seek help. Help is available. And the 4th A is creating an action plan for that. So this guilt or this emotion should not come back again. There are 3 parameters here: intensity, frequency, and duration. When we make any kind of change, a small lifestyle change also, if the intensity, frequency, and duration remains the same of that mental condition, it means we need help. It is progressing. If we can do it ourselves, fabulous.
I normally do this on my own. I am coming across a journey of 14.5 years. wherein got married. In the first year of marriage, I got my son, born with weak kidneys, birth asphyxia, AKI, CKD, transplant when he was 10. Those 10 years, I was teaching myself and my son to be strong, to learn how to face life, because I knew the journey is going to be rough and tough. Learned a lot. Depressions were there, fatigue was there. I was doing it again and again. Post-transplant as well, there is nothing changed in my routine. I was committed to give my time to him. I am. But now post-transplant, somehow the kind of complications he's into, the kind of things he run into, and the challenges that I'm facing, my husband, my child who's a teenager now, I'm totally burnt out. The frequency is 24/7. The duration is 24/7. The intensity, I don't even want to measure. But yes, I come out of this phase every 5-7 days. But then after every 2 weeks, I'm back in the same phase. Because now the guilt is, am I a failure being a mother? I'm not able to do anything for my son. I don't know what he's going through. I'm following what my doctor is saying. I'm giving him the medicines. I run for one particular thing to come back into one particular position. Like if hemoglobin is low, what he should eat, how he should work out. I'm helping him out. Hemoglobin is back, then something else will go down. Something else will come up, the BP will go up. And I totally don't know. The platform why KWF I have selected, that I cannot run around for my son for the whole life. He needs to be around with people who are like-minded, who can understand him, who can guide him in an appropriate way, that he's doing nothing wrong and he has life ahead and he has to live.
So I hear you, and I really appreciate the way you have been with your son. There are, again, as I said, addressing this situation here, I would just give an overview for this today. Basically, when such a situation arises, we need to understand the factor within our control and factor beyond our control. Whatever is within our control, we can certainly go ahead and do it, like taking him to the doctor is within your control. Looking after his diet and looking after his health and his well-being is completely within your control. Beyond your control is what is happening inside the body. Okay, that is beyond your control. You do not try to even mentally control it. So for that, whatever help you are seeking, you have to go on with that. But then again, in this situation, mental health demands one rule: do not think in questions. Why me? Why not me? How I do it?
No, I'm totally not. Why me? Try me is not my cup of tea.
No, even otherwise the questions, when we think in questions, we get into a loop. So if we convert it into a statement, I will do my best what I can do, rest I will seek help whenever I can. I think that changing from a question to a statement always helps mental health. But yes, we can discuss about it later, of course, your personal situation.
I definitely need help. I know that.
Yeah, I think there's a short of time also, and I'm glad and I'm very thankful for this platform today. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the world of awards and recognition. Our awards are divided into 3 different categories. And before I introduce the first category of awards, I'd like to start off with what was the first session we started? The first panel discussion. Sorry? Achievements in future, okay? Exactly, 50 years of nephrology, and I think that was a great panel discussion, and something that came up in the panel discussion are some pioneers who set the stage for us to move forward. And that's exactly what the first category is about, the pioneers in kidney care. We have 4 of them who will be receiving this award, and 3 of them are no more, but we do have their family members who will collect the awards on their behalf. Can I request Vasundhara Raghavan to join me on stage to present this set of awards? Pioneer in kidney care. Our first doctor to join us on stage is Dr. Muthu Krishnan Mani. Dr. Mani is from Chennai. He's not here. Dr. Sundar, can you pick it up on his behalf? My apologies to the PPT team. I know I didn't go in your order, so I'll come back to that order. Our next doctor is late Dr. H.L. Trivedi. Late Dr. K.S. Chugh. Anyone's here from Dr. Vijay K's office? No. Vijay K's office, someone was here. Is that person there? And then we have late Dr. M.S. Amarasan. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please give our 4 doctors a big hand of applause. I think some amazing work done that I think our doctors over here are taking forward. Thank you very much, Vasundhara, for presenting the awards. And can I request Dr. Obita to please join me with the guys to present the next set of awards. And this is Excellence in Nephrology. Dr. Vijay Kher, I think Dr. Vijay is not here. Do we have anybody to pick up the award on his behalf? Next we have Dr. Sankaran Sundar. Followed by Dr. Sudarshan Balal. Followed by Dr. Vivekanand Jha, who's not present out here. Do we have somebody to pick up the award on behalf of Dr. Jha? Dr. K. Jacob. Dr. Mohan Rajapurkar. I think doctor is not around, so we'll move on to the next award. Dr. A. Gopal Krishna. Who will pick it up, Doc? Dr. Anuradha, can you please pick up the award on behalf of Dr. Gopal? Dr. Kashi Vishveshwaran. Dr. Thomas Matthew. Dr. Thomas is also not here. Dr. Deepak S. Ray. Dr. Dilip. On the dais for excellence in nephrology, we have Dr. Dilip Pahari. Next, we have Dr. Gandhi, who's not present out here. Followed by Dr. Arup Ratan. Followed by followed by Dr. Sabeshwar. I think he's not here, so we'll move on. We have Dr. Arvind Baga. Dr. Arvind Baga, are you present here? Dr. Arvind is a pediatric nephrologist. Next, we have Padma Shri Dr. Hemant Kumar. Next we have Padma Shri Dr. D.S. Rana, who was present with us in the morning, but he's not here right now. Dr. Kumud Mehta. Dr. R.N. Srivastava. Doctor is also a pediatric nephrologist. Followed by Dr. Muthu Jayaraman. Next we have Dr. Anuradha Raman. Continue excellence in nephrology. Our next doctor on the dais will be Dr. Vimala. For all the award winners, we have boxes for your trophies. Kindly stay back and pick up your boxes. Our next doctor is Dr. Nandita Chowdhury. We now welcome Dr. Sanjeev Gulati for excellence in nephrology. Thank you very much, Dr. Rita, for presenting the awards. Thank you. We now request Dr. Venkatesh to please join me on stage to present the next set of awards. The next set of awards is Contribution to Kidney Care. And these are individuals who need a thunderous round of applause because they do something else in life, but somewhere on the journey of CKD, they learn to give back. And to begin with, we have Mrs. Hemali, along with her husband Prashant. Can both of you join us on stage? Hemali and Prashant, both in their own unique way, have been doing some amazing work in the legal space. Currently, Hemali taking over as a Rotary Club of Organ Donation President. She's doing some fabulous work with prevention and with organ donation awareness. Next, we have Mrs. Lata Kumaraswamy from Tanka Foundation. We now call upon a very dear friend, Anil Srivatsa, a donor to his brother and a brand ambassador promoting organ donation, not just in India but across the world. Anil, can you please call your beloved wife who drives along with you everywhere? awards in this category. Stay back. We'd like to take one more photograph. Next, we have Dr. Umesh Khanna, who's not here, followed by Dr. Georgie Abraham, who's not present here but from Chennai. And of course, we have the lovely Dr. Bharat Shah. Vasundhara is cheering from Mumbai over here now. Dr. Bharat Shah from Narmada Kidney Foundation. We do not have our next doctor here, but this is Dr. Sunil Shroff from Mohan Foundation. Oh, we have somebody present over here. Thank you. From Sapien Foundation, we have Dr. Rajan Ravichandran, who's not present out here, but I don't know if we have a representative. Dr. Ravichandran is from Chennai, doing some great work on salt. And of course, we have Mr. Kamal Shah. All right, can we have a bigger round of applause, please? Since we have Kamal Shah on stage, Himali, Prashant, Anil, Dr. Bharat Shah, our representative from the Mohan Foundation, can you join us on stage for a group photograph? To say a big thank you because I think all of them have come, are not from Delhi, they've actually flown in from different parts of the country. So thank you so much, everybody. And thank you very much, Dr. Venkatesh, for presenting those awards. Can we have the house music switched off, please? For the first category for pioneers in kidney care, we have late Dr. Indubhushan Sinha. I request Dr. Hemant Kumar to please collect the award on behalf of the family.
Was my mentor.
Okay, this is an announcement. We have found a phone. If anybody is searching for your phone, please meet us. It'll be in the console. to join us for one more group photograph, please. But while the doctors are coming on stage to join us, I'd like to say, it's rightly said that all good things should come to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this has been a fabulous day. And that brings us to the end of the KWF Conclave 2026. And may this not be the end, but may it be the beginning to a journey where we move together with one vision, one future, and one purpose. This is me, Marianne, signing off, wishing you all a very good evening once again. God bless you and always keep smiling. Thank you.